the money in the bank. Money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808.
Usually I take a backseat, yeah. Low key, I tell I'm discreet and don't wanna put my heart on the line too many times. I've been burned, I bounce back quickly, and with the drama tell them miss me. Won't ever let it go too far, expose my heart, that's risky. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? I got a reputation to uphold, so don't reach out your hand for me to hold. Don't rush to tell the world that I'm your girl right now, 'cause I might leave swiftly just based on my history. Been on to take them flights at different side of trouble. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? If you choose to stick around, don't say I let you down when I burn it to the ground. Because I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us?
You're never gonna break me. All the years I've known in my heart, all the fears are falling apart. Oh, move over. Gonna fight till the end of the road. Gonna make it on my own. Deep in my soul, my brave wild heart. Waking up. wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. I got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, yeah. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance.
You've been told, but it's time to come alive. If you want to party, babe, you got to feel it deep inside. All I really want to do is the things you just can't hide. Put your funk around it, babe, and I'll take you for a ride. Get on up with the feeling. Get on up with the feeling. Get on up with the feeling.
bitter, sweet, fiery heat. Whispers the man of the hurricane. Oh, stop pushing me, gonna push so hard I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the wings of the hurricane. I won't let go, I won't let go, I won't let go, I won't let go, I won't let go, I won't let go, I won't let go. Ain't never giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through. Gonna push right through the driving rain. Gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane. Ride on the wings of the hurricane. Ride on the wings of the hurricane. Ride on the wings of the hurricane. Ride on the wings of the hurricane. Spirits climbing, love contriving, passion driving, the tempers rising. Whoa, stop pushing me. You're gonna push so hard, I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the wings of the hurricane. I won't let go, I won't let go, I won't let go. Ain't ever giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through. Push right through the driving rain. Gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane. Ain't ever giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through. Push right through the driving rain. Gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane. Ride on the wings of the hurricane. Ride on the wings of the hurricane. Ride on the wings of the hurricane. Ride on the wings of the hurricane.
I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control. I'm in control, you know I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control. Let me take you for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Let me take you for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Because I'm in control. the chateau in the mountains got changed. Yeah, jet set through the islands I changed. Zip codes like it is nothing. Top 10K first class on my side bang. Shorty went viral on a TikTok. Got 'em doing moves in a big mouth. Rocking their head doing pop like 20 million streams so she won't stop. Can't stop. 911, it's an emergency. Call your friends. Everybody follow me one by one. Moving to the melody. Light up the night. Oh, we light up the night light. We go until daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. We light up the night light. We go until daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. Only show me love, I don't clap back. Homie got a catfish fist so you can have that. Topping hits on hits, can you handle that? Lose it all on a high stakes blackjack. That big trip, even in a lockdown. Big tips, only with the fans now. My click, pull up with the top down. We keep it going all night. 911, it's an emergency. Call your friends. Everybody follow me one by one. Moving to the melody. Light up the night. Oh, we light up the night light. We go until daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. We light up the night light. We go until daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah.
We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. Eh. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. Eh. You're my guy. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. Eh. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. Eh. Your mata, eh.
Hustle gives you wings.
Game Changers.
We're making history.
It means so much to us.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are, but as long as I'm good enough, I can go as far as I want.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, bang, bang, bang, bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, bank, bank, bank, bank, bank, bank, bank, bank, bank, bank. Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, bang, bang, bang, bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank.
Usually I take a backseat, yeah. Low key, I'd say I'm discreet and don't wanna put my heart on the line too many times. I've been burned, I bounce back quickly, and with the drama, tell 'em miss me. Won't ever let it go too far, expose my heart, that's risky. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this?
Welcome to the grand finals of VCT EMEA Game Changers.
I don't lose control. I just up the scope. All I know is go.
Yes, we're here in Istanbul, ready.
it's been a long road, but we have arrived at the final stop. It is the grand finals of Game Changers EMEA, the final game too of 2025. Today, one of G2 Gozen or Twisted Minds Orchid will be walking away with a trophy and a spot at Game Changers Champs in Korea. And all of that action will be taking place in front of an amazing audience here in Istanbul. But that is not the only thing we have in store. So let me show you guys the full setup. Over here, we have a besties photo booth. You know, our fans can take a picture and remember a nice time here in Istanbul. Over there on the left, Vut is currently in a very intense 1v2 battle with all of the fans, and a meet and greet area over there as well, because we have some amazing creators that have turned up here. And as you follow me down this road, we have everything is happening. The atmosphere is incredible. There is a lot going on, and this is my favorite thing that you get to do here, which is commemorating the event by leaving your signature. And would you have it? Hey, we got 3 VIPs. We've got Roxy, we've got Smurfette, and we've got Ness. Do you guys want to sign the wall with me? Yeah, let's go sign the wall. Let's leave a little message. While they're signing, real quick, Smurfette, who's winning today? You guys sign. Let me just have a chat with her.
G2, of course.
Oh, you think G2? Okay, Roxy, who's winning today?
G2.
2 for G2. Surely, Ness, are you going to go for G2 as well?
G2.
G2 as well. We have 3 out of 3 G2s. We get in there, Smurfette. We got to get her signature on there as well. They're going to be here all day. We're going to check in with them a little bit later. 3 out of 3 of them said G2. We're going to find out pretty soon if they are correct. Oh, so sorry. If they're correct or not, because in just 30 minutes, our players will be taking the stage, which I'm not going to show you just yet. Because we also have a brand new trophy reveal. For now, just sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Hello everyone and welcome to Game Changers EMEA Stage 3 Finals. The land is in Istanbul, but we're over here. I'm your host, Ginny, joined with Billy and Meg. And we're going to do our absolute best to break this one down. Hi, Billy.
Hi.
How's it going?
I'm so excited to be here, of course. We have an amazing LAN event again in Game Changers. Love to see it.
When you said we have an amazing and you turned to Meg, I thought you were going to be like, we have an amazing analyst joining us today. But you know what? We have an amazing analyst joining us today.
This is crazy news. This is a crazy experience. I am so grateful to be here, and what an incredible matchup we have today to celebrate as well. Game Changers 2.
Yeah, setting the stakes in terms of what we can expect. The winner here is going to be booking their tickets straight to South Korea to compete in GCC, whereas the losers, well, yeah, losers. It do be like that sometimes. You don't get a participation trophy, but you do get to fly out to Turkey to compete in the LAN. But it's really important here to highlight the fact that there is a world that we're looking at, Billy, where G2 Gozen might not be at GCC.
It's crazy that we're having the decider today on who goes to GCC, because usually, like you say, G2 would have qualified by now on points like any other year. And famously, they don't actually win Stage 3, but now they have to be able to make it to that global event at the very end of the year, which is creeping up on us. It's not too far away, but it's just exciting that we have a very high stakes event, especially with it being on LAN.
Yeah, and the regional champs have already been determined. In terms of a lot of them, we have KC going from the side of the EMEA alongside GX. So again, the decider today is yet to be played, and we still have an NA LCQ slot up.
Yeah, very exciting, because also Adora is over there sort of repping EMEA, which is super exciting. But I have to say, I do have MIBR sort of up there with the potential winners of that one, especially with SRM. They're absolutely dominating.
What about EMEA? What about KC? Hello?
Yeah, but I mean, if we're talking about the LCQs, but I also want to shout out Pacific, because you've kind of got that newly formed Zipto region sort of taking that specific spot. But all Pacific, I mean, thank you very much.
I didn't even notice that. I'm not even joking.
It's very similar words, but then you also have Shirazi, who is sort of ex-Zipto over in the Chinese region, also making it to Game Changers Champs.
I feel like we're probably just LCQ filled because we were watching it last night. Like, we were just like, oh my god, so excited that they're also having a LAN event over in Brazil. But yeah, I mean, the competition is getting higher and higher every year.
Yeah, and the barrier to entry is also getting higher and higher. But although this is quite a serious deal that we got going on today, the players are no strangers to having a little bit of fun every now and then, and that's exactly what we got them doing.
one of the best things about being here in Istanbul is seeing you two, Mimi and Petra, in real life and get you guys to do some silly things. Are you ready?
Yes, already.
We do this a lot, don't we? But since everybody know you guys so well, and I know you guys so well, I thought we would find out a few things that we don't know in a game I would like to call wrong answers only. Very straightforward. I'm gonna spam you with questions, and I want you to make sure you answer them with wrong answers only. Okay, no right answers. Are you ready for this challenge?
Yes.
Okay. Very easy one to start us off with. Best aimer on your team.
Mimi.
Me.
Who has the most aura in all of GC?
Babe. What?
What the
What?
hell?
No, that's not what I wanted. No.
You can't. No.
Oh, that is not what I wanted.
It's
to
a fast
say.
game. It's a fast game. Petra, go on. Who's the most aura in GC?
Oh, just say it. Say it. Just say me now.
No, I will not say you.
That was not what I wanted to say.
It's meant to be a fast game, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jesus. That's
He doesn't play GC, but it's okay. We'll
Mimi.
move. Okay, we'll move on. Who never baits?
Bait. What? Wait, wrong answers only? No, so wait.
Who never baits?
Why is it so hard?
Oh my god.
Okay, I think
believe
you
this.
just have to start answering
I feel like
first.
we're gonna I'm instigating without actually instigating. All right,
you start.
You start first, Petra. Go
Yeah.
on. Who never baits?
Wrong answers only. Someone who always baits.
Yeah, who the oh.
This is my favorite. This is my favorite content ever. Okay, I will put you. We'll carry on because it's a lot of questions.
Okay.
I have a lot.
Yes, let's go.
Who never shuts up?
Mimi.
Eslen.
Okay.
Akita.
How many pistols are you going to win in the grand finals?
5.
2.
That's good. No, winning 5 is good. What
He
is?
doesn't know our pistols clearly.
Oh, what is the best map in the game?
Fracture.
Essence.
Oh, what you don't like?
I panicked.
I love Fracture.
Yeah, me too.
Who on your team never tilts?
Mimi.
Yeah, I can agree with Mimi.
Who is the toughest opponent you have ever played against?
GX.
Twisted.
Oh, ooh, okay. Who is the best Yoru player G2 Gozen has ever had?
Sarah.
Vanya.
Oh,
What?
Gozen.
Yeah.
Oh, Sarah was in Gozen.
Who never zones out in VOD reviews?
Wrong answers only? Wait, hold up. Wrong answer. Mimi.
What? You zoned so many did you?
I never zone out.
You need to lie, no?
Yeah. Who never zones
Yeah,
out? Wrong answers only.
Yeah.
Wait, I zone out? No, wait.
What,
don't do
you're
that.
saying that you
Whoa.
zone out. This is great.
This is so hard.
Who is never late?
Amy.
I agree.
Which Brozen player would have the biggest impact if they played on Gozen?
Wrong answers only.
Giacomo. We have a better one.
Valen.
You also have a better one of those
Wait.
as well.
Yeah, it makes sense.
What?
It makes sense.
What is the best region in GC?
In GC?
APAC.
Pacific.
Okay. Who's most likely to do a dance celebration on stage after winning a round?
Fade.
The most likely?
Yeah. Wrong answers only. So technically the
You're
least
lost.
likely.
What?
You're so lost.
Okay, I'm gonna put you out of your misery. Last one.
Shit.
Wrong answers only, okay? You have to answer this wrong.
Just turn the question around.
Who is the GC GOAT, Mimi or Petra?
Petra.
What?
So I say Mimi basically, no? If you say my name,
Dude,
it's the wrong answer.
Okay.
English is not my first language.
It's
honestly, not my fault.
You have to respect that Mimi thinks Mimi is the GOAT.
No, that is not.
You have to
I also
respect
don't
that.
think that you're baiting.
I think
It's a rap?
Yeah, we need to do some work behind the scenes to make sure, you know, the synergy gets back onto the same page before the grand finals. But
Dude, I really tried
apologize
for
for
the
making
last
you
one
do
even.
this. But I hope you guys at home enjoy this.
No, I don't hope you enjoyed it.
It is my absolute honor to bring you guys a fun game here. I'm joined by Twisted Mind Orchids, Marty and Toka. I'm so excited to have you guys here for the first time with me. Are you down to let me make you look a bit silly? Do some hee hee ha ha?
Please, yes.
Oh, I love that. That is what I
Please.
like to hear. Very simple game. We're going to play most likely to. So I'm going to give you a question, and I want you to write down one of your teammates. It could be yourself as well. That is most likely to do this. So we'll just
Okay.
start with who is most likely to be the coach's favorite? Who's the teacher's pet, you know?
Ooh.
I mean, your coach is in the room right now. I can see, and so is the rest of your teammates.
It's a hard
No.
question.
Who does your coach like the most out of all of you?
I don't know if there's actually one person.
Okay. Because he is here, so I could get him to confirm or deny once while he's shaking his head. Once I see the answer. Okay.
Okay.
Right, let's see. What did you both put? Oh, okay.
I mean, I think me because I'm the new one, so I didn't do anything bad.
Toka, can you see that? Can you see Marty being the favorite?
No.
But why?
Oh, I love that. I love that. Okay, I think this one is actually harder. Who's most likely, especially between you two, who's most likely to win a 1v5 clutch on your team? Normally, on most teams, I think there's like a one obvious clutcher, but I think on yours, it's harder.
It's hard. Everyone is dying in 10 seconds.
Yeah, but who in your opinion?
Okay.
Yes. Oh, okay, why?
I don't know. She's our superstar. I think she can deal with everything.
Superstar of Twisted Minds.
But both of your clutch stats are really good, like the two of you.
Oh.
So I think.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
even.
Okay, plus Marty and Toka.
Yeah, I did some studying. Don't worry, I've been studying the stats. Next one.
This one, guys. Please don't meet us.
Who is most likely to turn up at the airport at the wrong time for their flight?
Oof.
Okay, okay, this one's not hard apparently.
You?
I missed my flight
I
last
put Lexa.
time.
Okay, I see Hated off screen also. I'm pointing to. I'll start with you first. Why Lexa?
Lexa came to the airport without even charging her phone, and it was no contact with her. So basically, I think that she might do something like this, like not even coming.
And then you put yourself?
Yeah, because I missed one time flight to my home from Saudi.
Was it? I mean, it was an important flight, or you could have just.
I mean, yes, they already booked for me tickets, and I just missed.
It's okay. It happens to the best of us. Next one. Who is most likely to know all the brain rot? Like the 6-7, like the Zoomer memes.
I still have no idea what does that mean, 6-7.
Do you
know?
I will explain that to you later because I recently found out.
Uh-huh,
Yeah.
and you
we need
okay.
explanation.
I could tell you the secret.
Yes, please.
But on your team, who's the brain rotter?
No, definitely not the second one. I would put Lexa.
Okay. So we get Lexa to do some TikToks. You think she would like that?
Yes, definitely.
She does.
Nice. Okay, we'll do some TikTok dances with her. Two more. Who's most likely to become a caster after their pro career?
Okay, cool.
Ooh.
Yes.
You're interested?
Yes.
Yeah.
If I actually have opportunity to join you, then
Okay.
we
All
can
right.
be in touch.
I
Thank
think
you.
we should bring you over.
Yes,
problem,
definitely.
Marty.
Let's do that.
I believe in you.
How long do you plan to play for?
I don't know yet, but
How long am
if
I
I'm
waiting
gonna,
for you?
If I'm gonna finish, then I will let you know.
You call me.
Yeah.
You get your
Yeah,
people to talk
yeah.
to my people. We'll make this happen.
Let's go.
And last one, who is most likely to be upset if they don't MVP? Who cares about MVPing the most? Who wants to be the
It's
best
a
player?
really easy question for me.
Oh,
Me or Lin? Okay, me or Lin.
Okay. Well, Toka, I want to ask you real quick. Why you don't care?
Me?
Doesn't matter to you?
Not really.
Okay, I love that. And why does it upset you if you don't MVP?
I don't know. I just got used to kind of to.
You just want a top frag.
Top frag, yeah.
I like that.
I want top frag too, but MVP
But
is
it's
like
not working for you. It just leave it to
MVP
me
is
and
too
Lin.
much, Marty.
Okay, so if you win
On
the
bridge.
finals and you're not MVP, you know, like winning the
I mean,
finals.
then it's gonna be okay for me.
Oh,
it's okay.
It's okay.
In that
you know?
scenario, it's okay.
It's
Okay, well, we'll see later on if you do manage to get that MVP. I'll be keeping an eye on that. Thank you very much, you two, and good luck today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
G2 Gozum against Twisted Mind Orchid, the game that we're going to be looking at today. And as we already touched upon, the winner will head over and take up that final slot for EMEA to be a representative at Game Changer Championship. Both of these rosters had a difficult year in their own respective rights, and they have changed things up, specifically from the G2 side of things, Billy, where we're back to what used to work.
Yeah, exactly. I kind of look at this as the recipe of success that G2 Gozum always kind of had. They have their 4 experienced players, and then of course they have that Zoomer Julius with Akita that came in at the very start of this year, who's proved to be such a great addition for them. And again as well, when we're looking at Twisted Minds here, you have a core of players that you know and love. We look at HTM, Lexa and Marte, all have been in the scene for such a long time now, and just the players coming together so well for Twisted Minds to have such a great year.
Yeah, I do think Twisted Minds have had one hell of a journey sort of to make it here to the grand finals today. And although they might be underdogs in some people's eyes, I think that people forget about the plethora of experience that they have as an organization. You know, you have Hated the Most, who's been so close, but no cigar. And you've got obviously Lexa, who was at Game Changers Champs last year. So it's still a very well-oiled machine on Twisted Minds Orchids. And yeah, they have every chance to win today.
Yeah, we've seen that well-oiled machine come to life time and time again throughout this stage, because when we're looking at Twisted Minds specifically, I'm really happy that you bring up the journey for these teams, because theirs was not easy. When you're looking at how 2025 went for them, Billy, they had to go to contenders, but now they're back and they're in the finals.
Yeah, well, I want to touch on G2's journey first of all here, because I think that G2, we have to remember, they started in this playoffs bracket in the knockout round. They had to fight their way through to get to that double elimination bracket. They had to take down KC, who, do not forget, won Stage 1 and Stage 2 of EMEA Game Changers this year, for them to be able to get to this point so far. So for G2, they've had, honestly, such a great run. It feels like we're back to the form that we're used to seeing for them. Twisted Minds, however, as you said, a bit of a different journey here.
Yeah, they've had a bit of a longer one, but I do think that we have to look at kind of what they've performed like in these playoffs alone, because it's been an incredible journey coming in sort of in that upper bracket as well. And of course, performing a reverse sweep to get here, you know, taking on the team that basically coined reverse sweeping in Valorant to get here. And of course, you know, they have faced G2 twice already and have lost out both times, but third time's a charm, right? I feel like it sounds like I'm really biased here to Twisted Minds, but I feel like predictions are definitely looking towards G2 for a lot of people. So I do just want to remind people at home, you know, Twisted Minds are definitely still in the running for today's grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay to be biased right at this point. Like, what are they going to do? What are they going to do? What are they gonna, exactly. But both of these rosters have had really difficult, I guess, moments throughout the year that they were able to overcome. And I feel like that has allowed both of these rosters to build so much resilience, which is exactly what you're going to need for a game like today.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned G2 being back on form, because if we look at their year overall, they've probably not had the results that they wanted or even expected when we consider how much of domination that they've been able to have in Game Changers EMEA, probably since 2022, with last year being the first year that they were able to win every single stage. And when we look at Twisted Minds, they were an organization that kind of had to come up through contenders, like you mentioned, and this would be their first time going to Game Changers Champs if they were able to win out today. But it's not as if they've not been around. Like, it's just the main event that they've not necessarily been around up until this year.
I do think it as well plays into what we've been talking about as a whole this year, is like comfortability, and I guess for both teams, you know, Twisted very much having that run it down, we'll play our game kind of mindset, and then G2 going back to what worked, because it was never bloomin' broken, I think. So, you know, obviously we've had such variety this year with these roster changes and these role swaps as well, but it's nice to come back to sort of home comforts for today's grand finals and know that they're going to be playing to their strengths.
Yeah, both of these rosters will, of course, be playing to their strength, because at the end of the day, this is what you want. You're finally on a LAN together, all 5 of you. You're finally getting that opportunity to play in front of a crowd. You're also then using that as a building block, or just to go to the finals in Seoul, or at least to GCC.
Yeah, exactly. And I think if we take a look at G2 last year, obviously being able to win out that first time that we had a LAN in Game Changers EMEA was last year. And it was the first year, like I said, that they were able to win every single stage, and now they need to be able to win this one to be able to go to Game Changers Champs. And I think that G2 probably usually would have the kind of edge when it comes to being in that LAN environment, but that's not to say that Twisted Minds don't have any LAN experience, because they have, Meg.
Yeah, and we have to almost count their boot camping as well. I think any time that these teams are together, they totally thrive and they come alive. And again, we have sort of hated the most with so much experience coming from that Ascend roster. Lexa again, as we mentioned, and also in off-season tournaments. You know, these guys have played on stage in front of a crowd. It's not going to be intimidating for them in any way, and it's going to be a situation that they're used to being in still.
I think as well, it's crazy because when we actually look at HTM's first ever official in Game Changers EMEA, it was with Lexa. And now today, she could qualify to her first ever global event with Lexa, which I think is just so nice, so poetic in a way. And as well, Lean, probably someone that's kind of new for people that don't really know her, have never really seen her. She's been with Twisted Minds since 2023. Like, it's crazy that she's getting to play on this stage now.
Dreams do come true.
Yeah.
Life gets better. Who would have thought?
This is what dreams are made of. And also to kind of quickly talk to Lean as well, I think for me, I think it's a really sort of emotional talking point because she came into this when she was so young. And I think it really goes to show that if you put the time and energy into a player, it's so worth it and the results pay off.
Yeah, the results from Twisted Minds side of things have definitely been paying off, but I kind of want to touch back upon the, I guess, the time and the energy specifically, because it does feel like it's a polar opposite philosophy than what we're seeing from G2. Because Twisted Minds are like, oh, we're just here for a good time. Maybe a long time, but definitely a good time.
I think they're fibbing.
Yeah, liars. You think that? I mean, with everything on the line, right?
Yeah, I think honestly, I get it. It's almost like a stage persona. I think you don't want to give away any nerves or any worries, but I also think that they perform really well under pressure. You know, looking back to that Giant X reverse sweep last week, they were incredible when they were so down, and I think they like being the underdogs.
Yeah, the first reverse sweep that we've seen since 2021 in Game Changers EMEA as well, which is quite remarkable, and I don't think that we were expecting it. It's almost like don't count them when they're out, but it's nice to see as well that they've not really been feeling that pressure of being in playoffs. We look back to their journey back in stage 2 when they were in that knockout round against KC where they were just eliminated and had to come and fight back in stage 3, and I think they've been able to build up a resilience through that.
Yeah, but it's also kind of the opposite side of the coin when we're looking at Twisted Minds, because as much as they're sitting here like, oh, we don't care, we're here for a good time, we're just gonna play like a ranky, there still is a little bit of an element of, you know, that competitiveness that we saw specifically coming through with their coach Vlad once we did the interview after they won over GX. So just to refresh everybody's memory, let's have a look. I don't want to make this too long. You are going up against G2 Gosen in that grand final. So is there anything you want to say to them ahead of the competition?
To the G2? Sorry. I guess they have too much confidence in themselves, especially after the post-match interview that they said about Korot thing, that we put all of our confidence and time spent and 90 strats about Korot. I guess the Korot is just not that great, and it's not even one of the best maps. We just know how to play versus them, that's it. Like, nothing crazy. It's crazy for me that they think that we did something special to them. They're not a special enemy for us at all.
You know, for someone who doesn't care, he surely does get quite just a little bit, you know, just a tiny
little bit emotional there,
just a bit. But you know, that's fine. That's kind of like the essence of the competition. I think it goes back to your point, Meg, where you're like, yeah, of course they care. It's a competition. They're competitors. They want to win, but they have to have this stage persona. It's kind of like maybe gaslight themselves into believing that, yeah, it doesn't matter.
I still stand by the fact that HTM is a cool cucumber though. Like, I do genuinely think that she's just here and just vibing and just here for a good time. So that's one I stand by. She definitely is just here for a good ride.
I think someone that's here for a good ride is Lexa. When I'm looking at that Twisted Minds roster, I think that she knows what's on the line, given that she was at GCC last year when she subbed in for Falcons as well. And I think the way that she's been performing on this roster has been so incredible to watch.
Yeah, Lexa specifically is someone that we also wanted to highlight in terms of like the experience that she brings to the roster as well. And as you already touched upon, like, it just feels like at this point in time, every single one of the elements from Twisted Mind side of things are falling into place, and they are getting in their own groove, their own play style, their own way of doing things.
Yeah, and I think as well, talking about Lexa, she's played Cypher 26 times, plural, in this stage alone. And that's incredible. And I think to have a player like that who has so much experience on a role that I do think is incredibly important, like somebody that can anchor that site, gather that information, stop that commit to site, is so important. And Lexa, throughout this whole stage, but especially in playoffs, has shown that.
Yeah, another player from my side of things has been Lean, and we kind of touched upon the fact that to be able to come in at such a young age and like achieve such great feat, it speaks a lot about just the character, but also the player and the talent that they have. But if you compare that with Vanya, who's been on G2, and she's also popping off, like they're at this point really like, it looks like 1-to-1 tying for the first spot.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, like, when you look at them fighting for that top spot in KDA. It's, yeah, I don't know. It's kind of just Vanya and Lean things, I feel. Like, yes, I expect this from Lean because she's the duelist. She's going in and having those opening engagements and being able to entry frag. And I would say I don't expect it from Vanya, but that would be a complete lie. I do expect it from Vanya. Despite being on a supportive role, we know and love her for being on this controller agent, in particular the Omen as well. We've always known her for being so strong on that Omen. And so for me, I'm not surprised that these two are kind of top performers in terms of KDA.
And we did see Vanya dabble in that duelist role, but the reason I personally like her on that Omen role so much is I think her micro is insane.
Yeah.
The way that she's able to isolate these fights and use the utility that is giving her support from a player like Omen, it just allows her to sort of do almost like guess what you would do on a Jet, where you would sort of reposition and retake a fight and be successful. I think that she has so many elements that make her such an incredible player, and it doesn't shock me that she's up there with stats like that. Like,
yeah, and she's obviously not the only one in G2 that has had a phenomenal stage 3. Mimi as well is another player that we have to highlight, because if it was stage 2 and I said, yo, Mimi's on Yoru, you would have probably laughed in my face. But now I'm going to tell you, it's stage 3 and Mimi is on Yoru.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if anyone expected this, but I think what she kind of touched on in some of those interviews was that she knows that she needs to be able to play this role because who on earth is going to play it? And so her being able to step up to the plate, being the leader of this team, being able to IGL on Yoru as well, not something that we see very often, but I think that she's shown just how great she is and just how flexible she can be in order to do what's best for the team.
Yeah, and you've got to look at who's supporting her as well. Of course, you've got Drew, but you've also got Petra and Mimi who are assisting in those mid-round calls. And for me as well, an agent like Yoru makes sense for a player like Mimi because you can gather so much information still, TP out. Again, these are kind of these agents that I guess you could flex into your more familiar roles. Like Yoru still provides that support that maybe they're missing, running that double duelist and not having her on the initiator.
Yeah, it's been working out for G2, and it's been working out consistently on a lot of the map picks that we see them comfortable with, which to me is a little scary. I mean, what we highlighted specifically before their matchup against Twisted Minds when it was the upper final was the fact that it was Corrode, one of their strongest maps. So, but then they lose that. So, Billy, what are we making out of this?
Well, I mean, obviously we're looking at G2 goes and coming in as this with the top seed, which means they will have the double ban coming into this map field today. And honestly, their map pool looks good. I think if you're them, you're probably going to get rid of that Haven, as you kind of have been all throughout playoffs so far. And then it's really just, as you say, do they want to play that Corrode after Twisted Minds were able to defeat them last time? Or do you want to take something else out?
I'm also looking at that Lotus, you know, I think that's really scary considering if you don't know at home, Twisted Minds Orchid run a triple Sentinel composition and have that 100% win rate behind them as well. I think that's an incredibly scary map because how on earth
Lean
do you
on
prepare?
Sage as well.
You take it out.
Lean on
She
Sage.
had over 300 ACS the last time she played against Giant X. Like, she is scary on that stage, and I wouldn't want to do it personally.
So all I'm hearing is ban Lotus.
No?
That's literally all
Ban
I'm
Lotus,
hearing.
ban Haven.
Yeah.
Chilling.
Get them out of the pool.
GG easy.
Good. Yeah. Okay, well, I guess that's a great strategy. You ban them so you don't have to play them. So that's one way of going things. But before we further head into the map veto and discuss what we're going to be looking at in this best of 5 series, we have a little interview with Hated the Most and Vanya.
We are just moments away from the grand final. I'm backstage here joined by G2 Gozen and Twisted Minds Orchids now. Hated, you've never been on this stage before. I wanted to ask you, how are you feeling? How's the team? Are you guys excited?
I think everyone is so excited and we are hungry to play because last match was a week ago.
I'm hungry to see you guys as well. And Vanya, this is your second time. Is it different this time around?
It's my third time because I was also here with BBL as well, so I'm more comfortable about it and I'm just happy to be here.
And would you like to say something to the Turkish fans? Because you are the only Turkish player here and they're probably going to be cheering for you.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm feeling more proud because I'm going to represent them all by long. And I just want to say support us to them. And I can also say Hoş geldiniz.
Lovely. Thank you so much, Vanya and Hayden. What are we waiting for? Let's get these players on stage and get the final started.
Leipzig, this is what they've got to face because G2 have hung them out to dry. It's a flawless finish.
Every stage was a new challenge, and we had to earn it every single time. But we knew what we were capable of. We just had to prove it.
No one really expected us to be here, but we kept pushing, and it's crazy where we came from, and now we're here, Istanbul.
Making it to champs, that's a dream. This is what we've been working for. Now we're just one step away.
For us, this is everything, and it's the moment we've been waiting for. We want to qualify to the championship and show the people what we can do, what we can do, what we can do.
They've been improving a lot. We can't underestimate them. They play with confidence, and it's going to be a fight.
G2 is one of the most teams to beat. We have lost to them in the past, but we respect them, and we are not scared, and we are ready for them.
One stage. This is what it means to be fearless.
VALORANT'ta Game Changers Stage 3'te İstanbul'da ESA eSports sahnesindeyiz ve birazdan bu sahnede 5 maçlık mükemmel bir mücadele izliyor olacağız. İki takım buraya şampiyonluk için geliyor olacaklar ve ben alkışlarınızla ilk takımımızı, ilk oyuncularımızı sahneye davet ediyorum. Lexa sahneye geliyor. Ve rakipleri Vanya! İki takımın da koçları Vlaskor Tuextu, diğer tarafta Drew Spark alkışlarınızla sahnede.
The players are ready, the audience is ready, the coaches are ready, but one thing is not ready yet, and those are the map videos. So we're going to be walking you through what we're going to be seeing for this best of 5 series for today. Billy, Meg, we've already touched upon the map pools of both of these rosters and how at the end of the day, you really can take anyone anywhere, but Lotus and Haven out of the block, just like we predicted.
Yeah. And I'm excited for that Ascent to start off things because G2 have actually won both games against Twisted Minds, one in week 2 and the other in the upper finals. So I think that's a great way to sort of kick things off, that little rematch there.
I have to agree. And of course, G2 have chosen to be Team A, which means they get that first map pick of Ascent, which is interesting to see come out from them. The Sunset coming in from Twisted, oh, it's kind of risky in my opinion. They picked this Sunset into G2 the first time they played them in this playoff stage and ended up losing it out to them. Another highlight of that map was, of course, G2 Mimi being on that Yoru. She looked so good on the defense. And I think as well, Corrode leaving that as the decider.
Oh, yeah, I'm so excited.
That's tasty.
Abyss has been Twisted Minds permaban, though.
Yeah,
This is one of the first times we're going to be seeing them play, and that bind they lost both times as well.
Yeah, maybe they had a week off to prepare, to really dig into those VODs, to come up with the strats, with the counter strats, with the counter strats to their counter strats. I am expecting carnage on the server today.
Oh, 100%. I think as well, because both grand finals that we've had this year in Stage 1 and Stage 2 were 2 different teams, all went to 5 maps as well. I want to see 5 maps here up on that stage, especially with the stakes being so high. GCC is on the line for these teams.
I also speculate a little bit what's going to happen on bind for Twisted Minds, because both times we've seen them play, it's been extremely different compositions. You know, they had that double Sentinel in their first matchup, and then they completely flipped that over, and then we had a double Duelist. I think this is going to be a really, really fun watch for everybody at home. Not only are those stakes so high, I think that there are so many things that could chop and change here because there is so much on the line. You know, this is do or die at this point.
+1. Like, there's nothing else that I want to add to that. Just the fact that literally everything you said is what's going to happen. Okay, like it's insane. But I would love to start off with Ascent because that's the map that we're diving into first, and I would like to dissect whether there is a possibility here for changes, Billy, because again, we've had a week off. Can we see something new? Are we sticking to what's not broken?
Well, I mean, as Meg said, Twisted have been known to just switch up compositions whenever they feel the need to, but I kind of like their Ascent comp, right? We get to see Lean on that Waylay. We've known and loved her Waylay all throughout this stage, and the Waylay pick rate actually went up in GC EMEA because of Lean. She's been so insane on it, but yeah, I really like their composition on Ascent. I don't see any changes really coming through. They stick with that double initiator, and then obviously Waylay on the Lean, but I think with G2, they also have a double Duelist composition on this one.
So you're highlighting Lean specifically from the side of Twisted Minds on this Ascent. Meg, is there anyone from the G2 side that you think is going to be that key changer or impact player that we have to keep our eyes out for? You can also say everybody.
I'm a little bit biased towards the Sentinels, and I think we've seen sort of Lexa especially shut down Giant X on that Cypher role, but I do think you're coming into Amy here, who is an incredible Cypher. You know, she's back on her comfort role, that Sentinel. So I do think this is almost going to be a battle of the Cyphers, who's able to anchor their sights the best, adapt to changes, sort of gather that information too. I do also think Twisted Minds, they sort of have a weakness against that double Duelist and potentially that op in mid. So I do think that's going to be important for them to get online.
Yeah, and I think that's where we look at Marty picking up that KO on Ascent, right? Being able to stop any sort of explosivity coming out from G2 on that attack with their double Duelist. And as well, we highlight the Sentinels here. Marty being able to have that KO knife and being able to shut down those things for Lean to be able to go in and kill. Yeah, I think that the KO here could be a key component of going up against that double Duelist composition.
Yeah, there's so much to play with here again as well to counter sort of the Cypher on sort of Twisted Mind side. You've got that Shrouded Step, you've got the TP from the Yoru, the jet updraft and dash. There is just so much to play with here to really spice this game up. And I do think, again, I want to talk to sort of Twisted Minds being the underdogs coming into this, because, you know, they played this week 2, it went overtime. You know, it's definitely something that they have challenged G2 on before, although the next time they met, it was a little bit more dominant from G2's side. They know how to sort of play G2 on this map, and again, could third time be the charm?
Exactly. Currently, G2 is G2-0 against Twisted Minds. They are yet to lose a series, but this is Twisted Minds' opportunity to really come out of this gate swinging, continue that Cinderella story of coming all the way up from contenders, going into this regular stage, heading on to GC finals, maybe even GCC, or does G2 put them back in the pumpkin and they go home?
Yeah, I think I'm picking up what you're putting down. I think something that we didn't really get a chance to speak about coming into this as well was the fact that HCM is going to have to beat her former teammate Amy, who back in 2023, they were so close to qualifying to GCC together, and now one of them's going to have to miss out by beating the other one. I think it's just so intense when you think about it.
Yeah, and I do think that this is definitely a game of who's got the stronger map pool here. So G2 coming in with that upper hand with the double map ban. I would have said anyway that they probably, in my mind, had a stronger map pool anyway. So put that on top. I do think, again, Twisted Minds is sort of on the underhand here.
I'm going to play devil's advocate here and say we said the same thing about G2 on Corrode last time they met in that upper final, but then Twisted Minds somehow were able to take that off of them and ruin G2's undefeated streak on that map. So if anything, it feels like you can throw whatever you want in the kitchen sink at Twisted Minds. If they are in the right headspace, playing their game, which is what they continuously say they will be doing, they are a scary opponent.
I think they had a good bit of time, though, to sort of counter G2's Corrode. I think they're double site anchor with that Viper, and again, Lexa on that Cypher, I think she plays. I do think it was incredible at shutting down G2's attack, and with how we've been seeing them play this whole stage with that double duelist, I think the attack side was so important for G2 on that Corrode, and they just shut them down quite quickly. So I just think that they struggled to come back from that, and now we've had another week. So have G2 got away and countered the strats that they countered to counter their Corrode, you know?
Yeah, honestly, I am not mad at leaving G2 leaving Corrode in there. I think leaving it to float makes sense. It's been their most dominant map so far this stage as well, and I think, yeah, Twisted were able to figure it out, but we got 5 maps to get through here today, you know? Like, if it does get to that point, then it maybe is a little bit scary, but like we say, they've had a week break in between. Hopefully they've gone back and figured out what went wrong, and like we said as well, there was so much tape on G2's Corrode for Twisted Minds to be able to figure things out and come up with a game plan going into that.
Did we want to talk a little bit about... Oh, no. Oh,
the thing as well is just what really further comes into play here is when we're looking at the experience that both of these rosters have. So with Agent Select ready, we'll put experience to the side for now, because instead we have to look at these compositions in terms of, we have Amy on the Cypher, we have Lex on the Cypher. This is something that you've highlighted specifically, Meg. And then of course, Lean is
16 times this stage alone, you know. Her Waylay has been incredibly important, and starting off on that defense, she has so much utility to set her up to get those aggressive first early picks and then back off and play the defense side a little bit more passive. Again, though, like we mentioned earlier, there is so much utility in the hands of G2 to sort of counter all of this map control that could be held by Twisted Minds, and they can so easily sort of facilitate getting Akita and Mimi onto that site to dominate.
Yeah, I think as well, Twisted Minds obviously chose to start on the defense here, and I think a key win condition of that is probably going to be Lean on that operator with her sniper usage. We've seen it time and time again throughout Stage 3 playoffs. The impact that she's able to find with those kind of weapons, just honestly insane from her so far. And again, I have to highlight Marty on the KO. I think this is another key win condition as part of this composition, especially going up against that double duelist that's coming out from G2.
Yeah, defense is definitely the play here for Twisted Minds. I do think as well, with the amount of information that they're able to gather with that KO and Sova, is definitely going to help them in those sort of maybe more sticky situations where they don't have the man advantage and they're having to go back in and play that retake. They still have that utility to sort of recharge for now, to sort of assist them with taking that space back. So again, I'm not shocked that either of these comps have stuck with their comfort and what's been working for them.
I'm intrigued to see how G2 decide to manipulate manipulate the map as well with this one, considering they have that double duelist composition.
But we're ready to head into our first game of the Grand Finals of EMEA Game Changers Stage 3. Twisted Mind Orchids against G2 Gozen on Ascent with our casters Kakuka and Pansy.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, Bea, tell me how this happens, right? Tell me how this works, because by all rights, I'm looking at this, and G2, obviously they met pretty recently up against Twisted Mind's Orchid, and even prior to that, it's gone G2's way. What changes? What has to change? How does it change? Or are we going to see the same outcome here in the Grand Finals?
I think that definitely G2 has an edge today with all the experience that they have, and they have made a name for themselves. But as you're saying, Lauren, things have changed. This could be the first time in history of Game Changers EMEA that G2 Gozen does not win a single stage in the year. And this time around, things are different. Because as the desk was highlighting beautifully, before we had the points and them going on points, but this year has not been easy for G2. Those changes were necessary. And of course, coming into today is qualification for champs for either of these two teams. On the other side, we have an underdog that, you know, they're saying that they want to have fun, that they're just here for the vibes and whatever. And we've also learned this year that that is incredibly important. They know their place, they know their role in this grand final, and they have the same chance as G2 to make it GCC.
Okay, then let's dive in a little closer while we wait for this one to start up. Is there a chance in the veto then? You've seen the veto come in. Obviously a good upper hand for G2 there though, you know, starting with that double ban. Where do you see that potential then? If Twisted Minds can maybe be that underdog, come back in, they've got recent tape. Is there a map you're looking at to be the big difference maker potentially?
Well, first of all, I like the way that G2 worked with this veto. We know, and the desk has also highlighted that Twisted Mind do not play Abyss. They have been perma-banning it, and of course they also knew that coming into this final, it was a map that was bound to happen, and they decided to leave it for the third one. I think that Ascent is such a great map to warm up, because most likely when you pick Ascent, you're going to be starting off on the attack. And G2 have a lot of ideas, a lot of plans, a lot of ways that they can surprise. And as I'm saying, warm up into the game. I think that there was a lot of learnings since the first two maps we have seen last week played between these two teams. There's a lot of learnings and a lot of adaptations that I expect to see. Ascent, great map to start off with. Sunset for Twisted Minds, I think it's a must because anything can happen on Abyss. They can surprise, they can go for something completely outrageous, but it should be technically G2 Gozen's territory, right? To me, for Twisted Minds, is playing the long game. I need to see the girls like 100% in it. It doesn't matter if rounds are not going your way. Understand the enormous opponent that you have in front of you and work to your advantage. The resilience, get to those last maps. That is, at least in my mind, how I see it, how Twisted Mind can win this best of 5.
Yeah, I think that's a really good way to put it, is just that endurance to make it to map 5, that capability to push that deep. I think that's a really key point you bring up. And I do want to highlight as well, as much as obviously these teams have a lot of experience, we kind of saw the desk talking about it as well. It's a bit different when we talk about stage experience, big grand finals experience. That obviously falls very heavily towards G2's side. You see the comfort when they walk out on stage. You know that Petra and Mimi will be rallying the crowd behind them. You've seen, you know, the kind of camaraderie on the stage as well, helping that, you know, younger player getting the in-ears, right? Because again, these aren't your home setups. This isn't that full comfort there. So to be able to hit the ground running.
Oh, we're changing a chair?
Oh, I think we are. We're getting a full-on pit stop here, it looks like. So keep your eyes on it. There is a little bit of a bit of I think, I don't say a tech pause, but they're just getting some stuff sorted out on stage. So I do think it does feel like the players just want to get themselves comfortable, make sure in that right environment. And it's something that does play into this, again, is trying to make sure you hit the ground running. Ascent, it's been played before. I mean, Petra was monstrous. You saw the big dogs coming out to play. I'm somewhat expecting that here today. I know that G2 can hit those very high peaks very early. And for Twisted Minds, I'd love to see what they can bring. I want to see if they're a big stage team, if they can activate those players on the big stage.
Yeah, I think that something that the desk was also highlighting, I think that they were speaking a lot about Marty when we focus on this ascent and what she can do from the defense, the having that knife, when you can do with it, how you can condition the opponent. And I think that is something that was happening in their previous game and something that stopped G2 in their tracks many, many times. I know that G2, they like to play for Mimi's ultimate. I love the freedom that they give her on the attack on this map. I think it's so necessary. She was also speaking about, you know, her playing the Yoru. It's kind of like a 1-for-1. If you're not going to be playing with that initiator, you still have the flashes, you have a different kit, yes, but you can still be a supportive agent, have a supportive role more so in some of these scenarios. So I think that for her, it makes sense. And I think it is very important, especially for players that have been in the game for such a long time, to explore new frontiers, to put new challenges ahead of them. You need to stay stimulated in what you do in your job and how you can get better every single day. Otherwise, the rest are going to catch up. And let me tell you, they are waiting, they are grinding for the moment that you stumble.
No, I think you're spot on with that as well. So I think as a litmus test almost, Ascent to me is going to be a very telling map. Again, when you look back at when they previously met very, very recently, I mean, it was only the upper final. If you take into account that the pistol rounds did go pretty favorably for Twisted Minds, once you got into those buy rounds, it was predominantly G2. That's where my worries start to really bubble up, I think. So for me, I need them to, one, look dangerous, shake off any sort of nerves or worry. I know they were talking about that G2 perhaps have too much confidence. There was that conversation being said almost, and I loved the touch-ins with the coaches. I love the ideas that they were coming up with. They know who they're facing. They know how to play against them. It is this kind of very locked-in mentality. And I think we're getting pretty close to game start. So thank you for your patience there. We were just making sure everything was right. We don't want to rush them.
And we don't want to stop in the middle of the game. We don't want to stop in the middle. You don't want that either.
No. So we are looking like we are ready to go. As said, this means a lot. It couldn't mean much more for the competition, but for the players, Bayer, this is so very important. Confidence, feeling themselves on the stage. It has to happen now. I am just seeing it's been paused on 11, Bayer, so there.
I do not trust anything until I see the minimap.
Yeah, I was getting all excited. Oh, I've been lied to. Oh, how will I live?
Oh, we just wanted to show it, guys. We just wanted to show it. It's for Lauren, everybody.
I'm so sorry.
Yay.
I'm so sorry. Chat, I'm reading. Look, while it's in tech pause time, I don't have to be as professional. We can come down towards podcast level, right? We can kind of bring it back down. But yeah, exactly. Don't be surprised. I do this to Michael all the time.
I just suffer for the players here because if I was in this situation, there are many reasons why I could never compete. Like, I could give you a very long list, but having this happen to me while I'm like, the adrenaline is already like going through my veins and I'm just in tournament mode and I just want to go out there and play and start and just having this small delays. I think that this is the moment where you rely on your teammates and the round starts.
We're good. Everything's good. It's all fine. We're focused in again. Thank you for your patience again, I guess. But looking at this, we're going to get everything sorted out. Obviously, it's going to take a little bit of a second here, as I think the audio's a little off, but we'll get that worked on. And G2 are obviously on that attacking side. So let's see how that pace looks already. The Sheriff straight away. We've got a lot of aggression and looking to set the tone super early. Going aggressive, taking tree control, wrapping through Heaven. It's a really decisive approach.
Yeah, this is what I was saying about Mimi. And Twisted Minds has decided to go back with every single thing. Only Amy to take this one down, Lauren.
Yeah, Amy in a 1v3 and has so little space to play with. Double stack towards Heaven, can't isolate. Huge for Twisted Minds. They are absolutely coming out swinging on this. I thought that was over. By the way that started, Sheriff up towards tree, wrap towards Heaven. It looked bang on. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Twisted Minds were able to convert these pistols. And hey, even in that little conversation with Yinzu at the start, they were like, even G2 was saying, I guess you don't know our pistols.
Well, Petra's at 2, Mimi I think's at 5. So I think we just gather the numbers there and then we'll see how it goes. But one thing that G2 did on that round is a little bit of what I was mentioning of I love Mimi and how independent she is in some of the ties, because we're going to see a lot of these plays. So I love to see the Twisted Minds. We're prepared for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Lean, trying to go for an early farm. Don't mind going for that, but a recoverable weapon could be an issue, but it's still pretty deep. I mean, it could be policed as well. So at this point, see if Lean can start building towards that ult as well. Halfway towards getting that on. And beyond that, you're looking at the buy coming in from G2. There's absolutely nothing. It's classics alone. So if they can cost any more weapons, you're looking at basically that Bulldog needs to stay. So Marty needs to ensure that she does not get overwhelmed here. And we know that G2 do not mind a little pressure towards Tree. And there's a wrap through towards Heaven. Guys, what's going on? How has Petra got here? And that was a prized possession. That was a Bulldog they couldn't afford to lose, Bea. This is a problem.
It is a problem. It's now a 4v3. Petra has that gun, and Hated the Mode is able to get 1-2, but Petra is going to take her down. Still 2v2, weapons retrieved.
Yeah, this is still very much anyone's round. The issue being that the armor isn't quite there. So you're really looking to see when that dart's invested, anyone able to work off it, both coming in through Heaven. So post-plant-wise positioning, double stack towards Hell. They've committed towards this one. Twisted Mind's going to have to take that committed drop at some point soon, and now without that dart, it's going to be a dry jump down, maybe towards E-Box at best, but no, Petra, that slip through towards Tree has been the downfall of Twisted Minds. That was the win con, and they found it instantly.
They found it instantly, and it's so good to see that it's Petra getting this 4K. I've seen a couple of games from her that I've actually messaged her after being like, girl, are you okay? Where is the Petra that I know? Like, is there something in your mind? No, sometimes you just have those days, and the team has to carry you. But seeing Petra in this second round with all that wrap that she did, all that lurk towards mid and into their backs is amazing. Even though Lean was able to get this first kill, Amy just sentenced her down. And it's so important as well that Lean is not in a comfortable place if you are a G2 Gosen fan. Because once the operator gets online, things are going to get tricky. But after losing the second round, things are not going to be easy at all for Twisted Mind to start working the map.
Yeah, this is a big red flag for me, Bea. I'm a little bit nervous for Twisted Minds, just because of what that can do to the confidence too. You get all that elation from that first round, and now economy-wise, you couldn't be in a worse spot. So I'm looking towards what they can do with that Sheriff. Maybe that Ghost have something in mind, but Akita already just confidence aplenty, barrels into sight, opens it up, and no threats to be found. HTM and Marty don't really have much of a say now. Locked out from this, best you could hope for really is an exit and just give it up to the spike.
Yeah, absolutely. Mimi's going to find that one there. Just hated the most with that Ghost, as you're saying, maybe waiting for an exit. The drone is also going to spot her, so probably they're going to go on the hunt. When we speak about those ultimates, Akita already 3 away, so is Mimi. Probably want to go for this one.
Yeah, let's see again. Akita trying to just go in for the knife there, just trying to get that confidence going. And again, for someone like Akita, you are looking at confidence. You are looking at them trying to find comfort because they were one of the newer additions, right? You know, you got to stand next to some of the most well-known players there are. Big shoes to fill by all accounts whenever you're playing on this roster. So it's not easy by any means. So a very confident start here is exceptional. And again, setting the tone. For Twisted Minds, I need to see an answer. I think they did some pretty decent progress on Lean's ult, but I guess that got stopped by round 2 and 3. Yeah, that's a little unfortunate. They don't have something to bank on here. HTM's isn't exactly the most influential, so a little bit of a 3-2 split. And HTM going to try and get themselves tucked in towards Wine. And yeah, just going to back away from... Oh no, Marty. Marty getting caught just as they were trying to backpedal away HTM. And that allows Mimi basically the floodgates to open and an instant pick to start off this round.
The operator's not going to find the kill onto mid. Mostly playing from A short last time that I saw Lean playing on this map, but obviously trying to do things differently against G2 just so the patterns do not stay and stick. And look at Amy. Just holding this mid as the rest of G2 is just walking onto side, completely free for them. Drone is going to clear, double duelist just going in, and the spike should make his way fairly soon onto the site.
Here.
Alrighty, plant gonna come through. Time now very much on their side, and with Petra's ult, it's looking too comfortable. G2 looking unfazed by this. Akita, Petra in complete unison. Lexi, you might as well save at this point. It really is going to be time to try and back away from this. There's nothing else to be coming from this one. And again, I worry. G2 look like they're in rhythm. I'd love an early timeout here to try and make something potentially go in their favor, get a grip back on this game, maybe. But it's hard to be aggressive when you're being completely wiped out and they are hunting down this operator.
I think that it depends, right? I think there's probably a conversation that you have if we're going into the game, like what happens if we do this? Do we want to take an approach where we stop? That definitely goes down to Blackboard and the coaching staff to decide if this is the way, because they're being proactive. It's still very early in the game. It's still that moment where you won the pistol. Okay, you couldn't convert. So it's now up to them to see if, because obviously he can hear, we cannot hear what the players are saying. So it's about, okay, are they in our heads? Are we not reactive accordingly? Because I just think that Akita is having an amazing start of the map. I think that especially having the double duelist, needing her to be more explosive onto sites, yes, she's going to be brilliantly supported, but I think that the confidence that we're seeing is amazing. 2 ultimates available and not a great purchase for the side of Twisted Minds. So G2 a lot to work with for this round. Again, working towards those ultimates, as I was telling you, Lauren, from Mimi. It's going to be 3 for them available if they don't need to invest anything into this round.
Yeah, I'm gonna see what Marty can achieve, but this is making me nervous. I do want to see that timeout soon enough for Twisted Minds, because it's very easy to spiral into that hole. It's very easy to fall into those harder scenarios. And there's already, you can see Marty kind of giving away a little of the game, but going to fall off this angle, and his patience from G2. Bayer, they're playing a slow and steady round. Maybe expecting some aggression, knowing it's a half buy, which is a very diligent read on what may be happening. I don't see too much of a trap play. It was over towards A, and it is just going to be Lexa trying to deal with what's coming towards her side. Only the Sheriff as well to play with. It's going to be pretty hard to deal with an entirety of a team. As her trip still maybe could do something, but let's see if any of those Sheriff shots can land. I'm worried about this. I won't know. Yeah, really hard to hold against a 5-man flood pretty much at this point. And yeah, maybe a little pop flash through the smoke could help matters. They're trying to flood back in. There's a chance here. Plant's going to come down. Amy is very much on duty though. Oh, it's all too easy for Amy. Eventually does go down, but by now, job done, tick in the box. Give me a timeout, Twisted Minds. I really need to see these guys get a chance.
If it didn't happen that round, then I think that they're still in drawing board. They're still, I bet that if there's any aggression, if there's anything more specific, that any set rounds that they have prepared, maybe we do not see the timeout. But of course, if they are not to win this round, it's very difficult for them to go back into it. But I like your approach, yes, because 4 ultimates, it's a lot. It's a lot for them to enter with. They have the Mimi one that they can combo with Petra, that Yoru and Sova that we've seen so many times. They have so much to play with. If Mimi doesn't find, how do you want to abandon the side and then play for retake? Well, Petra will just save her ultimate for the retake. And you have to think of all of this as scenarios in just 1 minute when you managed to get the pistol round but couldn't even convert the second one. And we see Drew here probably just telling them, girls, you're doing amazing. Keep up with the pace that you're doing. Keep up with the good decision making, leaving the space on the eco. No, there's no aggression. They're playing a lot of standard, probably acknowledging that the Cypher utility is going to be on the left side of the map, and they're just walking over towards there. Right now for G2 is keep going. For Twisted Minds, how are you going to react to everything that is on the board? The economy is not looking in your favor. You cannot just lean on an operator and just trust that that is going to work.
Yeah, and I'm seeing the stress on the face as well already, right? It's that you're kind of under the gun here. The way the rounds are going to play out as well is having that almost full hand of ults against you in the first real opportunity to buy back in after being broken in a round you probably should have had. This is actually a really tough scenario, and obviously that timeout was necessary for Twisted Minds, but it does give G2, as you highlighted, the chance to check in, use these ults. Mimi going to take through market. Lovely information. Went to see that combination with Petra potentially. There it is. Coming in, but it's Akita shutting down the space as well. It's an all-in, Bayer, and it's perfectly done. Yes, HDM finds a fight back, but by now Akita is let off the leash, fully fighting towards CT, wanting that aggression, taking the space, and sending a message. More importantly, this was a checkmate round, and there was very little to be done about it.
I mean, Marty just needs to save here. I think that keeping this weapon, it's a 1v3. You could go into a crazy play, but it is not your place. Looking at the rest of their defense, at least a minimum of like 4-3 rounds losing this weapon here to Vanya. That, of course, is going to send a lot of cheers her way. But what a brilliant round for the side of G2. As I was saying, and I'm definitely not looking into the future, love to see the combo, but I love how they did it differently. Mimi just leaves, so the Hunter's Fury comes later, and it's actually with that second wave of the dive that Akita and her ultimate as well, just forcing the players out of the position and just into Akita's crosser. What a beautiful round for G2. As I was saying, checkmate for them. The economy, of course, is going to be not a problem, I would say, for the rest of the half. Now, we have to look at the left side, and Twisted Mind again with no money to work with. Aggression on the A side of the map, and just G2 taking mid very carefully. Still, of course, coming out on top.
Now, this is the scary part of how compounding the problems can get, right? The first chance the Twisted Minds get to call the timeout, you get the checkmate round from G2. Yeah. They're back on a broken buy. They don't really have the chance to use their ult, so you're going to imagine another cycle. And look at the finances. Take a look to that right side. Petra, 5.7, 7.6 for Vanya. It's swelling. They have money for days here. So for Twisted Minds, they can try and make a stand. I like that. Get aggressive and try and take matters into your own hands. This is better. Finally, a couple of the stars aligning with Petra. Lexa, what a shot! And now Vanya's going to try and go clutch. Does have and does have a free sight. Bea, do you believe?
Oh, I absolutely believe, especially with all that crowd in Istanbul just cheering for her. She has the weapon. Of course, Twisted Mind are going to retrieve 3 for themselves. And if they're able to convert this round, the narrative completely changes for this map, Lauren.
It gives them a chance. 2 light shields could be essential. They still have 3 ults on all these players. HDM could use this just for information if they're that nervous, but they decide to be a little braver about this. Knife goes through, finds a touch towards Vanya, almost opting into that. We're going to re-sit towards Hell. Maybe they assume it's Tree, and oh my god, this could be a mistake. Vanya, a chance, gets denied by Lean. Diligent to check. Competent to look towards Hell, because there was a chance there. Vanya trying to sell them this false narrative. She was by Tree. Wasn't the case in the end, but still an answer back there. They needed that.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes you just need a stinger, you know? I think that we've all been in that situation. No, but seriously, seeing that the taking the balls or taking the fight when they're executing, when they're confident in doing so. And you have all the Cypher cages that you can play around. Great, absolute round for the side of Twisted Mind. Lexa also finding her first kills. That's also necessary when you have a strongholder and you're starting on the defense. And in some situations, she's just going to be by herself. So, okay, couple of rounds that we didn't expect. 5 ultimates available, and that operator in the hands of Lean for Twisted Minds.
But I'd love to see a plan with it, right? Give me a plan. Okay, give me that. That's fine, Lean. If you're going to find a freebie, I'm down for it. Mimi just denied on the initial challenge. So already, first pick found for Twisted Minds, and a big confidence booster here for them. See how they're going to approach this one instead. Again, it was that kind of late swing through market that was rewarded. And still trying to pressure up towards Tree. Lean's got to be careful and delivers. That's 2 big kills. Taking away the tips of the spear, right? Mimi and Akita both found now. And it leaves very, very difficult steps for the rest to take. Amy doesn't get given much. It's 2 players watching you top middle. And I think maybe a barrel's been seen, because it does certainly look like it. And Lean again on 3 kills already. So present on this map. And they've identified where it is now. But Vanya and Petra are yet to really delve towards the site. This is difficult now.
Yeah. Of course, it was going to be a problem once that operator is online, but I love to see also the Twisted Mind is just not going rogue onto it.
Oh. Hold on.
It's a 2v4,
hold on. They've got a lot of ults to play with. I worry if Vanya gets timing in mid and they don't at least split 1 player through market, I'd be a little bit worried.
2-2.
Hunter's Fury at the same time. Vanya now encouraged to go forward. That's fine, Petra. You're good. Are you this good? It's been a minute. Let's see what you've got, Petra. Couple of clutch opportunities, and that dart will not clear her. They could maybe assess the situation, and they do. Brilliant retake, and life shown here for Twisted Minds. It feels like they're in a drought, but they're back in off the back of that operator work from Lean.
Yeah, I love to see also that even though that happened in the first rounds, where we're just seeing that in B lobby, there's this a fight and the G2 has been coming up on top, your confidence cannot be damaged by that. If you have a plan, if you really think this is the way to execute, if that is where you want to place the operator, just not to be very very repetitive onto it. Also, seeing the second aggression and just backing off, knowing that Akita is going to dash in, is going to just try and go on your face to get that kill. Absolute brilliant job for the side of Twisted Minds. What a resurgence that they're having on this first half.
Again, you said it, right? You said it about even going to the deeper end of the maps. But the fact that they've been able to bring this back, to get this back within touching distance after probably one of the most arduous couple of rounds, and the way it played out felt so uphill. This is such a tick in the box for me. This means that maybe there's a real chance here, and I need more from Lean. I know it's ridiculous to ask more when she's done so much just recently, but I want to see that go. I want to see how far we can see her build towards this. So Operator still in play, this time posted deeper towards middle. And it looks like Mimi just trying to keep attention here, right? No subtlety to this. So does that draw the Operator over? It certainly does. Lean reacting, but G2 trying to work the map here, pull in a couple of fakes, maybe Petra the next layer to this with the Owl drone, or maybe even the dart to come in.
I think because Hated the Most used her ultimate to gather information, they decided to rotate, and the rotation actually for Twisted Mind is going to be wrong. Petra using that drone to send the information, hey guys, we might be here, let's do some damage, let's use some utils, shoot some shots, and the rest of G2 is already working towards Lexa.
Yeah, it's a double fake and it's worked wonderfully. Lexa's been a little hot and cold on the hold here, and you can see it again. Mimi this time punishing. Repetition in position won't work out here. So the site's available. You can see a little bit of caution with G2. They weren't sure that they got all 4 players baited on that double fake, but it has worked. But the retake this time, difficult. That Operator not so viable potentially on a retake scenario, but let's see if Lean's got something to say here. There's Akita and Mimi waiting for contact. Paranoia posted. First couple of stacks taken. God. It's going to be Marty going on with HDM here. Mimi still playing from logs though. It's a shutdown. Just as that crossfire kicks into place, they are perfectly positioned. And Lean, again, you know, once there's a little bit of chip away at that retake, Lean's going to dip. You want to keep that Operator.
I was suffering for Mimi, seeing her in logs, seeing all the utility that was being thrown at her, and the fact that they couldn't get her down, well, Lean now does.
Oh. Yeah, they want to chase it. So we were talking about how much money they were able to build up earlier. Yeah. The way the rounds went. So G2 can chase a fair bit on this. There it is. And that was a prized possession for Twisted Minds. Lovely call there, Bea. I love that kind of double fake, because how often are we saying, look, an Owl drone's not going to pull 4 players, but if you're pulling off a double fake like they were, kind of implying that Mimi was that solo lurk, no one else coming, it was a lovely presentation of that adaptation on it.
I think that most importantly is the fact that if you're playing with a double duelist and you only have the Sova as an initiator, that drone becomes even more valuable. So you can, the Twisted Mind can interpret that, you know, the drone is like a big deal. This must mean that they're going onto the side. So love to see, you know, that little move from the side of G2, and also given the space, try to acknowledge and recognize where that Operator is, because right now Lean is the #1 enemy.
Here we go. Lexa again. So difficult, but the Odin, maybe what they needed, right? We've seen this more than enough recently, and Lexa actually finding a bit of comfort from the back of sight as well. This has actually changed the dynamic completely, Bea. Finally, they've been able to get a grip on this B take that's been plaguing them now.
Yeah. Now, a moment to freeze on the side of G2. Whomever makes the first move is probably going to lose the round. Watch out for this one.
Yeah, just trying to freeze for a second, see if they can get something going. Smoke's now back into play, but Vanya, it's not a comfortable position. They're going to spot out Lexa towards backside, but they know there's an Odin here. They'd already seen it, trying to bait it in on the jump there, not going to work out. G2, look a little stuck there towards Cat, but Petra's still alive, but what are you meant to do now? Avoid
get orbs?
The paranoia, but the other 2 players are on site. No, why are we giving Petra individual fights and we forget about the Odin? I'm a little confused, Bea, because we knew that Odin was on site from the very word go. We heard that early. I know there wasn't many options, but surely there was better options than that.
I think that Petra was just startled because it was like, where's the refrag? Like, why is it not coming? Like,
yeah,
she
true.
looked
Where's
aside and she looked behind her, is like, what? I'm counting and there's 1 missing here. And this might be a timeout music that we're hearing right now?
Sure. Yes, yeah. Temsmort is timeout. I'm learning. I know what timeouts mean in several languages, mostly tech pauses.
Mola, mola.
Correct. G2 are finally calling their first timeout here. And to be fair, I think it's the right time for it as well. I don't think we've seen them explore too much, if I'm honest. I think we've seen one kind of, I guess, sort of I don't say cheesy play. It's not a cheesy play, but a set piece, right? With that double fake, we've seen it, you know, with the ult round as well. But I think this B take needs some slight adjustment here. If we're starting to see an Odin being placed towards site.
Yeah, I honestly think that what they did in the previous round, just working the map, trying to send some mixed signals. We saw the Twisted Minds at some point committed to one of the sides, and maybe that is the spot that Drew wants to see them in. Just working a little bit more of the map. How are they going to address this Odin, the operator? Because I think that they were doing a good job. And for the side of Twisted Minds, I think that they just need to fight fire with fire. If G2 wants to be explosive, create this chaos, just thrive into it, just jump into it. If they want it to be just shooting, prove that you can do it as well.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see what they come up with here. G2, I want to see just what a default looks like. Right? As you said, feel out the map.
Yeah, so here's the thing, right? Like, we're seeing Twisted Minds just looking at A a lot because G2 like to work for their ultimates, trying to gather those orbs. So I like the fact that we're seeing this contest on A time and time again at the beginning of the round. They also know that G2 loves a split, so keeping mid open might be an issue.
Yeah, and it's been that slip-through tree that's plagued them a couple of times. And again, it's this fake, though, right? A little bit of pressure up towards Cat has certainly drawn the attention. Great shot from Lexa. A bit of an adjustment in position, too. She's been dedicated towards site on that kind of lane side. Now playing a little bit safer towards CT. It's actually found a reward. So already this is a brilliant beginning. And G2, yes, they can now get the spike down, but there is a chance for a retake here. Player advantage for Twisted Minds. Ult still there for Lean. I'd love to see that used. I'd like to see a used player. I don't want to see them just resting on this. But G2 getting quite deep towards market. They're actively playing on this side now.
They've been doing this almost every single round. There's always like a player you have to watch out for market. They love playing there. And that's why we see the ultimate falling.
Yeah, but a lovely reaction from Amy. Swinging out from Cat has rewarded them kills and given them the player to the good numbers, too. Marty managed to slip towards Switch, but what are you meant to do now? Yeah, notes Vanya, but you're being noted by Mimi the whole time. So maybe an attempt to pressure the timing by getting the defuse started. It's not a bad idea, but they certainly know where it's planted, and a mouse wheel jump ain't the way you want to see it go, Bea.
Guys, the jump on the wheel, just don't really.
I can't help it, man. I'm one of them. I'm one of them.
It's a decision that at some point you need to make, you know? It's like leaving someone that is not treating you well. Like sometimes you gotta leave, you gotta stop, okay?
You gotta know,
at some point. And this might be it. Maybe that little jump was it. You say great reaction from Eamon. Absolutely brilliant reaction from Vanya. Using that paranoia the moment that the ultimate fades out. That lands in, because they know, given all the time, given the player advantage, they are going to go for the retake. They are going to use the tools, and we need to make the best out of this position.
And you're going to see the finances, though, really under the gun here for Twisted Minds. You're going to see Stingers coming out, a Judge. It's whatever they could scrape together. But the problem is they don't really have a big ult to try and throw into the mix. And this patient play has been hard to pin down. It's hard to get that information deeper when you're on these sort of rounds. A little bit cautious around Cat, too. They don't even want to fight that together because, well, I mean, half of them are barely on a buy. So at this point, Petra, good information.
I wonder what they do now that they've seen that there's a Judge and the Omen playing here. That is going to be a difficult smoke to clear. Let's wait. Do you want to commit onto this? Because you know that Lada's just going to be waiting for you on the other side.
There's no way you just direct through it, right?
I mean, if Petra is holding her recon, so yeah.
I'm still a bit nervous they're committing on this one. There's the dash on the side, but a dip back towards the smoke. But the smoke dissipated just as Petra started to work through. Now, Marty's the only one to really find a full connection here. And that does remove Petra, and that does take away some of that pressure, I guess, in the form of the Hunter's Fury, but still.
Did you see her?
I think she did. That's an upgrade, and that's a big kill. So a 3v3, a real chance here, but Akita's aggression has yet to be quelled. Still playing up towards Heaven. Gonna try and ward off Lean, and it's... You're really dancing with danger up here. Akita's still chomping at the bit. Finally falls away, but buying so much time. A little bit of a jump spot for Mimi. The next layer to this, they can now sit double stack towards Hell. Does get handled. Marty with that upgrade, doing some work here. Vanya, Akita last one alive, and cool, calm, and collected. G2 closing out that first half with confidence at an 8-4 scoreline.
Yeah, I think it's important for the side of Twisted Minds, though, that they were able to get some rounds back. I still think that 4 might be enough if they start off the next half with good foot. But yeah, 4-8 in the half. Let's take a small break and we'll go back in a second.
night all day. I won't call away. Oh, we're just getting started. Life of whatever party. I'll be at night all day. I won't call away. Oh, we're just getting started. Life of whatever party. I'll be at night all day. I won't call away. Oh, we're just getting started. Life of whatever party. I'll be at night all day. I won't call away.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Game Changers. We're making history.
Alrighty, so 8-4 on that first half. Bea, let's kind of review a little bit, because that start, but then the kind of, I don't say comeback completely, but there was a turnaround in kind of after that disastrous beginning. Pistol round, brilliant. Ticking the box for Twisted Minds, loved that. Second round, Petra goes and finds the one Bulldog somehow. How she got there, I couldn't tell you. But from that point onwards, it was an uphill climb.
Yeah. Oh, jumping straight onto this round, G2 have been very aggressive with this double duelist comp on towards mid. Pistol might be an exception to that. Twisted Minds definitely playing it safe and just waiting to see if that aggression is going to come in.
Yeah. And for Twisted Minds, it's about kind of stamping their own authority on the matchup now as well, right? They're on the attack. They can try and decide that tempo. But when I see 3 sheriffs, yeah, I just think they're out for blood. That's it.
And that is exactly what they are. Yes.
Yeah, they are certainly out there doing that. Now that's the first contact made, and a very bold fight to take on towards what you now know as a sheriff on the other side, but they are all herding towards this B site. 3 players waiting on it as well. Amy towards stairs. I think you got Petra tucked towards market, and then Mimi waiting back. And well, Akita's still been chipping away, right? Hungry for that kill, and then Marty sadly going to suffer. Dark going to be sent in now to set up some pressure. Denied information on the site too. This is now getting difficult for Twisted Minds to take that big step towards the site itself. 3 players, and they only know really about 1. All attention turns towards Amy. This should have allowed Mimi to swing, but the smoke actually denies vision, and a great, oh my god, Akita! What is that? Akita absolutely eviscerating them on the site. I'm a fan. I'm already a fan, Bea.
You should
a fan.
be. I think that if you're not by now, that round should definitely make you consider. I was, a little bit worried once Amy was not able to secure that first kill of someone walking onto site. But I have 2 big notes for when I watched the last time that these 2 played against each other. And I want to see the changes here. But for the side of G2, I know that Amy is always going to be on B very, very, very hard. Now she changes because, of course, she has to do exactly the opposite as I say.
Yes.
But Twisted Minds, the defaults, not taking space. We see that Akita onto mid, that triggers them going onto side, and now G2 have you doing exactly what they want you to do. We saw the fate of the second round of the half in the first half of the game. Let's see if Twisted Minds can now do it back.
Look, I'm just saying, G2 finally got a pistol round. Like, Akita, kind of nuts for it. Kind of nuts. And last time around, it all started with that Bulldog loss. Oh, Akita doesn't want to lose that, though, actually. Akita would quite like to keep this. And the aggression now needs to kind of be dialed back a touch. But I do love aggressive plays, especially from younger players. And I hope that someone like Petra or Mimi, whoever's got the voice in this, be it Vanya or Amy potentially as well, is telling to be almost too aggressive. Double down. Go for it. Feel the stage. Make something happen. For Mimi, a passive angle, but the smoke now is going to kind of be quite telling. They do still have that judge waiting. It's Vanya, patient as ever, and a secondary glance was never going to be enough to clear Vanya. 3 quick kills, leaving just HTM, and really her positioning was vitally dependent on that push through Cat. Not going to have much of an impact as Vanya wants this one done. Double digits for G2 in map 1.
Yeah, and 3 rounds away for closing this first map. Do not forget, G2 had the double ban advantage coming into today. 2 maps off the pool. They decide to start on this ascent. They showed us a lot already on the attack, how Akita is feeling in this LAN with her team, how this is starting to feel like the G2 Ghosts that we've cheered for a very long time. Now, we have to look the other way. I think that for Twisted Minds, we're speaking about very important rounds. We saw what G2 were capable of in their attack. Now we want to see some surprises. Ascent was also 100% a given in this best of 5.
I'd also really like to see a couple of like, I don't say pocket plays, but ideas in a bonus round. Be aggressive. You've only got things like this is fine. I love this completely.
I
this is
simply
great.
love
Vanya.
this from G2, just inserting Vanya that is going to be with that judge now in a different position. And now let's see where that forces Twisted Minds to go. They're already walking onto mid, but Akita is, you know, keeping an eye on that.
Yeah, you can see that Mimi felt enough pressure to fall away from the angle. Plays in Akita, who's pushed. Oh, that's devastating. And the aggression's unrelenting. Akita, that young blood looking so good here. Marty, HTM, and Lexa, it's more than uphill. You feel like you've lost control of the map. They don't know about the extremities. They don't know much beyond what they can see here on Cat. The map feels suffocating. Still utility in the way. And there's still that judge. We were complimenting them, going for something a little bit different on this sort of round. And that's why. That is why.
It's just the judge. Mimi is going to have an... Oh, look. Spot bingo. The rest of the players are here. And for G2, this could be clean.
This is Knife. Knife's going to be online next round. You'd hope so, at least. Let's see. There's Marty. Last one here. And Akita. Absolute superstar to me. To my eyes already. I am so impressed with Akita. After watching Amy trying to help her get the in-ears in and like feel comfortable on a big
she's
stage.
so innocent. She doesn't know what she's doing.
Nah, look at this.
Let me tell you, Lauren.
Mid. Ooh.
This round for a bonus is what you prepare to have, but never expect to go this way. Putting the pressure, just moving them away from lobby. Oh, we're forcing them onto mid. We're going to try and force them onto mid. And of course, very, very early timeout in the second half because there's only 2 more rounds for G2 to close this first one. And Twisted Minds have to react because, as I was saying, you get the bonus. You know that you've invested in the judge. There's a couple of copies here in Ascent that you can be very funny with the judge in hand. You can be playing from within the side. You can be in hell in any of them, or you can just be in this little angles that are going to be a pain in the ass to deal with. So, Drew, Mimi, whomever called that round in perfection, that 10 out of 10. Seriously, 0 players lost in the bonus. Full upgrade, everybody feeling themselves. Just 2 more rounds. Twisted Minds, no money in their banks. They're gonna have to probably force for the rest of the rounds that they have here. And for G2, closing a first map that is supposed to be, you know, a good map for them, don't get me wrong, but also a warm-up into the rest of the series with the confidence that they're showing, with Akita putting the numbers that they're doing. Vanya, to me, the most unsung hero ever. Like, we are getting 100% out of this G2. They're ticking all of the boxes that I had for them today.
Yeah. Again, what more can they do? They have knives already in this round. Akita ready to go. If necessary, it's an all-in towards the A site as well. It looks like pretty much 1 player left towards tiles. And Mimi! Okay, having enough of Akita taking all the spotlight. Vanya's chimed in as well. Blink and you miss it. Did they just want this one done? I need more from Twisted Minds when this comes to this. We've seen those glimmers of hope, right? When we saw Lean pop off with that operator. I think she got 4 kills in 1 round, but now she's only sitting on 10. The ult's going to tick up for next round, hopefully. Maybe get that going, build around that. But if this is the level we see from G2 here, this is kind of the stop and start of it, right? This is why there was a lot of people backing this side. And you can see why when they're playing in this form. Twisted Minds, you got to wake up now. You got to play a perfect game of Valorant after this round. That's as simple as it is. Lexa, a very valiant attempt, but what more are you going to do? G2, tick in the box, job done. Light work so far. This has to be perfect Valorant from this point on.
Yeah. For the side of Twisted Minds, maybe it's a lot to ask. Maybe, as you said, it's time to like forget about this map and go into the next one. You know, we've seen crazy comebacks many times. In many occasions. So I hope that whatever it is that they do, it gives them confidence onto the next one. And to the point that you were saying about G2 Gosen, at the end of the day, they're the pride and joy of the EMEA. They have been for a very long time. I know that KC has stolen our hearts, and I am a victim of that as well. But at the end of the day, you expect a G2 that shows that they've been doing this for the time that they have, that Ascent should not be a map that resembles any kind of difficulty for them. And you know what's also on top of that? Akita with the operator, just because another round with the Stinger was just not as fun.
Yeah, why not, right? Go for it. You've already got 8.4k on Petra, so you may as well. But looking to try and maybe challenge in middle. Yep. Maybe he's going to get the attention, but Akita wins out on the extremity. That's an issue, because look where the spike is as well. They have to re-clear this space. Even if they want to go forward, they can't just teleport back. They don't have HTM's ult to bank on. High flash and a swing. They are trying to play into those smokes. Deeper darts to try and pry them out. G2 are trying to get these players away from middle. First smoke does fall. There's 3 more players here. Nothing really to re-clear, and Petra on the corner does get handled. Lean does well. That's Petra gone. 4v4 now. And the first real opportunity, do they dare go back towards B? The operator last seen there, Bayer, or do they decide to pivot towards A?
And all relies onto Mimi. And also Akita just locking that side. That's why we do not see the movement on the side of G2 Gosen.
Yeah, they can put all their
already have the info.
Yeah, they know it. Amy's going to fight first, taking down Marty. Does eat the team flash, I think, there, but still is perfectly safe. And Vanya can say no one's pushed out door just yet. You're still going to have a fight towards Tree. Spots another. Amy again. Shot to the back of the brain towards Lean, and they can't make it out of this. Just absolutely stuck in the corner. Akita, an absolutely dominant map 1 from her, Bayer. Exceptional performance. And G2 sending a message. This is their stage, and this might just be another one of their finals.
And it's been a long time since we've seen them raising a trophy. So, of course, they're looking at it. We see a lot of smiles on stage. But after that first map, Lauren, I think that they have every single reason to be happy to be celebrating. Of course, there's still many maps. They still need 2 more map wins to secure the win and win their first stage this year. But of course, if this is the form that G2 goes in and bringing into the finals, if this is the kind of caliber that we are going to be sending to GCC, we should be proud.
Absolutely. With Sunset on the horizon, there's a lot of work to be done for Twisted Minds now. They need to get themselves ready to go. They need to lock the hell in. It's their map choice coming up, but it has to start there. They almost have to forget map 1 in a weird way, right? They have to reset mentally. And if I'm not mistaken, I think we are heading to a break very shortly. So we're going to hand this over, and then hopefully once the desk is ready, they'll take us through the rest of the show.
Welcome to the grand finals of VCT EMEA Game Changers.
I don't lose control. I just up the scope. All I know is go. Please don't talk to me, I might go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Game Changers. We're making history.
It means so much to us.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. As long as I'm good enough, I can go as far as I want.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
But it's time to come alive. If you want to party, babe, you got to feel it deep inside. All I really want to do is the things you just can't hide. Put your funk around it, babe, and I'll take you for a ride. Get on up with the feeling. Get on up with
to the grand finals of VCT EMEA Game Changers.
I don't lose control. I just up the scope. All I know is go. Please don't talk to me, I might go.
What a fantastic start it is for G2 going in this best of 5 grand final. I'm now joined by 2 VIPs. It's Smurfette and Ness from Giant X. Of course, you guys were on this stage behind me last year. So I wanted to ask you, does it make a big difference, Smurfette? Does the LAN feel? Is it really tough for Twisted Minds to be on this stage for the first time?
Yeah, I think playing on LAN is gonna feel different even if it's first time. And this is the unlucky side. We were sitting on that side and we lost, so I don't know about that. I feel sad for them. It's the unlucky side.
Do you think that might be why they were a little bit slow on Ascend, because they need to warm up?
Yeah, I think so. And also, like, I can see that they're already, like, nervous before going out, you know? Like, I don't know. It's just because of their first time experience, so it's understandable.
And speaking of Ascend, now you have played against G2 before on Ascend. You understand what it's like to face them. Talk me through their attack side, because Smurfette, it feels like they just have such a strong attack side that it's impossible to even respond when they get that many rounds.
Yeah, before that they hated Ascent. I guess after some time they realized they need to learn the map, and I think Mimi did a really good job learning the map, and I think she's feeling comfortable on Yoru and calling with like Yoru on Ascent. I think that's what makes difference for them. She's playing like Yoru, and I think that's why she's more comfortable.
And I love that judge as well. That judge on Vanya is great. And for you, Ness, you know, what about the map pool? Because Ascent's out of the way, looking at the rest, is it good for G2? Is it bad for G2? What are you feeling?
I think when I saw Bind, of course it was gonna be Bind, I was like, okay, it's either like 3-1 or like 3-0, because Bind is super bad map for TWIS, and the rest maps like Abyss, TWIS doesn't even play, I think, I'm not sure. Like it's super good map pool for G2.
We will see Abyss eventually, but what are you feeling about the next map? Who's your money on? Do you think Twisted Minds can come back?
I mean, I hope they show a good match, but I think G2 will win.
Yeah. Are you thinking a 3-0?
3-1 maybe.
And for you, Ness, 3-0, 3-1, because you said G2 earlier, so I assume now you've seen them on stage, you are still feeling G2.
I'll go with 3-0. I believe in the G2, yeah.
Yeah, and we've never cursed anyone, have we? That's never happened. So we'll see what happens on map 2 for the rest of the series.
G2 find themselves in the lead after securing their own map pick. Twisted Minds, a little notoriously known for losing that first map, especially now that they're on the stage. Billy, this is where it really starts sinking in. Like, you're on the stage, this is the finals, there's a ticket for South Korea. And if we're to take, you know, Nessa's words for gospel, you can tell that they're a little nervous.
Yeah, I think Twisted did look a little bit nervous. And I like that they kind of spoke about the attack that G2 were able to have as well, because I was concerned coming into this as to how are they going to be able to manipulate the map, in the sense that is it going to be too one-dimensional because they have that double duelist composition. But I think what G2 were doing really well on their attack was being able to fight for those extremities, pick up those orbs and build up towards the ultimates, which was allowing them to get away with so many site executes.
Yeah, and as Pansy mentioned, you know, it was looking a little bit promising for a minute when Twisted Minds managed to shut down G2's explosive B-site hits. But I just think that G2, you know, they're so good at adapting to somebody adapting to their sort of plays, and they were able to sort of find more rounds on that attack half, but also in defense as well. I think shutting down any mid space being taken by Twisted Minds was so important, and I think this is where we've seen them struggle a few times, especially with Akita being so dominant.
Yeah, sometimes it does happen like that, but we also have the Herman Miller performance highlight in regards to how this map went and who is taking it. I mean, we've seen a lot of players individually pop off, but when it comes down to some of these clutch plays, you're gonna have to give it to G2.
Yeah, I think so. And I think as well, like, Akita's not really someone that we got to speak about too much. So I think her being able to pick up this performance highlight as well is what's so great. And what a way to warm up to the stage and warm up to this series as well, I think. Like, a player that had to come in halfway through this year and get into the team for Stage 2, because let's not forget, she was playing for Zerensmint last year, primarily playing in Contenders, played in Stage 1 of the main event this year, and then joins G2 for Stage 2. And I think for someone that doesn't really have that experience experience that the rest of her team does possess, she's come out with all guns swinging.
First impressions count, right? And I know this isn't the first time that they've played up against Akita, but it is at the Istanbul Game Changers Stage 3 final.
Oh yeah, tell
the
them!
spot at Game Changers Champs in Seoul. So, you know, I do think that Akita went into that full guns blazing and wanted to make a statement.
And that's exactly what we wanted to see from her as well. As you touched upon, this is the first time we're going to be seeing her on LAN with the G2 Gozen girlies. So again, it is that first impression. But when it comes to her explosiveness on the server, that has also become a thorn in the side of Twisted Minds that they had to deal with time and time and time again, but they just simply weren't able to.
Yeah, and honestly, I think coming into this, I was looking at Lean potentially being the difference maker in that kind of head-to-head of the two main duelists from each team, but she just wasn't really getting off to a kind of good start. I did see the operator in play a couple of times, but when you're going up against a duo such as Mimi and Akita, who have this full aggression and are just able to explode through your site, there's not really much you can do to be able to stop that.
Yeah, I do feel for Lean here, because, you know, it is all in her hands as a solo duelist player for Twisted Minds. However, with Mimi sort of farming those orbs as well for her ult to gather that information and explode alongside Akita sort of taking that space, I just think that it was incredibly difficult for Twisted Minds to shut down such dominance. And again, as that momentum is building as well off the back of what looked like a potential in for Twisted Minds.
Our last pick was pure aura farming.
Yeah, literally, I said that. As the map ended, I was like, she's just going to updraft and shorty them in the face. Like, that's aura. And 347 ACS as well for your opening map on stage in front of an audience. I mean, you wouldn't think that she'd never played in front of one before.
You know, it's actually crazy because before we even went into this map, we saw her struggling with her in-ears, and Amy was helping her put on her in-ears and her headset, which, by the way, cute AF. But also, that just highlights the lack of experience when it comes to playing on a stage, playing in this specific environment. So technically, she's not necessarily quote-unquote comfortable, but then she does this.
But imagine you're not experienced and then you are going onto a team like G2 Gozen who have so much experience. You have Mimi and Petra who have been there since day dot for G2 Gozen, who have this incredible wealth of experience. They're going to make you comfortable. And not just that, the sort of things that they're supporting you with and what they're providing you with is going to help you pop off.
And I think as well, like I said, this is the kind of G2 recipe, because we've seen this before when we think back to their previous iterations of rosters. I think back to ResQ last year. We had Mary come in as well. You know, G2 are known for building up these really young kind of duelists coming in and, you know, giving them the kind of, I don't know what the word is, the nurturing, I guess, that they need. So yeah, I think Akita's definitely a standout for me.
So the question is, can we see that consistency onto the next map? Because Sunset is the one that we're going to be looking at, and this is Twisted Minds map pick. You'd hope that this is where they feel a little bit more comfortable. Granted, they picked it, but on top of that, you've now lost that first map. You've played your warm-up game. You're used to, hopefully, the audio, the atmosphere, just seeing your opponent sitting right next to you, and that's what you need to get into the zone, because once Twisted Minds gets into their zone, they're dangerous.
My problem here is that it didn't look good last time we saw
come on, I'm trying to like hype it up a little bit.
But they've had time to work on it, and I do think that there are weaknesses from G2 that we've witnessed, maybe whether it's a quick repositioning and shutting down their fast retakes, you know, stopping giving away these isolated easy fights in mid and working together as a team. But of course, we look to Lean again, who has so much pressure on her young shoulders. And last time she did come up against G2 on Sunset, it wasn't great for her.
I was so annoyed last time we saw Twisted Minds play into G2, because they picked Sunset into G2 last time, and I was like, this kind of feels a little bit troll. Like, I don't really know why they've picked Sunset into G2, considering it has been a really good map for them as well so far throughout this year. So yeah, I think for me, we are probably looking at Lean, which does feel a shame to be looking at her as that kind of young duelist and having the pressure on her shoulders. But I think as well, having those supportive agents, having the Sova and the Breach, that double initiator, we've seen Marty being able to kind of pop off in those moments, and the way that she's been using her utility, especially on that Breach on Sunset, is something that I was commending last week when we got to see them.
I think as well, with them starting off on defense again to bring sort of the conversation towards those initiators, is I really think that they have the strength of setting up Lean here. You kind of have that Sova to gather the information, and then the Breach to allow the path to be clear for sort of Lean to waylay dash, bolt, I don't know, onto the
do
side.
not ask me about the ability names.
So yeah,
I like waylay zoom.
I think they have all of the ingredients here for a successful Sunset, and I think they do have things to work on, and there are mistakes that they have made previously, but sometimes you've got to lose to know how to win, and could that be how they're viewing Sunset coming into it?
I think as well, something that I had question marks around when I'm thinking now about G2 Gozen's composition on Sunset was the aiming on the Sage. Not something I really expected them to come out with, because
it was so good.
It was really good, right? And like I say, we kind of are so used to seeing her on that kind of information sentinel in the terms of like a Killjoy, a Cypher, but seeing her pick up this Sage was so nice. And yeah, we are going to see her on that stage, like I said.
But it's actually really great that you're highlighting this, because when she was on the stage, when she was playing a little bit more passive Billy, that's where it felt like G2 was struggling. But the second she started putting up those aggressive walls, peeking from angles you don't even expect, like that's when they started shining. And I feel like now that Twisted Minds is kind of like on the back foot and they are in this unfamiliar environment, I feel like that could really be the spanner in the works.
And I think as well, we saw Drew smiling there, so he's looking happy, he's looking confident, and he knows that the players are too. Yeah, of course it is. I think as well, another player that I'm looking at specifically on this map is Petra. We have a location on the map literally named after her. She's just so good at being able to get those positionings, and she'll be a key component of being able to fight in that mid space like you mentioned, Meg.
Yeah, and I think there's going to have to be a lot of sort of variation here in the way that they're taking these sites, sort of controlling the narrative per se and the tempo of these rounds. I think when you have a Sentinel like Sage who can slow you down for such a significant period of time, you do need to look to playing this map, whether it's like a slower default to kind of get rid of that utility early on, or just explode and go for it and give it a good go. But again, Toka is somebody that we've seen perform so incredibly well on that initiator. Our last matchup against Giant X was so consistent as well.
So we'll see how this is going to play out. Twisted Minds are going to be heading onto their own map pick on this best of 5 series of the Game Changers EMEA Stage 3 Finals against G2 Gozen. But can they equalize the score? We're ready to find out as we're heading to Sunset with our casters, Kenzie and Kakuga.
And yeah, thank you so much for that. Leading into this, Bea, we have to kind of, I want to say almost refresh our minds. I need some hope from you, right? I need you to sell me something, because I was a bit worried about the veto, but you said, hey, look, I don't mind actually them going to Sunset here, right? This was a good choice for them in your mind when it came to it. Why is that? Why do you think this is a good opportunity for Twisted Minds to bring this series back in their hands?
I think it probably starts with this first half, I would say, that we were about to jump into, because it has to be the attack, especially because you need some resurgence from what just happened on Ascent. Twisted Minds like the straight executes onto sites, and they have a lot of utility to play with. That would also give Lean the initiative that she needs to go into the sites and find the kills. And the desk were speaking about this, and G2 start with the aggression already onto mid, something that I was going to tell you was going to happen again.
Look, if Map wants anything to go by, Akita is going to be a menace. Instantly draws blood on Lean, and that takes away a lot of that pop potential, right? You've lost that ability to get in on those sites as directly as maybe they'd like, and they instantly shuffle around as well, G2. Going over towards this A approach, having the 3 players here pinched and prepared. It's Petra to find HTM. It feels like G2 have prepared for this pistol. They knew what was coming their way. That instant rotate over felt very indicative of a good read. And again, look at this reshuffle towards top middle. They've caught them on every step. This time, however, Marty at least going to fight back, but this is problems. Akita on an island, taking wild fights and a wild win. G2 looked all too prepared then.
Yeah, one of the things that I wanted to speak about is the aggression that we're going to see on mid. We were also seeing the desk, Billy and Meg speaking about how we have a spot in the map that's literally called Petra here on Sunset. But it's actually Mimi that we're going to be seeing given the most, or at least from what I've seen in the past, Mimi given the most action there into mid. When I see a timer and it's paused, Lauren, I just think of you just like every morning when I wake up.
Perfect. I'm so glad that we get a pause in round 2. It's just what I've always dreamed of. And we go back to stage shots, I assume. Yes, yes, Pausa Technica. It is here amongst us.
Pausa Technica, very nice, Lauren.
Yeah, man. Okay, so loving it. Okay, so What we can say though is round one. Let's over critique the pistol round, because honestly G2 haven't been exceptionally good at pistols, right? It's been kind of the one thing that eludes them a little. But in that round, yes, we saw mid aggression, which is something you expected regardless. But the read then to kind of pull the rotation towards B, expecting maybe the reaction, they were right on that, then reassemble towards top middle. It feels like G2 are very prepared.
I think that it also combos very well. I think that for some people it might be a surprise to see, not on this map because she's been playing it, but seeing Amy, she's such a good sentinel. We think about the Cypher, we think about the Killjoy, of course, but seeing her on stage to me is a bit hot and cold sometimes, because I love the fact that they can put on that aggression and then combo it with the fact that it is not going to, I am not going to force you to explode somewhere else in the map. Amy just uses her wall instantly, but I like the fact that if you put pressure, if you're playing the double duelist and you put pressure somewhere on the map and you see nothing, you can use the sage wall and just forget for 40 seconds about that. Like we forgot about sound for a second.
It'll all get there eventually. But the aggression isn't really stopping, because Mimi's managed to slip middle at the same time and holds a lovely angle to catch those pixels crossing through. Does get spotted, but gets away. Now can support on the B side, but that wall's still there. Again, having to get through this with pistols is really, really difficult. Very frustrating. Slow on top. Lovely soak of time. Buys time for those rotations. And you still have that kind of solo player, Vanya, holding down A in case they try and re-explore. But it's a very, very long road. Yes.
She has a judge. They know, like, that's the thing. Like, having the sage, having the wall there, the slow, it's a perfect example of the quick rotations that you can have.
And it's been seen. Petra gonna get the spot. Should probably wait for that shield to regen here. Gonna get contact again, maybe just herding them around the map. I like the Twisted Minds are trying to be proactive in this. Could potentially go for a walk mid, see if they can catch someone out, but Petra's actually correctly fallen away from this. Akita not too far away from rotation either. The smoke towards that B side gonna feel indicative it's coming Petra's way. So it's a catch on route. Didn't know how the hell she hit that on lean, but she does, and Petra just being cool under pressure as Vanya gonna hear the tap on the spike as well. It's just perfect. G2 not feeling face. I like what Twisted Minds tried there, though. That little pressure towards top middle. But again, Petra, very, very cool.
I still think that something that was happening on Ascent that we're starting to see in this first 2 rounds that Twisted Minds need to avoid is that G2 have the singing boys in every single one of these rounds. They put the pressure onto mid, they condition you to do something. Now you go on to B, or you're in the mindset of, oh, we just break the wall. Yeah, it's just not the wall, it's also the slow. Now they're going to have smokes, now you have to anticipate for their rotations. So that is something that Twisted Minds need to be aware of in the way that they're working the map, because we did not see G2 lost at any point in that round.
And we complimented their bonuses previously, putting that judge in really uncomfortable places. Now, I think it's going to be like the wall, with Vanya in front, which may allow Lexa this kind of false sense of security. As Mimi just dips away, wall's going to be there. If Lexa creeps up closer, Vanya's probably got a dead to rights. But beyond that, you got to look at the rest of the map here. It feels like an expectation towards top middle, a little bit of a lean towards A. Already got shouldering on the corner. Akita on the other side of things, just trying to take their time through mid. They're trying to take some slow, steady sort of map control, it looks like, and Lean going to be forced out of this. Careful there, could have got swung on too.
Surprised that she uses her utility a little bit more, also falling onto Akita. And it looks like walking towards A.
Oh, god damn! Akita's built different, man.
My
Like,
Guardian
what was
doesn't
that?
shoot like that, I can tell you that.
I thought she was dead.
Yeah.
She was just like just in front of the corner, so couldn't really backpedal comfortably. Finds two like that. Are you serious? What are you meant to do if you're Twisted Minds? And now there's a judge in a new position. Does get cleared. Great from Lean. Good try. Oh, again. These are rifles, Amy. That's rifles against you. That's a vandal. You're not meant to win those.
It doesn't make a difference to her. Very well worked with those close quarters, understanding how to play off of each other. At the beginning of the round, just inserting her in a part of the map that might be troublesome for the side of Twisted Minds. Sometimes so much that they completely forget about it and decide to go elsewhere. A little bit of missed timings, because we do see Akita being stunned by that bridge stun, but thanks to her movement and not a lot of follow-up and the rest of the utility falling out, we do not see that follow-up from Twisted Mind. That is not an easy one to get down. It cost them 2 players and the round ultimately. G2 with the perfect read.
Look at this. Yeah, you're right. Perfect read is the right call here. Vanya's positioning seemed tailor-made to catch lean on this push-up, right? Avoids that breach kind of utility. Lexa, though, big shot. Maybe a chance. Oh, Vanya! Man, can everyone just aim like gods today? Why is everyone beaming G2? What the hell is going on? I know it's only against Sheriffs, but I thought Vanya might have been in a little bit of trouble there, you know? Maybe surround a little. Nah, all good. All good. Oh, dude, this is rough. Akita, comfortable. They've got everything they need.
Is now when we expect to see an early timeout? Do we still want to see how this map is going to breathe? Of course, as you said, it was just Sheriff. It's a very quick execute for the side of Twisted Minds, just getting the spike down, trying to go through market. But G2, this is the moment to not be aggressive. Like, you've already given it for a few rounds. Like, the plan that they have for the beginning of each of this rounds, it's so impressive to see. So well prepared, so known that Sunset is going to be, most likely was going to be the map pick for the side of Twisted Minds. We do not see the timeout just yet. When we look at ultimates, Akita, you know, she has one, she could have had 4, and you would still believe us. And if you didn't, you'd be stupid. Toka has also managed to get hers online and has that to work with.
Okay, so looking to see if Akita needs it. Current positioning. Heading towards A after that initial contact with Petra. On the other side, you do have Toka at least with the Hunter's Fury, but aggression now. There's layers to this. Bayer, they're starting to take map control deeper. They're starting to be a nuisance. They're being such a problem to play against. These slower defaults almost, I don't want to call them defaults really, but these slower explorations are just now getting punished in so many different ways. You've got a 4-play stack on A now. The spike's still down by spawn, and there's the re-explore. Akita does find one, but Marty at least going to get the trade on Petra. But still, player advantage towards G2. They hold numbers.
Yeah, they hold numbers, but look at the investment also that Twisted Minds has to do towards that left side of the map, just using the drone, expecting someone to be on the other side of that wall, and G2 has completely given up B. The spike still needs to be retrieved.
Oh, the timing on this, Akita might have another target, but does actually either stun. But it feels like they're now coming towards this side of the map, right? You can put a little bit more stock behind it, so they might feel better actually about having 3 players here. Akita's willing to challenge, though. I wouldn't be surprised to see Akita just walk this smoke at some point. Like, Akita's been on it. Maybe playing for the dissipate on this one. Smoke towards CT. They are coming this way. Nimi's got a back, but actually now it falls. Akita's on an island. Very well handled by Twisted Minds. Suddenly looking a little bit better off here, but with 12 seconds, Vanya, be a problem. It's down to just Amy. Once in play, HTM on the site, and HTM could do with this one. Control not there for Amy, and a lifeline for Twisted Minds.
Yes, and one that they needed, especially just being one player down, already had to rethink the round. The good thing is that little by little, they were eating up space on that map, trying to get onto A. Very important also to wait for Vanya smokes to dissipate. But very good duels taken for the side of G2, trying always to go for the advantage. But Lada hated the most here. Absolutely pivotal to them winning this round. It's just one. Hey, doesn't matter. It is their map pick. We're going to see amazing stuff coming up. And I think that maybe even that was, with that being a win, we are going to be seeing the timeout coming in from the side of Twisted Minds. I think that the timings, and again, as I'm saying, the conditioning that G2 are having on the map might be a problem towards the rest of the half. So having a chat now, it's probably good timing. Never mind.
It's a tech pause.
Lauren, it was you.
Tech pause.
I tried to manifest.
I love that you were like, no, it could be tactical. There's a reason. It's probably gonna be, it could be a tech pause into a tac pause, the worst kind. But let's review what we've seen so far. So we can kind of roll this back to the fact that G2 have started winning pistol rounds. That's a little bit scary. That worries me.
What about the other 3 that followed?
Also worrying. But again, it just feels like if I'm looking at things that I class as good ideas on defensive sides, right? We talk about aggression. We talk about, you know, coming up with something a little bit unique on your bonus rounds. All of these things are happening with G2, and I like it. It's very hard to get away from Akita, who's been pretty much everywhere. It's all looking good. Now, Twisted Minds able to answer back in the 5th round. They have a good couple of ults here. So this, if there's a plan in mind, is a great time to apply this.
Yeah, absolutely. G2 going back onto that aggression right at the beginning of the round. And Amy's going to join them. It's 4 of them.
That's going to be heard. Anyone deal with the drone? No, that's going to catch two. Mimi's actually in a lot of trouble. We'll have to get out of here. But can Petra do the same? They're a little bit stuck now towards mid. It's gone a bit wrong here. Akita forced to swing and forced to fight, and does find one before falling. Twisted Mind's finally doing some damage back, and Mimi making a bit of a mess of that one. Can't quite shut down on a kill, but Vanya... Oh, that ult from Cypher could not have been better timed. If Vanya got there a second faster, it could have been a different story. But they already have deep control with HTM playing deep backside. This looks like Twisted Minds finally have a really good chance at getting a nice back-to-back sort of round here. Build up the money. Double stack towards CT2, waiting for that push out. There's not many chances here for G2.
Okay, TWIS, obviously it's just going to be closing out the route for the side of Twisted Minds, but watch out because of what this round is probably going to tell us. G2 wanted, even though that was a tech pause, in my head, I'm going to treat it as a tech pause because I love to see that once they got faced with that aggression, they invested the utility. And probably that was in G2's head, like you're trying to make them use utility, especially when you look at lean, when you look at the dash and everything for the Waylay to execute onto side. You are looking for them to use that utility before they go onto side, so you don't have to deal with that later. But if Twisted Minds decided like, okay, you want to do this, we're going to do it our way. You're going to be faced out with a lot and duels that are not going to be looking your way. Twisted Minds, again, just going for mid. Girls, you want to go again?
Yeah, it did feel a little bit weird that no one dealt with that Aldrone in middle. It kind of disrupted the entire plan and then gave away the game. Obviously, then you had that breach utility coming in, so maybe a miscall there from G2. But credit Twisted Minds for finding the opportunity to punish it. And there goes the ult. Here comes Lean, and away we go. But Vanya standing tall, and G2 just the brick wall defense. That spike is unrecoverable. Oh, and look at these sharp shots just down a Toka in a 1v3. Now, problem's the spike, though, for me, Bea. I'm seeing it's going to be so difficult to get back.
I think the Toka's thinking the same, Laura.
Yeah.
Well, at least Vanya doesn't have a judge.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Kills you.
Okay, so
yeah, it's Vanya.
Look, the thing I'll say as well is G2 able to kind of keep things back on track very quickly, and Vanya getting that kill pretty much denied any start. And look at this.
Yeah.
Stunned up, affected by the ult, still fine.
Again, the timing in some of this utility, especially when you have so many initiators and you're also accounting for the duelist to have a little bit of the part of the initiation, either it's perfectly on time or the time is completely missed. And for the side of G2, having players like Vanya that is always going to be on top of their game, and sometimes you have to tank some of the stuns because we know they are cosmetic. So at the end of the day, you still have a fair chance of getting on top of that. Yes, it was 2 brilliant rounds for the side of Twisted Minds, but still conversations need to be had. Okay, the pass thing was not a timeout. But yeah, for the side of G2 is, again, girls like head in the game. What happened in that aggression a couple rounds ago onto mid that we need to avoid? What are we looking for, and what are the reactions that we can see? Because they have so much mobility to just get out, especially now that Mimi is with the operator. This should just be another layer on top of the pressure they're already putting. But I'm surprised to see that Twisted Minds is exploring a lot of mid, not just... Maybe that is one of the things that they need to change and just have a very, like, fight for A main. Just fight.
Well, this was the thing that I was kind of told, was they were, quite direct towards site. They like their site hits. They, good executes, good scaling onto it. This does feel a little bit different with this mid-exploration. I don't know if this is an adjustment since last time they met, potentially.
I don't know if it is because of what G2, like, do you love fighting mid? Okay, let's fight,
Oh, wow, we're right back into things. Hold on. Got to kind of catch up on what we're seeing. Yeah, Petra, going to get the early info that this might be a very direct B approach. And this is what we were kind of discussing, right? Is this going to be those direct hits? This could be the first time we're seeing it, but also it does have that ult in hand for Lean. So a good chance to be bringing this into effect. Petra playing so close, though, but does get pinged out, so does need to fall away.
Yeah, something that changes definitely different for this round is Amy not playing there onto B, but we already saw that the smokes from Vanya had the expect that they wanted to. They had to use the Aldrone just to clear up that space and ultimately gather that orb. So now that you have all that, you have Lean, you have Toka, you have guns, how are you going to deal with the rest? Mimi is going to back off, already rotating through the defender spawn. And look at how deep that wall is. That is already a lot of info. That is already a lot of delaying.
Well, I was curious that HCM didn't deal with the Prowler, but this might be why, because it's a double fake. HCM was waiting this deep, kind of sat outside of it, heard the Prowler, decided to not shoot it and deal with it to maybe imply presence. And this is why they were looking towards A. So I thought that could be in a perfect way to sell there's still presence there, but no, they've gone for the double fake, but it's been red now. G2 a little late, but the paranoia looks like it's going to affect maybe 2, potentially 3. Ult now coming on. We've got ults everywhere. This should be a shutdown. This is a big investment.
Okay.
Akita's not investing hers. Amy's still not invested hers. It's Vanya to fall. Now, Mimi's got that operator, so again, you're looking at her as potential one to keep this in hand. Lean to the right, Token to the left, 2 on site. How has Akita found a fair play in this? I do not know. Amy's still alive. She's got it down. Getting a second. Rez comes in. Now there's problems. Lex forced to swing, but where's the trade? Marty's on site and hasn't been fully cleared yet. This is trouble. Amy, what a round from Amy. Got the res, got 4 kills, and goes nuclear for G2.
A very necessary round, actually, for the likes of Twisted Minds. We were highlighting how good it was, how they were working the map, a little bit here, a little bit there. Where do you think we're going to be going, getting a pick here and there, also knowing that G2 had to retake with that operator. And it was already going to be a very difficult task, but having Amy staying alive, just being able to rest, being able to hit these shots as well. 4K for her, and another round for G2. Of course, you know, not a lot of smiley faces, because that was a 5v3 with the spike down. The Twisted Minds just slip through their fingers.
And now the money's broken, man. That confidence has to be so high for G2 here. And look who's back, and look who's in the right place. Vanya does a lot of chip. Look at the state of the HP. Marty affected, Toka, Lean, and now it's just going to be an absolute massacre. 3v2
is
though.
still doable.
It is doable. Is there recoverable weaponry? I guess Lex has got a Vandal.
Yeah.
That's something. It's something.
I mean, with how much damage the Stingers do, I don't think you even want the Vandal sometimes. But they do have the spike in control. Amy is so further away. They're going to put that smoke onto Mimi. Just going to wait it out, clear the site very, very slowly.
Pop flash on contact, yeah. And they turn. Oh, it's really nicely put together. Petra and Amy in unison. It's just lovely to see. And let them know. Let them know. Let them know.
Oh,
Let 'em know.
I think it was. I think was she doing it to hate it the most? Oh, I miss them two together. I miss them two together, but that is life. What are we going to do? This is one of also the brilliant examples of the many things that Yoru can do. You can still play supportively for the player that is playing onto side. You have an operator in hand. Your flash is just going to be just as effective. Amy just rested 2 rounds ago, and she's 3 orbs away. So that is very scary. And Akita just doing Akita things. 16 and 8. Just.
G2 look prepped. I'm a bit scared how prepped they look. I was worried from the pistol, let alone now, as it feels like they've actually evolved slightly further, right? It feels like they've got a really nice beat on the game, a really nice idea of how Twisted Minds want to play, and Twisted Minds aren't getting the same sort of gameplay they got before. Now, this is a very direct approach, something that we were waiting to see. Now, Akita's taken that space behind them, though. Now, this feels like it's been noted. Akita is being checked on, and now gets set up. Perfectly played in off the back of Vanya's contact. Akita can keep patrolling. No one's really denying her until now. Perfect chance for her answer back. Toka could at least deny that, so could open up the chance that there is that rotation.
And G2 are going to decide to take a little bit of space. Petra's going to spot the players fairly soon as well.
Oh, Amy and Mimi slipping the net again. That's the spike dropped. Vanya gonna get over to the right place now in the right time. Dark goes in. Gonna reveal 2. That's good information here. They still got a fight on their hands. G2's confidence isn't really waning, but that paranoia was far from perfect, leaving now just HDM in a 1v2. 5 HP in a bit of a dream. Needs to get that spike and get to sight, but it's easier said than done. 5 bullets. Mimi on patrol. Got her locked down. 8-2. They are unworried.
And you should be. I think that this is what happens when you poke the bear. What I'm seeing is G2 setting the pace and the tempo of every round at the beginning. And now that Twisted Minds are being a lot more direct with their intentions and what they want to do, G2 are in the position where they have to respond. And they love that. They absolutely love that. Okay, now we're going to go into mid. Now we're going to push at this time that you do not expect. Now we're going to put this player here. So that is even more scary. Like when you thought you had an answer, you gave G2 exactly what they were waiting for.
Yeah, it's hard to feel, you know, in the game when your mental's getting affected like this. And again, Akita! How many doubles? How many kills? How much variety will we see? And look, we know it by now. Zoomers can turn these flashes, Akita! No! Almost on for the ace. But this is dominance again. It feels like map 1, but worse, but better, I guess, if you're a G2 player or fan. What are you meant to do, Bea? I can't find a way out from this.
I mean, apparently Akita is just playing a different game. We're just here to watch her play, to watch her have all of this impact, the wall with Amy, so many things that I expected to see that more on the attack, or maybe if they continue to Twisted Minds to triple down onto mid, maybe to see that wall above the smoke and here, there, and that. But the proactiveness, the amount of ideas that they still have to explore, they're just an absolute nuisance to deal with. And Mimi has an operator, by the way, you know, just do not forget, there's layers. Yeah.
Oh. And I feel for Twisted Minds because it's compounding, right? The aggression keeps going, the confidence keeps building, and that weight of this game feels heavier and heavier. It's so hard to play out from this. When you talk about experience, you talk about this sort of thing with G2. You've got, and look who's been played in here. Petra's got a little bit of a corner to play from. Does she get out of this or does she need to? Amy's still got her back, but does fall down fighting. HCM trying to put in numbers, put in work, and Petra trying to get a little too curious.
6K?
That confidence finally hindered. Yeah, and maybe that's what's needed. 6 kills to get the round. And Toka's timing. She's got it. Nice. Catching Vanya on the walk-up. Big chance here. Mimi gives away the game as well. Has to show presence eventually. This could be 3.
The drone is most likely going to spot her as well, and the clone.
Spike planted.
Spike is down, and Toka just finishes it. A little bit of a, overkill, the having the ult there, but if it's the last round of the half, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Yeah.
9-3.
So I love to see that they took that small mistake that G2 made by trying to rest there, putting the utilities, using the breach, having that impact that you want. Let's give them a breather and let's see how they can do on half 2.
All right, coming back in. 9-3. It's a strong scoreline. Now, last time these two met, Bea, it was a bit closer. Scoreline-wise, just going to refresh my mind. It ended at a 7. Yeah. So, I'm trying to find.
I think it's more the mental.
Yeah, that's
I think
what I'm looking at. That's what I'm worried about.
Everything's working for them. We could even think that if that thing in the last round didn't happen, this could have been a 10-2. I still think that the Twisted Minds have it in them to turn this one back around. At the end of the day, they really like this map, and they should.
I just want to see, give me a reason to believe. Now, I've been given that by Akita. When I first came in and after the year I'd known G2 had, I was like, ooh, where do I put them? Not sure. This puts me right back on track. I think they got gunners here. Then they can refine the rest. Give me something to believe in, Twisted Minds. I want to see it there with you. Give me that idea. But now I know HCM is desperately trying to put in a performance. They are doing work. Everyone else needs to find that too. as G2's path continues towards the A site. HCM and Toka, the two players trying to hold this down. Finally going to get the support from Marty as well coming through. This could be a great help here. But Akita, a little ahead of the others here, comes out of the stun just about now, but loses life. HCM and Toka in unison going to find a couple of kills. And HCM doing the dance, right? Buying time on the side. Brilliantly handled and does some good chip damage. So Amy and Mimi, the last two alive, but Mimi's found a path forward here, Bea.
Yeah, and they're just gonna walk, I almost say run, onto the other side of the map. A 2v2 after all that confrontation onto A. And Amy's just running to get the spike down. Mimi's just going to wait onto mid, finding a closed door.
Oh, the timing. Marty trying to gap close on that, but Mimi's managed to slip the net. But it will be called out that she's going towards CT, right? That's known information here. So it should be lean on guard duty, but Amy, I went nuts before. But two to find. Oh my god, that was a spot. It wasn't a kill or even a chip. No, there we are. Twisted Minds taking the first step in a very long road back, but a needed one.
Yeah, that's how we start building, okay? We get the pistol, you get another one, then there's only 4 rounds apart. We need to see the conversion, though. In the first map, we had a little bit of a scare there on the second round, but good to see that this one is on the board. I love to see also that they give the space. It's very important to understand that when you're playing against the Sage, the wall is eventually going to go down on the attack. I know this is not Icebox. You're probably more used to like thinking in that way if you're watching. But for this one, segmenting the side, not allowing the players coming in from the defender spawn to join the fight also causes what we just saw. A lot of people reloading, trying to get the last bullet out to just pick up a gun from the floor and just trying to get a kill. It ends up being very, very messy. But Twisted Minds comes right on top. The balls on the court playing very standard for this.
I've seen 21 kills warming up for Akita. What the hell? Let's see, Lean. Oh, Petra's should be dead here. Petra should be dead here.
Mm-hmm.
Big farming chance for Lean. Let's go.
The game is gaslighting her.
Lean, you know where she is. There we go. All good. All good. Here we are. No threats yet. Akita is a little bit close, but it's okay. I say that with fear. I say that with fear. As Amy's found HTM, and that should be a plant. What weapon was recovered? Okay, Akita's got an SMG, and that's about it. So it's not crazy. It's not the Bulldog snatch from Petra, but that's a worry. Akita getting proactive. Gonna find a body to drop. Takes away Marty. Now we're down to 3.
No weapons, just the classics. A little bit of utility, but they're going to be also spotted in their position. Ooh.
Amy's okay. Still on 74. Got to smoke towards CT to play in. Again, you've got to imagine this works out in their favor if they... Oh my god, there was a bit of damage in that. Lex is a little lower. Vanya, one to the left, spotted. Takes down one time now. Can't do any more. Toka, safe hands in the end. He got a bit too close for my liking, but a round is a round.
Man, I'm sweating. Like, I'm suffering so much as I see Amy. I see her getting the spike down. By the way, 1 away from her ultimate already in this second half. But yeah, good to see the Twisted Minds that Lin just gets this kill here. As I was saying, warming up to that operator potentially and how they want to establish this map. Now that the buy is also going to be in for the side of G2 after them losing so many rounds. Let's see what the plans are, like how aggressive and what areas of the map G2 is going to be mostly interested in. Unless Lauren decides otherwise, in which case we will just buy up this graphic and we will stay here.
It's not even me.
You stay here with us, guys.
It's not even me. It's not me.
I want that lip combo. Lauren, it looks amazing. Why do you go blank on me? It looks amazing.
I don't know, man. I was trying to read the chat and see what's going on. Yeah, one of us is doing it. I'm kidding.
Yeah, let me take a look at that.
It's okay. Jack's having a chat. Here we go. Come on, Jack. What's happening? What's occurring? Jack's frozen under pressure now. Now he stopped typing now.
Hello.
Jack, Jack, he's working on getting us information. He says, I'm going down there now. I'll let you know. Gear issue. Okay, see, Lee's doing his job. Headset issue. Very short issue, apparently. Should be fixed.
Unless dash very short. For anyone that is feeling out of the loop.
Yeah, unless dash very short, he was talking about Jack, which maybe he was. I don't know. Again, it's who knows? We don't know these things. We're figuring it out. It looks like we're good to go. Maybe. Yeah, we're back in. Thanks for dealing with the waffling. Right, so Twisted Mind's on the bonus, and we loved what G2 did on their bonuses by being specific, right? Being intentional with it. So let's see if there's maybe something in mind. Maybe a little bit harder considering the state of what's remaining here. It's not a lot, but maybe bring something in.
G2 trying to explore, trying to force some kind of fight onto mid. Twisted Mind just giving a little bit of that space, being more reactive. And G2 moving in as a pack. Funny enough, it is actually Mimi that usually stays like watching the back and this and that, even though you have Amy, but you want Amy to get the spike down. You want the creative wall to just catch your opponents off guard. And of course, Nikita.
There we go, Nikita. Once again, trying to find HTM, who's been pretty solid at holding towards side. Decides now's the time to probably give it up. Not able to really complement that position with Toga when they only have a Sheriff, right? This is trying to be reasonable. A little bit of chip done, but the plant's going to be in play. Vanya very much ready for what's coming through here. And it will be a 5-play retake. 5v5 post-plant always gets a bit messy. I get a bit nervous if they get too far ahead, if that's a recoverable rifle.
Slowly but surely, trying to deal some damage, trying to get something off that wall. But the delay is amazing coming in from Amy. Just one after the other. That bridge utility we saw stun. And Lex is also going to go down.
Here we go. Any more? Toka, Lean, can you cost them that one more rifle? Is huge. And I don't know if they can get away on site completely at the time. They actually might lose out a little bit on this one. I do want to see what's remaining. I think they should be okay. Pretty close. They're not sure because we're staring at Petra. Love that. I'll assume they kept all 3 rifles. How about you, Bea? Are you going to go for all 3?
I'm gonna assume that too. I want to assume that too. I also saw that Lean was close to the 4K, so I want to see if that operator is going to come into play, or how are we going to structure this defense. What are they going to do towards mid as well, if they're just going to allow G2 to have that space. They usually play as this is a perfect example, just leaving Lexa alone in one side of the map and reinforcing the rest a lot. Just to play for that utility, and that operator is come online. Now Mimi.
Oof. Again, Lean was such a big impact in map 1. It got them some of those rounds that made the game feel a bit more competitive. But at this point, looking at early work being done. Petra already going to find Marty, and there's that res. It's Toka's got a lot of work on her hands. Going to hear the backpedaling. The problem is there's already a player so deep. You've already got Petra exploring here, clearing sight. Maybe there's a little bit of worry of HTM being around, but at this point they can clear that pretty comfortably. And I'd be curious to see if HTM actually swings it. She does. Takes a fight on Vanya, which is pretty risky coming back in this lane, but exceptional work from HTM. Plant now going to come down. They've made this manageable. Akita trying to get involved though, and the paranoia not affecting her. So she's got control on this and goes further on a fight. They've doubled up on it. And HTM is kicking into gear. Not sure why we're not observing the player who's done so much, but finally we slip into it. And as Amy is just on that corner, didn't get the plant down. And HTM might have been the hero here. The Twisted Mind's needed.
The spike's still going to go down 2v1. HTM just 45 HP, but she already did enough for this round, using the smoke as well.
Amy, oh, HTM, heroics of a round. We didn't catch it sadly, but her playing up that, getting ahead of the curve as they played up through short was exceptional work from her. I mean, difference maker, genuinely.
Yeah, absolutely. A bit of a boaster moment. We do not expect him to get the kills, and then it's like, damn, we missed all of that. But I think that for her also, acknowledging where she's playing, acknowledging also this round, we went from that 3v5, we went from a 3v3 to a 3v5, we're getting the rest just like, 3v4. And that's just summing up everything to just go onto the site. The investment also that G2 had to make with those smokes onto mid that we just saw, they didn't have those to execute. So they had to take a little bit more of this risks that are not that calculated. And seeing Twisted Mind still overcome the hurdle of how that round was looking and transforming this into a win for themselves calls for a timeout, apparently.
And some
Juice
tunes.
speaking, so this has to be a timeout, right, Lauren?
And some bangers, Bea. We've got the hits coming on. That's how you know we're in a G2 timeout. They just start playing tunes a little too loud. But there is a needed check-in. This is a resurgence from Twisted Minds. They've started to find a bit of footing. I really have to highlight HTM's work there was outstanding. Yes. Like, genuinely incredible work. So, is this repeatable? I'm not sure. But does this unlock the confidence? That's what I'm looking at. Is this now to make them believe? 10-6 feels like a very different scoreline to what we had on the half, right? That totally changes the atmosphere. This suddenly starts feeling a little better, a little bit more reasonable, a little like it's within touching distance. Now, look, last time I think it was it 7-13, I want to say? But still, Twisted Minds getting closer. HTM 18-12. Toka in unison. They've been both playing towards that A site now, and it's been looking good. But Akita has a Guardian. Now, whether that changes much, not in this one. At least not in this round.
Well, she'll have her ultimate for the next round. Not the perfect buy for the side of G2, even though they already hit those double digits. The spike is already walking towards A. As you're saying, look at where Vanya is. Maybe making some noise will cause them to rotate and you can catch someone off guard. Breaking that is definitely going to cost something on the minds of Twisted Minds.
Lexa looks like a character we hadn't unlocked yet. It was just fully silhouetted. That was incredible. HTM, though, super solid at this. And I like this adjustment, right? Previously, it had been kind of setting the expectation of playing behind default, which has been a bit of a nuisance. Now already a little noted, though. So G2, I think Mimi's seen, yeah, that swing there. G2 identified that position maybe a little earlier, just being very cognizant of it. Default comes in. And this scaling on site feels very different. And they've done this on a broken buy. It's Sheriff, Guardian, and Stinger. No, Petra's corner. Oh, no. Someone check on it. There we go. Lovely. Thank you, Toka. You get anything you want for checking on that. Otherwise, it would have been a yellow card. Potentially red. Amy's still around, though, but utility should clear the position. It does. Toka, again, this is the compliment I can't stop paying enough between Toka and HTM is controlling this site. Mimi, nothing to do here. Lean's done well, sure, but again, it's that lovely little synergy on playing back into the site. Good, diligent utility work, clearing those corners, not falling for any of that naughtiness by the wall. Much better. Now, Twisted Minds have hit that 7th round. This is what they got to last time. It was 13 that then G2 walked away with. So yeah, can they best where they were before?
I think absolutely. I think also that the something is shifting in the air in this round. I think that the retakes that they're having time and time again, I think that it's not only understanding where you are strong, which is those retakes, which is also understanding that G2 should have an almost guaranteed plan with the utility that they have and the way that they've been working the map. So as you see, those 4 rounds that they won were off the back of retakes. They are very willing to give out that space and just retake it. Mostly on A.
All right, big switch up here. A lot different going on. Mimi instantly on the ult, though, going to look through. Going to spot HTM. That is a big switch up already. The fact that they changed this around. So do they continue on this pathing? It looks like they do. Paranoia towards main. Mimi committed towards market. TP to CT doesn't work out. Akita already backfilled the space. Looking for a follow-up. Body to drop. Finds Lexa. Great trades from G2. A punchy B hit being maybe the cure to their woes. Now, Marty and Lean, it feels unlikely. Trying to play retake with an operator here, very, very difficult. You've got Marty as well. Yes, they may be able to get something done towards CT, but beyond that, I struggle to see where they can find that next step.
Very good job of hunting them. There's still a chance. Is the operator downtown to look for the fights? Is anyone going to clear Mimi here, though?
How much fun do they have on this? I hope that they're not going for this in just a desperation maneuver, because they really don't need to. Twisted Minds are in the upper hand, but obviously facing 11 feels uncomfortable, but they're fine. Saving the operator, get out of there, keep that in check. I do want to check in on their finances and make sure they have that full purchase going forward.
Yeah,
I mean, but they also have the ults coming up too, right? Marty's not too far away. They have 3 already in hand. These are key factors. They can bank on these. G2 invested a lot of theirs into that round.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that this is one of the rounds that they needed to win. Maybe it was a little bit of an overspend, but it has to come from the fear of the rounds that they were just experiencing, of maybe Twisted Minds changing the gear and just going on a faster retake this time around. We saw Petra also using the Nightfall. But all in all, a very, very good split. This is one of the many examples of the amazing things that you can do with Yoru on this map. Didn't realistically need anything else, but love to see that there's support from the rest of the players and whatnot, and they need their confidence back.
Is this all in? G2 maybe do they commit on this? Yeah, they do. I really thought they were going to back away, but Toka cuts him off at the knees, finding 3 quick kills. It's Vanya to finally stop the Rot, but by now they've got the man advantage. 3 players standing for Twisted Minds against the 2, and look how fast Lean is on this. Get your gun out. Akita has no idea. Lean caught in that lovely third-person overview, leaving just Vanya alive. And G2, I don't know why they went for that committed A hit. I feel like they could explore the map a bit more. They didn't need to go all in like this.
Oh, but Toka's doing such a good job in this second half. The desk was also talking about her and coming into this map and what she had to offer. I'm surprised that they keep want to be hitting A with so eagerly, when you see that if they had like worked the map a little bit more, you know, like catch the setups here and there, you'd see that probably they have an easier time working towards things like a split and whatnot. The spike goes down, another retake for the side of Twisted Minds, but the round as we expected, and now 11-8. This is perfectly doable for the side of Twisted Mind, and they're starting to snowball, Lauren.
Like, did G2 think they would just be like, wow, they won A1s, they're definitely, we're going to go back then? Like, I don't know what the plan was. It felt a little bit too, I don't know, to underestimate HTM and Toka again, and the scaling, the timing, the spacing here, messy. Like, it's G2 we're talking about. They're a better side than this sort of round. That was, again, I got to give credit to Toka, right? Lands it.
Yes.
Sick. You find the 3, but you found 3 individual fights like that? G2. Let's see what we can do now. Now, this is a bit of a different round. Only HTM here.
Yeah, so here's the thing. At some point, Twisted Minds, like, for sure they're going to be this round, right? Like, after the time that we've been given them.
Look at the ult, so they've got everything there. They've got everything to work with. It shouldn't be too much of a problem there. HTM can hold the backline. It's Vanya. Huh? Wait, it's Vanya finding 2. Look at this wall. Oh, it's filthy. These aren't recoverable weapons, though. They are very, very difficult to get back into hands. So for G2, they will be still with the Stingers. There's been a lot of ults used, though. Marty still got hers. That could be key here. Do they want to use it? The Paranoia waiting for contact off maybe the back of the court. Lean waiting to go in. And here come the odds. Can G2 survive the flood coming forward? Amy doesn't get cleared on the first wave, but the second does. Marty clears it. Mimi swings. Petra finds it. Vanya's still alive as Marty's problems start to mount. G2 locking in 12. Finally looking a side that we know they can be like. That's much better. The crossfires, the push and pull, but also HTM was never going to be able to hold back 5 like that.
That was a different type of beast. I think that from now on, just play the Stingers if you're going to be playing inside of A and with those close quarters, if they're going to go on to you, because that weapon clearly needs some balance. We've been saying that for a while, but having that investment, having that wall, as I told you, I expected this kind of like creative out of the box, not just like, you know, just segmenting the map and just creating a little bit of a niche for them to just play in, but different approach for the side of G2, a round that they did not expect it to win necessarily, but could be good in transition. And for the side of Twisted Minds, now they've invested a lot of ultimates.
Yes.
Maybe too many. You know, like maybe it was a lot of noise. Maybe there was some clear lines onto the do's and the don'ts. The Stingers are what they are, and we have to live with that. So again, for G2, one more round to get the second map on this best of 5. Do not forget, everybody, one of these teams will be going to Game Changers Championship at the end of this month.
The thing for me, that round was won and lost on Vanya on that wall. That was insane. They had a win con for that. I thought against those 5 ults, it was checkmate. That was surely the turnaround. What do they have now? So they have the TP with HTM and Lexa with the Cypher ult. And they, Lean's going in. Lean's going. Oh my god. And Toka then picks up the slack. That's a lovely little bit of a combination play between the two. Toka doing work again, this time press on the B side, and they're not really willing to go up this main control. Finally slip away from it.
Ooh.
But Mimi gonna get caught.
She loves those lurks, trying to get in all that chaos at the entrance of B to have impact. We were speaking about the ultimate, and hated the most does not feel, you know, getting a little bit of info about what is happening now in B lobby after getting the rest and a player down. But ultimately, a lot of utility was invested in that first engagement. Changes in the setup as well. With that aggression, leaving Lexa now on A. With her camera guarding every single entrance. Twisted Mind should just wait. Look at where Petra is, though.
Yeah, Petra.
Wait?
Yeah, hold on. What does Petra do about this one? Lexa gonna see a lot of players here.
Amazing.
Paranoia is really good. Lexa then swings. HTM in unison, in combination with these players, but Petra can bail him out. Now, what does Vanya do? Doesn't have the TP, but can run away. But it's still a 1v1. Lean's still here. And now the options for Vanya become slim. Not none, but slim. Spots out Lean. Does she take the individual fight? 13 seconds. The choice is pretty much made for her. Has her smokes back in play, but Lean's getting closer. TP on towards site. And Lean should just be able to deny here. That should be done. I think that's too late. Yeah,
it
all
is.
good. Okay, Twisted Mind still with a life in this.
She couldn't win the round, so she made a decision, and, you know, she was going to get the ultimate no matter what, so just to assert some dominance. But for the side of Twisted Minds, as you're saying, like, hated the most. Lada's playing so well on this map. Same for Toka, same for Lean. I know that the probably the to-do list and the priorities have changed a little bit into what they want to do in this map, but they're doing it so well. The having this micro plays at the beginning of the round, something that we were seeing constantly coming from the side of G2, just putting your opponents in the situation where they have to make a decision is working wonders for them. Oh.
Lean trying to set the tempo, set the tone. Akita.
Good smoke.
Trying to follow up off this, and again, if I'm on G2, I'm just trying to avoid HTM at the moment. Those paranoias have been like heat-seeking. So damn good.
Absolutely. Just walking onto the site. Didn't work on the previous round. But having more numbers.
No, HTM's not here, so maybe there's a chance. The Toka's around, which also makes me a little nervous. Let's see, one way. The four others splitting up closer. HTM en route. Lexa, pick your poison, left or right. Hard to have the full information. Ops for left, and it was perfect. Great reveal again. This time, the third. Lexa, this time is where the buck stops. There's no getting past her now. As Vanya, this can't happen again. G2 not finding solutions, not finding ways out. And not finding that ever lacking last round. Gonna still go for this though. Can't block it. Gets the spike. And with 25 seconds, what do you do?
She wants to try again. Like, this is the third time just in this map that we've seen Vanya on a 1v3. Trying to get the round for the side of G2 Gosen. Time is not in her favor. She will manage to get the spike down this time around.
But unaffected by the utility. Can she divide and conquer? Can she find... Oh! The timing! Valorant timing to a T. What are you meant to do? But let's roll it back here. Because, again, Lexa, exceptional work. Really, really very good. Have to, you know, big credit to that. But how are G2 not scaling out that position well enough, able to trade out of it? How are you able to divide so many players like this? Yes, the reveal was great on the first, but beyond that, I'm putting question marks with G2 here. They're making mistakes, and Twisted Minds are capitalizing on it every time.
I think that the freeze times are not being good enough, and also, like, once you break a piece of utility, you have to make a decision. If you freeze, you have to freeze for longer, so they buy that you're actually rotating, but you're just executing very, very slowly. So that allows for Toka, for Marty, and for Lexa to have the performance that we just saw. All the supportive utility falling onto the side, and Lexa just having a field day from the same exact position. Trying to change things up as the economy is not the best for G2. Mimi's going to go down to lean 2 rounds, and we take this to overtime. Lauren, are you a believer?
Honestly, yes. At this point, I absolutely am. Toka, don't get caught by this. Toka, please. Thank you. Oh no. This is not the round that they make the mistake, right, Bayer? This isn't when it happens.
No, it's not this one.
Okay.
Vanya's gonna end up in a 1v3.
Okay, I'm getting nervous though because the paranoia is really good and Amy's traded it. It's still a 3v2. Amy doesn't have the ult though, but at least can get the heal off. Vanya not able to get a rifle here. No quirky wall to be had. Still has a slow, I'm pretty sure here. Lean getting closer. Won't be able to probably get to sight before that runs out. So, second time for Askew on the plant now. All from the same side. Not splitting CT with that wall in place. Vanya does get the upgrade too. Amy, I'm still nervous. Okay, first one in. Ignored. Amy goes for the second. It was the right choice. Couldn't land it on HTM. Turns the flash though. Vanya. Too much work. Twisted Minds now knocking at the door.
Brilliant round for them. And of course, this one is the one that matters the most. Can Twisted Minds translate an amazing defensive half that they had onto the overtime? Is the confidence back? Have they been building up to it? At the end of the day, you have so much utility with that amount of initiators that you can have great impact. And of course, I'm going to say it is a timeout. Right? Yes.
It's got to be.
It has to be, right? If you have one, you either lose it now, you cannot save them, right? For the OT, just use the one that you're given.
Why not?
If you can.
It's panic stations, man.
Drew seems calm.
Is he
hurting inside?
I wouldn't be calm at all. I just, and it's the way we've got here, right? Some of these rounds for G2 look messy in their scale up. And look, we hold them to a high standard, right? It's G2. They've won just about everything.
Do you reckon they go B now?
Oh, this is the thing, right? What do you pick? How do you avoid the synergy between HTM and Toka for one? Because like Toka's been great as well as setting up others. Yeah, she's done great herself, but like those darts have been solid. The paranoias have been perfect. Do you try and send someone in fast? Do you try and go aggressive? Do you try like? What options do you go for here? This is what I'm looking at is what's that final thing that you throw into the mix?
Yeah, and the same way that for Ascent, I was saying like lean and the operator is like such a win condition. This map is all about teamwork. When it has been on point from the defense, absolutely amazing. We get the Twisted Minds that could well perfectly win this match. But on the other side, we have a G2 that should be able to respond to these things. Where are the ideas? Where is it falling a little bit too flat on their side? Can they close this one out? Are they going to have to face the overtime? And what is that going to do with their
serious?
Mental? No, Lauren, are you serious?
Sorry, I saw the audio issue and I'm getting tilted. I'm going to have an audio
Tomek
issue.
and Ringers were on camera as well. I saw them. I'm not paying it. I have to pay attention to the crowd. I'm going to start name dropping just so it's not only.
I'm starting to tilt. You know, it's probably best that you do that instead. Let's hope this is fixed soon.
Hey, sure. The 13, 12, the timer's moving. We should get back into game.
Okay, we're good. Yeah, we like to leave that as late as possible. So now we come back in. Let's see what we've got here, right? Operator out for lean. No ults to bank on, though. But that's not really been a key thing. On the other side, Petra's got ult full purchase in play. Okay, what are we looking at here? G2 opting for mid and a little bit of B, but a good aggressive start from lean. Petra can't afford to die here. She has the ult to play in. Invest it early and they're doubling down. They're going hunting. No one's there to save her. Petra pinned in the corner. Akita's found. It's looking like we've got OT, surely. G2 cannot find a way in here. Hell back in place. Spike now lost. And for Twisted Minds, this has to be a dream come true.
If Amy gets one, she has the rest. Maybe could change things around. But Twisted Mind, such a good read onto this round. Such a great plan of execution. I just don't know why Petra was taking the back. Why, Lauren? Why was that decision made? Of course, Twisted Minds are thinking like, oh, Mimi's one away from her ult. So is Amy. They're going to go for the ores. What do? We put the operator there. We say, do we send Toka with her so she can get across the wall or whatever? You know, like she has all the info. There is going to be a refrag. And G2 just
30 seconds left.
Falls onto that. They already had a plan of like what they wanted to do on mid. but the proactivity coming in from Twisted Minds.
Oh no. No. It's
too
Lex
far
is
to
still
rest.
here. Yeah, Lex is still here. It's okay. They. No, the ult's gonna get it done. Lean clears. It's a 2v3. They do have ults, but they don't really have the chance to use it. Hard to make a crossfire with this. Amy has to give away position, get spammed. Yeah, this makes sense now. Mimi can't deny the defuse either. There we go. It is going the distance. Fully deserved by the form the Twisted Minds found themselves in, Bea. They elevated hard. I don't know how the hell they got there, but that was an insane upswing.
There's so many walls that you can like spam. There's like at the corners. I love the way that we're seeing the double initiator utility have that much impact into the game. Like Amy just turns into an easy kill. Amy turns into an easy kill. Who says that? Who says that? Seriously. Just because of all the utility that they're saving, they're correct with their timings. We also see in the kill department. And of course, this is our first overtime of the series. Now it's time for G2 to go back in the defense. Of course, the mental, we have to think of where they're standing right now. After what was a 9-3? 9-3 curse? Anybody?
Yeah.
Any takers?
Yeah, maybe it was. Maybe that all makes sense now. Amy, this defending side was never the issue, but it's harder to be aggressive, which was something that we were complimenting them for, right? So now they say a bit more passive. Maybe this gives the room for Twisted Minds.
Wall's going down. It's going to be not instantly broken. Yeah, there's a gap there already. Lost that timing. What is Twisted Minds going to do with all this? Mimi takes a little bit of chip damage, only spots one, but the eyes for G2 are still pending on what's happening in the middle of the map.
Twisted Minds getting to work the map
used to
more
be
here.
fine by herself. Let's see.
Yeah, but this late walk down towards tiles. Look at Mimi. Mimi slipped through. They have no idea about this, and Mimi should be on for an absolute hit here. Marty comes back in and actually managed to find Mimi pretty comfortably at this point. This was now Mimi having to evacuate, and she can't get out in time. Lexa catches her. That was a gifted chance. I thought she was on for a sitter there. And Akita gonna get the one way to play off. I don't know what Lean was hoping for then, but you can't really disrespect it to that extent. Held up on that choke towards A. Akita still prowling around, gets to fall back towards CT.
Look at Amy already wrapping from the back. She is going to find that trapwire.
And with the time, she doesn't need to do too much here. They've got 10 seconds. Petra has to be prepared, though, as here comes the swing. A lovely reveal from Petra. Now Vanya knows what's on her plate, but with 5 seconds, I don't think they've got time for this. It's done. All you got to do is live, and Petra wants to take a couple down with her. But with the time, it's gone. And a mistake from Twisted Minds after what was such a great end to that regulation time.
Yeah, I don't know what is it that threw them off their game, because I'm so surprised at what I saw on the defense. I really thought that the momentum was on their side and that they were just going to close it out. Very good for you to highlight the disrespect in that one way. And also very important here, Vanya, even with 2 HP priority, she gets the smoke down. She knows that is the way. She doesn't stay alive, but they win the round. G2, another chance, just as if they didn't have enough, to close this map, to put the 2-0 in this series. Oh, look at Lean. Already pushing down to mid.
There we are. Now, but look how deep G2 are sitting, though. You can take all this space. You can take tiles. That's brilliant. Yeah, it's but also sitting on like a deep default is a pretty good way to deal with this sort of aggression. But there is going to be a question mark of what's behind us as well. They don't really have util behind them. There is no anything. And now they've got the right read as 5v5 on the side. G2 aren't fooling anyone here. Whole lot of util with Twisted Minds too, but they're going to go for this. Nikita, backside, still driven, still deadly. Finding one, but Mimi and Unison good trades for Toka, but they trade better back for G2. It's Lean who is the last one alive after all that uphill work. Does it fall apart now? Lean's 1v2 chances. Not over yet, but the timing not quite there to catch him.
You could just start running, of course. Still wanted to make sure that there's not someone coming from the back.
30 seconds left.
And now the defender is actually going to be coming from the attacker spawn. The spike is going to go down. Very open plant for them to do anything. But we saw G2 playing this post plans not very close together, and this could be an issue.
Oh, it certainly is. It took a while to get there, Bayer, but I don't want to say let down because that sounds like a negative, but I wanted that to be as competitive as regulation. The grit and determination that was shown there by Twisted Minds, but it just fell apart under the pressure of OT. For now, we will be handing it over to a break, Bayer, but when we're back, we've got another map to go. There is Abyss, into the unknown, and then we can kind of really get into the thick of things, but my worries start now.
Welcome to the grand finals of VCT EMEA Game Changers.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Game Changers. We're making history.
It means so much to us.
The beauty of gaming doesn't matter who you are. As long as I'm good enough, I can go as far as I want.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Scenario, win, win, win, win, yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, we like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Might have been down, but we didn't fall. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Shut down. Say, oh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. This is my time. You hear the crowd. Hey, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu, this here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb, told them we the one. They would count us out, now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping, now believe them if you want. Now they show love, came with a dub. It is what it is, it isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, oh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Now, what you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, ooh, us now. What you gon' do?
Welcome to the grand finals of VCT EMEA Game Changers.
I don't lose control. I just up and go. All I know is go. Please don't talk to me, I might go.
It was a fake comeback in the end for Twisted, but we have the real comeback here, joined by Wood and Rians, of course, from Team Heretics. Now, before we jump into the game, I just want to ask you guys, how's off-season going?
It's fun. We are resting, and I'm just enjoying my time with my friends and stuff, you know. Not really playing the game, so yeah, it's just fun.
Of course, we have a new face over here, so comeback. I think everybody wants to know, all your fans, how are your English lessons going?
Very good, yeah.
Very good. And of course, Ver, you learned your English from having Benji around all the time, right? So he's going to have to deal with that.
Yeah, it's really fun to learn with Benji and Neil and Weber. They're all English, and yeah, you are learning quite fast, more than like lessons.
I don't know about spending time with Neil and Weber, but you know, each to their own. Now back to the game. Of course, it was very nearly a real comeback. So what did you guys think happened in that second half? I'll start with you, Ver. What was it about Twisted that gave them a lifeline?
I think it's like their Soa, it was really good. Like I think like she carried almost like half of the game, and then they couldn't just finish because I mean the reason of the comeback was G2 trolled a bit. So I think that's the reason.
Great analysis, Ver. And you, backstage, were a top-tier Twisted believer coming into this series. Why do you think that they could pull off the reverse sweep?
I think they have talented players. I watched them like a few times. I think Lean was going crazy multiple times in like old games. So I think they can win. Like I thought it's like all my friends said G2 gonna win 3-0, but I said the Twisted gonna win. So I think it's gonna be a great reverse sweep.
You two have pulled off a reverse sweep before, so very quickly, what is the secret? What do Twisted need to do? How do they lock in?
They need to get like really good toxicity from their coaches. Like their coaches needs to be harsh.
Okay. And do you believe in Twisted, or do you think G2 3-0?
G2 is 3-0.
He was the friend you were talking about. And lastly, from you as well, Rians, what is it that I guess Twisted have to realistically be able to do? Because Abyss is a map that they haven't even played.
I think they had a lot of time to prep. So if they prep for Abyss, if they win this map, I think the G2 gonna crumble a bit, you know. So they have great chance to come back if they worked for Abyss all week.
Well, we have at least one Twisted Mind fan here in the venue. So let's see if they are able to pull off a reverse sweep.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT EMEA Game Changers Stage 3 Finals. G2-0 in the lead at the moment. Was it joke that funny, or like what was that face?
No,
like
it was,
what?
I'm just wondering how many times we're going to bring this. Well, we can't really, to be fair, past this point. So
yeah, no, this is
your final moment.
It was my last chance.
Yeah.
It's also Twisted Mind's last chance. We're being completely fair here because this really was the map that was their map pick. We thought they'd be able to secure it in some way, shape, or form to actually make this a little bit competitive. And although they were able to push the COT, it was not enough.
Yeah, and I wanted to see a little bit of something, which we did kind of get to in the kind of later half of that map. And to be honest, I'm surprised they were able to bring it back. I think the last time that we saw Sunset from both of these teams, it was G2 that looked the more dominant one. So I want to say props to Twisted for being able to make it look a bit more competitive, especially given how dominant that first half was.
I wanted more, though.
Yeah, it was
I did want more, yeah.
I do think that it is a really good showing for Twisted Minds, and you know, obviously that conversation has already come up in the interview about the reverse sweep. I do think that it does go to show that they're definitely not out, and this was the Twisted Minds that we kind of had expected to see, I guess, a little bit more so on Ascent. And I do think that that's through playing the aggressive game a little bit more, kind of peaking ahead of the utility and kind of getting in there and getting a few first picks at least, and that's when the comeback kind of started.
I love how both of you are sugarcoating this. I, however, will not participate because I am a little bit disappointed, to say the least. This is what I would have liked to see on map 1. This was map 2. I wanted them to take this. Unfortunately, because it's their map pick, unfortunately that didn't go their way. And if anything, G2 was even more so quite online, especially in that first half. And Amy, a player that you highlighted before we even got into this one, Billy, saying on the stage, but has been really influential last time we saw it. And it feels like that was the case again today.
Yeah, I think this round in particular as well, we see G2 find themselves in this 3v5 post plant, and it's just so rough because you check the positions of Twisted, like it's so difficult to be able to get back into this one. But Amy is the one I want to highlight here because of course she gets those couple of picks, she manages to get that res online, and I think what it comes down to in this round for G2 is the fundamentals being there, the experience being there, and the instincts as well coming out from Amy, really just showing the wealth of experience that she has as a player and the roster overall as well.
Yeah, there were several times we were like, trades across the board. You know, it is the kind of G2 we're expecting to see. Like Billy kind of said, these fundamentals, those mechanics that you expect to see coming into play. And we really did see that in the first half. And of course, you've got to highlight Akita again for the absolute incredible performance, going 21-12 in the first half. So I do think, you know, the first half was looking very, very dominant for G2. Of course, the second half was a bit of a fake comeback, but...
It was, you know, the content game classic where they like to keep you on your toes, give you a little bit of heart attack, make sure to bring it back. That's what we got out of them. But Akita, as you already touched upon, the first half, insane, incredible. The second half, you know, was a little wonky up and down, but still, like, her stats overall really do highlight, Billy, how big of a spearhead she is for this G2 roster.
100%. And even though she did quieten down towards the second half of that, again, another map where she's pulling out over 300 ACS. What more can you ask for from your duelist? I think of a couple of rounds where she had that almost ace, the constant proactivity that she was having across the map as well, working on the defense through the mid as well, like we kind of mentioned before going into that to keep an eye out for. Yeah, just great all in all from her.
I do think in general as well for G2, they had such an aggressive defense. Sorry, those are two words that are very similar there. So to gather that information to then allow Akita to kind of take space on the other side of the map or go in all guns blazing sort of with her team and that utility to assist, I just do think that if it seemed like it was going Twisted Minds' way for a second, that information was sort of against them without their knowledge, and therefore G2 were kind of still winning out those rounds that looked good for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I think I also want to add though, like, we have highlighted a couple of players here on G2 that did amazing on this map, but I think the real difference that I've seen from Twisted and G2 so far throughout this series is the team play and the synergy that's coming through G2. I would argue that Twisted Minds were able to get back into that map because of individual moments from individual players. We think about Toka having a couple of rounds where she got some good kills. We think about HTM and the way that she was able to utilize her utility as well. And like, they were just being able to punish G2's mistakes through individual highlight moments. And I think that that's something that they really need to figure out going into this Abyss, considering that it's unknown territory.
And that's what I want to talk about now, because at the end of the day, a reverse sweep is needed from Twisted Minds if they want to go to GCC. If they want to get the title of Stage 3 champions for EMEA under their belt as well. That is a huge feat. We've seen them do it against GX, but I also want to highlight that when we were looking at that reverse sweep versus GX, there was a little bit of a swapping in and out of players in that situation. G2 is not coming with that today. G2 are the five-man roster, and they are absolutely ready to go for this. It's looking really scary because, as we already heard, Abyss, Meg, it's not looking good, bruv.
It's not looking good for Twisted Minds. We've not seen them play that on Game Changers this year.
Devil's advocate. That means it could be great.
True.
Doesn't mean it's not looking good.
I do have to say, though, highlighting Toka again, I think in making this reverse sweep happen, Toka was a big part of that against Giant X. And again, coming off the back of a performance like she just had on Sunset, obviously she's warmed up and ready. And if she does choose to play an agent like Sova going into Abyss, it should work in her favor, in theory, right? Again, we don't know. This is all speculation because we've not seen them play it. And that can work in their favor, like Billy said, because
we don't know what to expect. Yeah, we don't know what to expect, which is exciting. And I don't want to be like doom and gloom on, oh, Twisted Minds need to reverse sweep. They have been able to do it before. I think what's most exciting is that G2 Gozen are one map away from going to Game Changers champs, which we didn't know was going to be possible. We kind of had a feeling that coming into this stage, they might have had to make it to the grand finals of this stage to be able to go to there. That's where we're at.
It's very exciting. And if we're gonna talk a little bit about Abyss, I don't know if I'm
let's bring up the map update. Let's see where we're at in terms of this best of 5 series, because we've already done and dusted 2 maps. I want to see every single one lined up, all 7 of them, including the bands. I just want to have a look at the graphic, okay, and really point out to the people who are watching this that it is indeed one map.
Yeah,
that's crazy, scary if you're a Twisted Mind fans. If you're a G2 fan, this is where I wouldn't get comfortable either. I'm not gonna lie.
The last time we saw G2 play this as well, they did have a sort of role swap. You know, we've been used to seeing Amy on that Astra role. She took up the Cypher. Mimi again coming off that Euro and picking up the KO. This is the definition of them going back to their comfort roles on a map like Abyss. They're fully confident and comfortable coming into this map.
If you do, however, note the trajectory of the stats. It went from very one-sided to OT to maybe swinging one way or the other on Abyss, Billy?
I think you might be trying to reach there.
I'm just trying to make it
It's a little
more
bit copium. No, do you know what? Like, I really do hope that Twisted Minds come into this and completely blow our socks off with a complete surprise.
Triple Sentinel, because we're not seeing that on Lotus, so why not? You know, get the lead on Sage, Marty on Deadlock,
Triple Sentinel.
Cypher.
You wanna talk about that? Like, how
do you
want
to sell to me how a Triple Sentinel would work on Abyss, Meg?
Okay, wait, what side are they starting on again? So we have them starting on defense. Great, brilliant.
Beautiful.
Yep.
Just don't let them get onto site, period. And send.
Just remember to win.
Yeah.
But
Do you know what?
You have to win this because, like, when you're looking at the stakes here, like, as much as we touched upon it earlier, where we're saying, Billy, yeah, Twisted Minds coming into this, they're not, you know, they're just taking it day by day. They like being the underdogs. They're not taking it too seriously. Like, I feel like the second you step onto that stage and you have that bright light shine on you, you see everybody in the crowd, you see your opponent standing next to you, that's when it hits you. Like, wait, this is the best of 5 series that is keeping me from a plane ticket to Seoul to compete internationally from a team that came all the way out from contenders. Like, the pressure is there.
Of course, but like we spoke about the kind of experience that the players have on this Twisted Minds roster, and they're not shy of being top 2, top 3 placements in Game Changers before. I'm looking at HTM, I'm looking at Marty, I'm looking at Lexa, I'm looking at majority of these players have been able to make deep runs in the main event previously. It's just getting to that GCC, which is perhaps a pressure point. But I actually also want to pick up on this Triple Sentinel conversation that you're having on this. No, do you know what?
See it.
Do you know what? I just have to remind the people at home that we are on the old patch, and maybe if Vito was in play, cool, run it like 100%, but we are of course playing on that old patch, so I don't know if we're gonna see a Triple Sentinel on Abyss.
I do think at this point as well, I think Twisted Minds are definitely past potentially, you know, the overwhelmingness of being there on stage,
You have to
present. And we saw that on Sunset. They definitely looked more comfortable coming into that second half. But I do want to touch on what Billy said earlier again. I think this is not the time to rely on players individually.
Yeah.
I really hope that what is happening off stage right now, is that they're having a talk about how they can help support each other. They're not relying on that individual player to bring them back.
And I want to know, like, obviously we can't know what's being said in the coach booth, but like, I want to know what he's actually bringing to this team, what Vladkar is bringing to this team, because we heard them speaking a lot of smack talk before this series, and I feel as though we're yet to see what that actually looks like in the server. So if they're going to do it, it needs to be here on Abyss.
And if we're taking Mimi's prediction, that was she just
G2.
3-0.
Oh, was it a 3?
Yeah,
Sorry.
3. So, you know, sorry. I mean, you're getting there. We're getting close. But for G2 as well, at the end of the day, we've touched up on the pressure from Twisted Minds side of things coming into this as the underdogs, having played all the way through contenders. But for G2's side, Meg, this was a rocky year. Not a rocky stage, a rocky year. You're going back to, as what Billy touched upon, the formula that used to work. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But you're now here on this stage in front of fans, yourselves as well, with the expectations, and you want to make it to that international, because can you imagine a timeline where G2 Gozen is not on an international?
Yeah. I do think G2 fans have had a bit of a shock this year, because again, if we're looking at the year as a whole, they had a very dominant start to stage 1. They were looking really good, and then it sort of just fell apart from there again, as we mentioned earlier, with those kind of role swaps, the roster changes. Something wasn't working. But for G2 fans, I know how passionate they are and how much they want to see their team make it to Seoul. And of course, it's really, really brilliant for them, I guess, to be in this position now. And then on the other hand, you have Twisted Mind fans who have been so invested in their journey and followed them and supported them to be here today. I almost feel like you have to kick in and remember that there are so many people on this journey with you, and maybe that could be the driving force for Twisted Minds to bring Abyss over the line.
Yeah, pressure is gonna break pipes or make diamonds, and so far, you know, both of these teams are falling into different camps. Like, G2's coming out on top here, Twisted Minds, they're stumbling, they're crawling towards that finish line, if anything. And Billy, this is do or die for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and I feel like I kind of like said this last week when we saw them come up against Giant X, but again, like, they came out and just blew all of our expectations out of the water because of the way that they were able to perform, because they were able to have that reverse sweep. I understand being on the stage, it's a different expectation, but I actually feel as though that's when G2 thrives, is in that kind of environment, having the fans cheering on them. We've seen them on stage so many times. It's just whether or not Twisted Minds can actually live up to that energy, look at what's actually in front of them, and like you say, appreciate the moment, Meg.
Yeah, well, and also to mention that Mimi and Petra are GC EMEA's highest trophy winners. You know, they've won 9 trophies between them. And I just think that that is obviously taking the pressure off them a little bit because they've got a lot already on their bookshelf. Whereas for Twisted Minds, it's very important to come away with a win today. And again, as well, make it to Seoul.
If anything, make it competitive.
I think as well, when you're looking at G2 and how they finished the second half of that map, you don't want them to be getting complacent now that they're 2 maps up, now that they know that GCC is on the line, and now that they know that they are, you know, the favourites to come in and win to this one. I want to make sure that they can actually be able to close it out in a dominant fashion, to be confident in the fact that we are sending such a dominant top seed team to GCC, because let's not forget, these teams are fighting for that top seed from EMEA that will be going to South Korea.
Also, not to shut down the Copium ever so slightly, like G2 did kind of, you know, start the whole reverse sweep trend. So I feel like if there's anyone who's going to know how to shut down a reverse sweep and maintain that kind of confidence and not get complacent, like Billy said, it is G2 Gozen, you know. As much as Twisted Minds thrive as underdogs, I don't think G2 Gozen are going to give them an in here. I don't think they're going to give them a way back in. Whether it's one map that they take, I do think that G2 Gozen know how to win a best of 5.
I love an underdog story.
Oh, I
love an underdog story, yeah. Like, I want to see Twisted Minds push it. As much as I just said, yeah, G2 should be able to close this out on a 3-0 so that we can be confident in our top seed. Like, at the same time, we're on LAN, it's a grand finals. I wouldn't be mad if we ended up going to Kuroda as that final map as well.
I
Like,
think we can't
so
even
good.
make our mind up here.
Yeah, because we just love both
The
teams.
thing is,
like,
Twisted Minds has shown us that G2 can bleed, but that is only one half on one map. The consistency needs to be replicated, but if I was in the G2 camp, and I'm pretty sure this is exactly what happened, they would have probably got a little bit of a stern talking to, because that second half was not what we're used to.
And as Vut said, you know, sometimes you do need a harsh word from a coach to kind of say, hey, listen, let's lock in here, you know, this is, everything's on the line.
But that's for both rosters. And that's the scary position that Twisted Minds find themselves in, although they're still all smiles and laughs.
Lean ISO, I'm so here for it if she does lock in. I'm very much here for this. It gives Lean a get out jail free card. Like, imagine Lean has 2 opportunities to sort of isolate that first blood and come in and be that aggressive and have 2 moments. And again, of course, we are seeing an expected composition here, a little bit of a mirror matchup besides the ISO. But I guess Mimi on KO here is such a strength, right, Billy?
Yeah.
Having that KO to sort of shut down sort of any of that aggression and get that early information.
yeah, if you're going to have Marty and Lean running it down at you as well. Marty's first time on Yoru, and it's here in this decider match, which is kind of crazy. And Lean on the ISO as well. It's not something that we've been able to see quite often. We kind of know her as that Waylay. Those are the 2 things that are obviously standing out to us right now, because it does kind of feel like, okay, they've gone back to the double duelist that they have tried on Bind previously that obviously didn't work out for them last week.
Yeah.
So it's interesting to see Marty and Lean again be put in this position where they're having to jump onto that double duelist and play it out. But I have faith in HCM's IGL and I have faith in the theory crafting that's gone into it.
It's definitely another opportunity for Twisted Minds to prove
It's
that they
the
can
only.
make the only opportunity for them to prove that they can make that double duelist work, as we've seen from G2 Gozen so far today. And they're now coming away from that. You have the tables turn, the tide changes, the story flipped. Can they flip and change the game and bring it back with a reverse sweep?
You're gonna have to. If there is anything this roster is able to do, is to perform under less than ideal circumstances. From contenders to stage 3 finals on LAN, Twisted Minds have done it all, but their real competition now is G2 Gozen. It's do or die for Twisted Minds to head over to GCC, but G2 Gozen wants a clear road. Can they do it? Let's find out on Abyss with our casters, Kakuka and Pansy.
And we will find out. It now turns into essentially a best of 1, right? That's how you got to look at it. Twisted Minds can't afford to lose and be within fucking distance now. They're taking that ticket all the way to Korea. Now, what we were saying though, Bea, is we are in the unknown. We don't know where this map truly fits in the current form, either side truly. So where does your mind go?
My mind and my eyes go to Marty playing the Yoru, like, for the first time.
Well, early contact, and Toka going to pick up where she left off. Already, again, a player that has certainly become someone in the forefront of my mind after that exceptional performance in Map 2. However, didn't turn into a win. And this is still not done when Vanya can run through two players, set up to succeed by the work coming out from Mimi as well. It's down to a 3v3.
3v3 with the spike down.
Oh, look at Amy.
Wrapping up.
Look at Amy. But the other players on the site need to buy time. Amy's done well to get one, but it's still going to leave HTM standing. But look at the HP. Only 5 to play with. And again, didn't catch it on screen there, but I'm sure it was a safe catch from Mimi, positioned down a little bit deeper to make sure no one was making it through. And I'm a bit nervous about this now.
Round one. Let's go back to the conversation I actually wanted to have about this. As the desk was highlighting, yes, we have seen the double duelist before coming in from the side of Toka. Now it's weird that for this third map, actually the is G2 not going for the double duelist? Seeing Mimi on KO is like taking a step back, and actually Twisted Mind just doubling down, having lean on that ISO. And now Marty moves on to the Euro. As I said, I don't think that she's ever played it before. She's played all the duelists, but the Euro is not easy task. But just a 1-for-1. She knows how to work with the flashes. I expect great things from this.
You and me both.
Yeah. Execute's gonna be easy. Okay, never mind. Akita's going to go down, same as
Akita's been stopped a couple of times now. Not having the same sort of success, but she has the rest of the team to bank on. It's a really well-invested second round.
Right? Right? It's the spike is down.
I mean, it's getting a little bit dangerous considering there is just two players, Vanya and Petra, the last two alive. There's still a Sheriff with Lean, and they've noted Vanya on the side. Petra needs to do a lot here. This is easier said than done. Shock darts, yes, but doesn't get the shot she wanted. Can bank on these. Try and draw some attention. Great shot. Oh, there she is. Safe pair of hands.
Another 4K for her. We saw it also in a second round that looked very, very different from the one that we just witnessed. They managed to convert, but of course, the economy is not going to be there for the side of G2. Watch out, because one of the most important things with this composition, and probably that is going to reinforce this very strong retakes that we have already seen from Twisted Minds and that we expect to see from this half, is just having that shield with the ISO, just having a second chance of a very good hit. Want to see how that one plays out. G2 looks like they're just going to be sending it, forcing Marty out of position.
But these rounds have felt close, right? That pistol round felt close. Again, this bonus should be almost nothing. Akita's not got her footing yet at all, as Marty is looking very comfortable on the side. Support system with Lean there. It's just Sheriffs, really. Not going to find much impact, as Amy last one alive with only a ghost. So this should be a formality here. And a needed round. Marty's now also going to have ult, which is great to come into, you know, that first real purchase coming into this next round. Twisted Mind's going to make it through, though. Only suffering one casualty.
Now is when the fun starts, now that we're going into the gun rounds. I want to see how Twisted Minds is going to deal with the space, how much pressure they're going to put. As I said, G2, they love going for their ults. They have very good ult rounds in this map specifically, even though they do not have the Euro and whatnot. I think that they rely a lot on that. So just fighting for those extremities, not allowing them to gather those orbs. I think that at the beginning in the first round, we saw something like that from Twisted Minds where Marty was just super ahead onto A. And apparently, everything's going to go down to mid.
And again, oh, the flash though. The desk was talking about it, but the flash is sent out by Mimi. You can see that historical pedigree she has there. Those pop flashes, those high flashes for the swings, so nice. Going to catch Marty trying to make a nice little play up middle, but it actually got Toka as well.
And then just running onto side. Amy has been locking this down so they can do that safely. The utility from Lexa is still waiting onto side though. Rotations coming in. They know.
Yeah, Akita is going to take the space towards maybe default plant spot, and a good shot there from Akita. Finally shut down by Lean, but they've suffered in numbers, and HTM has the paranoia, but a little bit disconnected from Lean here. And Lean's going for this one alone. Kind of wanted to see a bit more synergy between the two. That felt a bit individual.
Yeah, and now the most has to think, we're going for this. Can I save something better than this Bulldog? Should I try and do some damage here?
It's all about timing and a little bit of luck. First contact scene, Mimi swings, and then you're going to be looking at who's on site. Vanya, again, security there in droves pretty much. But I've got to say, rolling my mind back, I do love that flash in middle. I can't get enough of it. Just seeing that again, seeing the best of Mimi kind of setting up Akita and setting up the others. It's just brilliant.
I'm surprised because, so with the ISO, you have the wall that you can send to prevent these things from happening. And actually, like what I expected when I saw that aggression is seeing Lean just using the wall and then Marty probably flashing after it or just trying to use that as coverage. And I really hope that they have found their lesson if they're going to go down again onto mid.
Well, starting to see Lean there.
Yeah. yeah.
But there's no aggression this time. Starting glance from G2, but you're going to be falling back to what looks like an A piece.
Strung together G2, only Amy in the back. Her utility, her camera, just spread through the map. The orb should be free if Mimi wants her ultimate as well. Pretty close.
Yeah, Akita one off, Mimi one off. So nearby. This is tough for HDM. Again, you've got to look at the fact that they only have an SMG. I don't know how G2 have identified it, but they have. Right side for it, but they do catch on Akita, so that's the front line denied. Big 1v1 and comfort for Lean, apparently. Looked far too simple. In the meantime, though, site has been taken.
Now I want to see Twisted Minds just leaving a little bit of space, 5v4. Never mind then.
And Amy caught a bit of a drift there, maybe expecting the smoke to still be in place. Offset on the timing, but Petra with the trade. Now going to see the investment of Marty's ult. Had that for a little bit of time. Pop flash in. Do we commit? You're going to have to soon enough because Mimi's still putting up a stance here. Putting up a stand. The last one alive being Petra. A 1v2. Not impossible. HDM still going to get the upgrade. And there's the ult, though. Going to have to use it now. Let's get the tag. Going to get pressured. Oh, played this so well, Petra. I don't know how you do it, and has the dart too. Marty, what are you meant to do here? Petra knows, hopefully, her timings. She absolutely does, but again, stolen away.
Beautifully played in the end there from both of the teams, like Petra, and just getting that kill with the Hunter's Fury. I did not see that one coming. What I also didn't see it coming is like Lean just doubling down on the aggression in the position that she had already acquired. Because I was thinking like, you have the Euro ult, you've been so good in the retake, just get the ball rolling, just play this easily so you can start building also your economy towards this half. As we're saying, it is completely do or die for Twisted Minds in every single one of these rounds. Yes, they managed to close this one. Take the hit, but of course G2 not having all the money in the world to play for this round.
No, their buy's been certainly put into place. How do they clear Marty? They don't, apparently.
They don't.
Akita looks uncomfortable here. Compared to the other maps where we've seen her looking incredibly strong, doesn't look like she quite knows that kind of, you know, protocol for taking towards the site. Mimi looks fine, however, finding Marty. Vanya with a classic. What? How is Vanya with a classic doing this? Does get at least a somewhat of an upgrade getting the Guardian, but dead to rights now. As the plant's going to be in, but a very weird map so far.
Just to move that position. 2 spikes going down.
Yeah, Lean's quick to this, though. Much faster to make it over, and you've got to keep in mind Petra's HP is low. Great catch towards Amy. Caught a little asleep at the wheel with that utility in hand. Now Toka, the last one standing, they know both positions. She tries to skip a little bit deeper. Finds the isolated fight on Mimi, and Petra low on HP. Petra again, man. How many times will she be the backbone and the safe pair of hands that G2 needs?
I'm just so surprised that she managed to stay alive with such low HP. You could see the Twisted Minds players just going and trying to hunt her down. But Mimi having her back, of course, is Mimi and Petra. Did you not expect that she was going to have her back? Brilliant round for them with the complicated buy that they had. Not only that, also going onto side, Akita completely shut down by Marty. Decided Marty then to stay onto the side and just fight from there. Heroics also from Vanya with the TPs and just being an absolute nuisance to deal with. Oh.
There we go, okay.
Revenge.
I do worry if Akita does slip into a bit more of, I don't know, a higher gear. It just looks a little bit out of sorts right now, but this is a good farm round again. And Akita's the one who's all they would want, so see if they can build that up. That's already 2 points towards it. As the last three, two of them dedicated towards the B site, and they're already on the move.
Amy's just going to reveal all the positions a couple of times, and G2 just running on towards A. The spike should go down with no complications as we see twisted lines. It's Abyss. I feel like if they don't jump off the map at least once...
I mean, this would
It's
be
kinda meh.
probably the round for it.
Spike planted.
If you want to kind of deny Akita any further build. By all rights, they should be setting up Akita to try and farm these last three. Which it looks like they're somewhat doing with the Aldrone there.
Just looking
Petra's
to
about to
the
get reported.
I assume, like, helping Petra and Akita building up their ultimates after we've seen what they're capable of with them. Maybe not Akita last round, but you get the point.
Yeah, there we
Thank
go.
you. I know that she wouldn't let me down.
No, I mean, maybe for Toker and Lexa, they think they can live through this? Or is it worth trying to cost them the rifles? Not really. Petra's going to get halfway back to having the Hunter's Fury now. So for G2, that's a win. That's an absolute win. I think the rest for me is now just seeing and keeping touch on throughout this map, even in a win, how comfortable Akita looks here, because we've seen how good Akita can be on maps where she feels comfortable, has that kind of play in, has her lines. This is an Eco Cobra round. It's the more standardized one I want to be keeping a check towards. Again, I'm just learning as we go with G2 on this map, especially with Twisted Minds here.
Got Petra.
Okay.
11 and 2, you go.
Petra having a little vintage rollback.
But it's good to see the operator now in the hands of Marty to lock down this side, protect that orb, just put a little bit of pressure onto G2. Has decided to, again, just take a peek at mid, just in case Twisted decided to push.
Ooh, here we go. And Akita goes down. A tough start here, but there's the operator noted. Do you continue on this pathing? Because what's the plan now? You don't really have that same dive, so you're going to need good utility.
Where did the flash go?
Not where it should have been, because Marty is given complete freedom. This is a mess and a mistake, and G2 will not be happy with this. It's down to the vintage duo, Petra and Mimi, who are putting in an absolute performance. But now it's just Petra on Earth has gone into her this map. Still going down swinging, but going down nevertheless. And the plan looked flawed from G2, trying to scale in towards that A side.
Oh, but this is such a problem for G2. We thought Lean and that operator were going to be the nuisance, but of course, it makes a lot more sense for Marty to be picking it in this kind of scenario, and we just saw the effect. And this is something that I saw at G2 in the times that I've been watching them play. I think is a direct idea to have towards them and what they can do on this map. Look at the left side of your screen. Marty's the only one that does not have her ultimate, and she's only one orb away. Going to go for the funny one, just trying to get a little bit of info and then TP back. G2 again, put in a little bit of pressure onto mid, throw in some utility and trying to force Twisted Minds to a fight they do not want to take.
And this is a great chance for them to start closing in on that scoreline. Nice, good catch. Akita, this time wins the fight, takes away a lean, and that's a big first pick, essentially, at this point. Marty's still patrolling around middle, but has a good idea that someone might have split the net, which is Amy, tucked in towards that box. Not alone here, but it is going to be pathing towards that A site. So you're going to look towards HTM. How much can one player do? Going to try and smoke themselves off some security, but Petra's already cleared heaven. That's going to be a key to taking space. Amy now swings in middle, catching the lurk. And this is hard to hold. There's so much for Twisted Minds to worry about. Toga going to bail him out at least with one here. But HTM going to give away some of the position. I mean, HTM still doing great from backside. Held this for a long time. I thought someone might have actually known about this. Oh, Amy's lurk.
She was already good for a couple. If I'm not mistaken. Finally coming
I mean,
into
this
fruition.
positioning. She's almost put herself back into a normal position, though, by going towards heaven. And now the Hunter's Fury complemented it last time. And again, Petra still gets the body to drop as Vanya. Going to be put on guard duty as probably the first port of call to swing, so they know half can be achieved. And there it is. This time, G2 crossing the T's and dotting the I's. Finding form as it matters. And denying a spiral back in here.
I still love to see that the rounds are being incredibly close. Do not forget the context. The elimination from the entirety of the circuit at this point is down. And this is a map that Twisted Minds have not played. So having all of these ideas, like trying to identify their strengths and whatnot against a team that it's pretty good at this map and has also the fundamentals that G2 has, is very difficult. And I think that they're putting up an amazing fight. Also, for Akita, getting that first kill instead of taking a first death in that round was so important for her confidence.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And now, half by here, Sheriff's and Marshall. Attack at least comes through towards Mimi, but you see side's already taken. Akita trying to take the space on site. Does go 1-for-1, but at least will get foot towards site. I don't think that weapon could be particularly policed at this point. So G2 not taking too many risks here.
Yeah, and Vanya already TP'd onto A. She's just going to go closer towards the defender spawn. The spike is going to rotate. A lot of silence on their side. Obviously, I think that Twisted Mind needs to look to do a little bit of damage. At the end of the day, it's just a 3v4. You can still make it. See some damage taken onto Mimi, you were mentioning.
A little bit more, and I'd be happy.
And this should be number 7 for Giant X, for G2. I miss them. I haven't cast a Giant X in ages.
It does feel like a minute, doesn't it? Vanya going to be waiting, and actually does get the final HTM of Toka to give it up. And Lexa's just, I mean, maybe able to give it up to Spike. I think she might even opt for the safer way out at this point. Vanya's still nearby. You're not going to get much more out of this. Yeah, so Vanya, it's not the end of the world if Vanya farms it up, but still, at this point, I'd like to see maybe a timeout here.
Oh my god, that is so cool.
That is actually so cute. That is so cute. Way to go. But I would like to see a timeout. I think the Twisted Minds can't let this game get away from them. I haven't, and they look competitive for a map that we didn't really know where it's at. But they look quite good. It's not a terrible scoreline. It's not completely out of touch. We've seen some good looks here. I just worry it starts to slip away.
Yeah, and here's the timeout that you asked for. And I agree. I think that, yes, Petra's having a field day. We can see it there with the 14-3. But I think it's also important that the protocols come into fruition, especially once you get a player down. G2 has a response to every single time that Akita goes down or whomever is dying first. They still have a second layer to it and what to do with that. Where do we go from there? If they put pressure here, like, those protocols are definitely there. And I think that's probably what's missing a little bit from the side of Twisted Minds, because we see these scenarios where they're like, oh, we're in a man disadvantage, we freeze. I want to see them go back into what was working for them, those retakes and whatnot, given the space. Just put Marty in a very compromised position and allow G2 to take the space. You have to watch out on mid, because Amy will take that lurk any day, any time of day.
Yeah, I think if we get into the layers of it, there's a lot to deal with. You're right. Yeah, it's like you look at kind of, as you said, the lurks coming out from Amy have been very good. I don't know what the easy solution. I mean, if there was an easy solution, they'd do it. But hopefully the coach does have something in mind. Marty did very well with that operator before. Love to see that find the footing again. Ult to play with as well, but G2 starting with that mid control.
Why are we not just giving up one side completely?
And Toka, oh no. A disjointed fight in middle is not the solution they were after. This was a big purchase, Bayer. That was an operator. That was Toka, who's been really, really key. And now the sites look so open. They've lost the ult on Marty. That's a disaster of a start.
Yeah, absolutely. 5v3 already. We see them already walking onto mid. The side of Twisted Minds. G2 going on to B. Spike should not be very difficult to get down. Also, they're giving it to Vanya. I'm surprised they're not giving it to Mimi, probably for the last round. Okay, never mind.
There we go.
Just passing it along, the hot potato.
Spike planted.
Another ultimate available for the side of G2.
Oh, Amy's heard this. Gonna now know there's two there. Calls in Petra for the support. Petra gonna at least deal with the shield, but Liam gonna get that right back in. And I guess the worry of where Lexa is will kick into effect eventually, but they've got 3 players on the case, so Amy's just buying time. Lexa slowly but surely trying to play through heaven. That's both players now identified. And Twisted Minds need this. They just can't quite take away Amy. Oh, she just juked them. 8-3. And I hate to say it, but all of those people saying, you know, G2 this, G2 that, they might have been right, and it might be a 3-0 at this rate.
Yeah, I think also there's so many rounds where I know that they end up in this 5v3 situation I hate to say that because it sounds very stupid. Oh, if you get a kill, you're most likely to win the round, well, obviously. But for the side of G2, I think that is having such a great impact on the minds of Twisted Minds. Like the way that they act is completely different. Like even on that situation, look at their economy right now. Maybe like saving a gun or two for this last one could have been more important. There's no damage that you're going to deal to G2.
Yeah, it does feel like it's just a bit of I don't say formality, but they're just looking a bit out of it.
I don't want this. I don't want the last map to go like this, Lauren. I think that's what you're trying to say.
Yes, pretty much. That is exactly it. Because we've seen what Twisted Minds can do on Sunset. Only last map. That little bit of resilience, that ability to really dig in, fight the good fight for their side, be willing to take it the distance, pull off the comeback. Yeah, you lost in OT, that's fine. It's a best of 5, you're not done yet. But this attitude, I'm a bit worried about. Now starting to fall foul to some of the issues before, and all of this is heard. Amy hearing all of these steps. Does she catch anyone?
Oh, she
They
knows.
were looking for it. But now they're moving. And she has help here. Petra's joined her this time, so it does leave it a little bit light on the site. But Vanya can buy time with the paranoia. Now you're looking at them being herded here. Akita making it around quietly. It's going to find one. And surprise, Petra's got another. They have been absolutely cornered on all fronts here. Now 9-3. They pulled back this scoreline before, but Bayer, I don't think this is the one that they can do it through. But I'm hearing we actually have an interview ready. So we'll be handing it down there to Yinzu as soon as that is teed up.
The game is great, but the best part about this job is being in Istanbul and surrounded by bona fide Game Changers EMEA legends, such as Roxy. First of all, Roxy, congratulations on your new title, being the GC Ambassador. Talk to me a little bit about this.
Thank you, first of all. So happy to be here. And like basically the GC Ambassador means like I'm the voice of the players. Like you can tell me everything you have on your heart, on your mind. And to make the future of GC better, and I will do my best to make it into reality so that every player can be happy and all problems will hopefully be solved if there's any.
Oh, I can't wait to see how you're going to get everything sorted. I love that. Of course, back to this map, ISO Yoru. How can they pull this back in the second half? Surely it's going to be fine on the attack.
Yeah, surely. I mean, it's the 3-9 curse. They have a double duelist. I've seen Marty on duelist. She's doing well, and Lean, obviously, like it's a duelist of trust. So maybe they can pull it back. We will see.
We will see indeed. Thank you so much, Roxy, and enjoy the rest of the event.
Okay, Roxy didn't look all that confident in the comeback, but she made some good points. The double duelist, what they can achieve with it, Bayer, give me some hope. Give me hope, Yim.
She knows ball. It's Roxy.
Yeah,
you know, she was also in G2.
Yeah.
In KC.
Oh,
She knows real ball.
We're casting off a screen, and I think that's Akita walking middle. We will, hopefully, as Akita has just gone and played deathmatch down middle. They are not going to let them take a break. They're not going to let them take a breath. At this point, they want to push this one home. G2, they're not exactly going to be kind about this. They want to cut to the throat and quick, right? Do not allow time for a comeback. These pistols haven't been great for them. There has been chances. We saw it on map 2. But Bayer, once this now starting to look a little bit more concise, I want you to give me some win cons. It probably was going to start with a pistol, I assume.
Yes, I was going to start with the pistol. You know, like the plan and everything we didn't get to see. There was some action there onto mid. Then Hated the Mose decided to go onto A. You think, oh, it's only Vanya there. That is a lot. That is a lot to have to deal with. The rotation was already coming in. Damage has been done.
This put a bow in it, put a fork in it, do whatever you want to it. This one is looking done at 10-3. Twisted Minds, do not go out with a whimper. Try and claw something back here. You are a good team. You're a damn good team. You've had close games. I know that G2 just elevate. They get harder and harder to play against, but still, give them a fight back. Show us what you can do here. Because obviously the tickets to Korea, to GCC, bank on this.
I'm still crazy about Petra's numbers. Seeing Akita also just having that aggression onto mid. Sometimes she's going to go down, and she's perfectly okay with that. The force coming in from the side of Twisted Minds. They didn't even manage to get the... Did they get the spike down?
I don't believe so.
Either or. For G2, 3 rounds away. They need to convert this, and they have to expect that there's going to be some sort of investment coming into this one. Probably that's why they respect this space, and they allow Twisted Minds to take the site.
Okay, Amy again already chipping away. Marty barely able to get a shot back at this point. You got to look at the buy. It's Stingers with light shields. It's not much, but at this sort of range, you might be able to see Twisted Minds maybe find some stability, maybe able to create a bit of chaos. Lean on site. Toka there doesn't have dart back yet. Curious when that's back through. Didn't actually catch that the first time, but Petra's got hers, so that could be the springboard after this owl drone. Clears close, sees nothing. Akita now allowed off. Allowed to move forward. Checked on the back of the side. Toka, there she is. There's the team we were waiting for. Resilience, resistance, and the ability to fight back. Mimi can still do damage, but not damage enough. They're not done yet, but it is a long way back.
Managed to get at least one upgrade on the side of Twisted Minds. For them, playing together, just playing as close as you can, forcing those close encounters. Very clean for them. Also on the side of G2, not having a way to really stack up that molly to have the impact that they wanted. Akita going out of a smoke and finding 3 players pointed at her with stingers. That's not something you want to see, unless you're a Twisted Minds fan. Which, of course, is going to be a long and difficult way. But hey, you managed to put G2... a situation of just going with classics for this one.
Hey,
I would have jumped.
If the win con wasn't going to be achieved in round 1, you find it in round 2, which they do.
Yeah.
So this is it. Build up, round by round. Lane trying to lead the way. Let's see if they can get that ult building nice and early. There is still Vanya on site. It's Lexa to claim. Petra very unlikely to do much here.
Spike planted.
Will actually drop. Okay, my bad, Petra. I'm going to stop doubting you. You can do anything you want. Oh my god, Akita, what is that? Mimi's only got a classic, but still gets a damn headshot too. But HTM, fine in the end, lean there, comfortable, collecting 3 alive. The rifle remains, and the Guardian collected.
Guardian collected, they can upgrade from that Stinger. It's important that the ultimates also start coming online for the side of Twisted Minds. They need to snowball. I want to see, especially you were asking me about win conditions, I want to see how strong these executes are, especially when G2 adapt and they start to, what do they do when there's some initial pressure? I want to see how G2 explore the map and how they are going to respond, especially because of Lean. I want to see how are we using the walls, how are we trying to be a team player within this.
All right, Akita. Not an easy fight to win at the start, but you have 3 players beside you and potentially a flash on the way. There it is, pop, flash, and swing. Akita takes back that A main space and actually hunting a lot further. Gotta be cautious, not overstay welcome. They were willing to brawl on that, but I'm looking at Petra in middle. This timing, Bear, does she get the window right?
We can only wait.
You and me.
Did she miss the ult? Oh, we missed the ult.
Good.
Well, Mimi won.
Which is a little bit worrying because, again, Mimi comes out comfortable, has all the utility in the world still, knife, flash, everything. And if they try and go middle, Petra's here. Unchecked on.
Come on, prove me wrong.
But the timing is everything. Spotted, Lexa. Great reaction, but Amy on the swing too. Gonna take down a body with her and keep this at a 3v3. Maybe a split through towards that vent side. Paranoia goes in, but they're away.
Mimi already in their backs.
30 seconds
Looking
left.
at hated the most position right now, just trying to cover those rotations. Is G2 looking to get together? The spike still has not gone down. It's going to be Lexa. She's also going to have her ultimate just in case, you know? Would have done the same from just
the
kill.
Ooh. Take a bit of that, but Akita not clean enough on the first, but does get the follow-up, at least to the initial bits of damage. But Akita now Not really got given much chance here. I keep
she's
doubting her.
going
She's
for
popped
it.
the knives. Okay, Akita, what? Show me what you got. Nah. Bea, that's by every
what
other
she got.
metric.
That's what
that
she
is
got.
wild. That
is what she got. Not a second to hesitate. Not for a single moment. She gets the kill. She knows that the clock's ticking, that the spike needs to be defused, and there's one more player to be defeated beforehand.
Like, I'm taken aback. What are you meant to do? If you're HTM, you're sat there like, what the hell just happened?
Woo! Yes, Drew. That's what you get. That's what you get in G2 Gozen. He's absolutely living for that.
I mean, she has killer instinct. I'll give her that. That's wild.
Here.
Okay, 5-11. She doesn't want the same scenario to happen as what happened on Sunset. She wants this done. Early pressure in middle, though, and it's only Petra here, Bea.
You say only, but she did put a lot of pressure in the previous round. Two players have made their way through. She's good for one.
Vanya's still here. Oh, God. Vanya leaves them in pieces up towards heaven. Lexa at least going to take her down and get the info off the back.
That Hunter's Fury didn't hunt much. And the information's there. The spike's gonna go down, and G2 all together.
Lexa, that's one. Being toyed with, that's two. Lexa fancies her own time in the sun. And Toka the one to claim it in the end. They'll take it any which way they get it. But right now they are back in this game. They're not done yet. They are doing exactly as what they needed.
The way that Lexa was playing with that position, because usually you have three players, you want a wide swing, but just because of the baby door, you cannot really do that safely, you know? So just managing to isolate those kills, put it into an easier scenario. Of course, celebration for Twisted Minds. It's still not over. G2, 2 rounds away, yes, but you still have so much to play for.
Okay. Well, this round feels like they'll be on 11 for another, right? Twisted Minds, chance to take steps back. Don't. This should be fine. They went for an A stack. It ain't here. All good. Plant in. Safety.
All together on the side of G2, they're just waiting on A. And now the question is, are we jumping? What are we doing? Oh, looks like Tudo loses.
Yep, off we go.
Yeah, just to transition. You don't want, I mean, if you're G2, you're already getting close to the most important ultimates. Getting Mimi to get hers, that would be a plus. Petra also 1 away. Not just go and let them kill you. You have both of them. Oh. Any damage is good damage.
That's true. Let's see if they can find any more. Mimi's dead. Short. No. No.
She doesn't have time.
No. No. Not even close. Petra. I think they took Toka. I think Toka got a little nervous, but that's, they can rebuy around that, right?
Too. I got nervous too, and I think she has a right to be nervous. I would have been nervous too. As we're saying, well, managed to get the full of them. But for the side of G2, this is about resilience. Just the map is going to go deep. You only need a couple of rounds. Just gather those ultimates, do a strong retake or something like that. We have been seeing them, giving them a lot of space on the sides. Like, that is okay. It looks like the floor is lava for them.
Okay, buy back in place. Another big challenge for Twisted Minds. 7 rounds they sit on now. If they get past this, want to get a bit of a game on our hands, but for now, they have to try and approach what looks like the B-side to begin with, or at least the consideration is here. Whether or not they commit, I'm going to try and clear the utility first and foremost.
Just waiting right now, maybe going back, gathering that orb. Got what we wanted. Broke a little bit. Next, we're trying to see if Petra is, again, going for some sort of pressure.
Yeah, Keto close enough now to swing off this. Bloody hell, that was quick. And a stick from HTM, but Akita's reposition is perfect. Great for the follow-up on the second. Now what, 4v3? What do they have, though? They've got site control. Still a
And the
little bit of
spike
util
down.
in place. And yeah, exactly. Spike's now down. Anything for the post plant? No big util for that. But still, a 3v4.
It's a good line, and G2 have been struggling. They have to clear everything, just thanks to those smokes. They have all the info.
Yeah, flash on close. Smoke down towards
Toka's
main.
fine, like Lexa can tell her. Yeah.
Yeah, Paranoia doesn't land towards Toka, but Petra gets her. Okay, this is now getting scary. HCM has to play into the one way. There was nowhere else to go. And G2's patience pays off. Now within touching distance, only one more round left.
Comfort for the side of G2, and as we're seeing in the faces, of course, for Twisted Minds, they need way too many in a row in a map that they have not played this entire year. And now they have to do it in the grand final. Like, even if the ideas are there, the pressure, a mountain. At the beginning of the day, I was telling you, Lauren, I think it's so smart for G2 to not jump straight into the abyss, because anything could have happened then. Just leaving it for the third. You've already warmed up. You know your ideas. You know how to win this map.
They do. They sound like... I'm just sitting here waiting to see, is there anything left, right? Is there more the Twisted Minds can do? I fear that now we're starting to see Akita get into that bigger form. Starts to look a little bit sharper. That last round was two really nasty
I honestly
shots.
think that goes into the... She's willing to take the risks. And sometimes that is going to mean... well, the times where she was like caught up in Lean's ultimate might not be the best example, but she's willing to take the risk. We see every single time that we're in her POV, when a flash comes in, when there's a Plarios, when there's this, she 100% trusts the process. Sometimes she's going to go down, and sometimes she's going to be good for two. And we're going to be saying, oh my gosh, she is amazing. She honestly trusts what they're doing. That is why she's so difficult to deal with, because you cannot throw her off her game. She's always going to be a nuisance. And for the side of Twisted Minds, there's just too much on their plate right now.
And it is hard, right? Because, again, we've had Petra having this mad performance too. On the other side, Toka to me has been a really quiet, unsung hero too. Map 2 was exceptional, but here it's an aggressive start. Vanya instantly wants to set the tone and tempo, take it over that A main space.
I think it's also very important, because if they're setting up to use some utility, the pressure is on them, and getting a pick there would have been amazing for Vanya. Just by herself, one-woman army onto A. Rotation's already coming in.
Marty's gone close, but the trips are there, so there should be an audio cue at minimum. Oh my god, the timing on this. There we go. So they've given away the slight attention towards B, but keep your eyes on the spike. Does it commit towards this route? Marty is noted, but Amy respecting this enough to give up site control to an extent. And Marty trying to take as far as she can here. There's the first contact. Akita going to catch Marty off of the call, probably from Amy. Hunter's Fury from afar, and things now start getting messy. This is the round they need to hold on, and Lean doing just that. But Petra doesn't seem to miss with that Hunter's Fury, Bayer.
Absolutely not always good for one. Amy is going to go down. 3v3 situation. Mimi has her ultimate if she wants to for this retake, but there's not much more utility that you're going to be able to deny the drone from Petra, or you shut down from Lean. Maybe being a little bit too eager, they're not.
And there it is. Oh, actually, popping the ult, but Petra gets lost in this fight. She's been so good. Oh, Alexa! There was a pixel out of place, but for a second you thought there was a chance. G2 breaking Twisted Minds' hearts and booking their ticket all the way to Korea now. Game Changers Championship is now locked in, and it feels like it wouldn't be right without seeing G2's name on the list.
Yeah, many times we speak about how G2, they go on points, they don't win the stages, and this year it was close for them to not win a single one. They win the one that matters the most, the one that guarantees them to be in Seoul, and it had to relieve so much pressure off their shoulders, not thinking that they have the yes until this very last minute. And I think that this was a great showing for the people watching from home, and especially their opponents, to get a little bit of a taste of what GCC is going to be like. You thought that after this year, G2 was out, that they were not the force that they once were to be reckoned with, but they are so back. I still think that there's a massive ceiling for them to reach, and it's very, very far away.
Such an impressive run from G2, and to see them having to work for it having to reinvent themselves over and over and build themselves back to the form that we know they can reach. Curious now how far this team will go, but they've locked that spot. That trophy is all theirs.
Ses denemesi.
Ve tekrar G2'yu tebrik edelim. Gerçekten mükemmel bir performans. 5 maçlık bir seriyi 3 mücadelede bitirmeyi başardılar. Tabii onlarla ufak bir sohbet ediyor olacağız. Arkadaşlar hala günün sonuna gelmiş değiliz. Ben burada sizlere Türkçe kısmına yardımcı oluyor olacağım ve Yinsu benimle beraber röportajlarda tabii ki G2'yla bakalım onlara neler soracak, nasıl değerlendirecek seriyi. Yinsu, you can take over. It's your stage now.
Thank you very much. No, it's our stage. It's actually all of our stages. But first of all, massive congratulations to you guys. I'm hoping we have a microphone for you. Yeah, let's give you a mic. Let's get you a mic. I'm not going to start with you, I'm sorry. I will want to start with Petra. It has to be you, Petra. Now, I know this year has been quite difficult for you. You've went through a lot. So, 2 questions. First of all, how did you regain your confidence after everything that happened? And second of all, how great does it feel that, you know, it's validated, all the hard work that you put in with this trophy?
Well, yeah, first I had to just play a few games to get it back. I didn't get it back straight away. But the confidence the teammate and the coach gave me was like a turnaround for the, I think, 2 matches ago or 3 matches ago. And I feel a lot more comfortable now, so yeah. And the second question was?
The trophy kind of proves that all your hard work was worth it, right?
We worked very hard. I think I can easily say we're one of the most hard-working team from EMEA. I mean, we are the most because it shows now, right? So, yeah, it pays off.
Tabii öncelikle Petra'dan başlamak istiyorum. Kesinlikle Petra ile ilk başta konuşmamız lazım. Bu sene senin için çok zorlu bir seneydi. Çok fazla şey yaşadın ve buradan bir geri dönüş aslında sağlamayı başardın. Kendi kariyerin adına da önemli bir yıldı. Hem bunu nasıl başardın bunu sormak istiyorum. Aynı zamanda kupayı kaldırmak nasıl hissettirdi bir yandan bunu da kanıtlıyor diye Yinsu sordu. Petra'nın cevabı tabii çok netti. Evet benim için çok zor bir yıldı ama yavaş yavaş birer ikişer oyunla tekrar hem kendi özgüvenimi bulup hem tekrar oyuna geri dönüp sonrasında adım adım aslında birazcık daha tuğla tuğla o duvarı inşa ettik. Sonrasında kazandığımızda da şu anda en fazla çalışan takımız ve bunu da kanıtladığımızı düşünüyorum. Avrupa'daki böyle bir ekibe sahip olmak da bizim için çok mutluluk ve aynı zamanda şans verici diye belirttim.
Next, Amy, another champs. Congratulations,
Yeah,
you're going to be
you.
going to Korea. I feel like I don't ever remember a time where you're not one of the best players. You're always up there, and somehow you always get better. Where is your ceiling, Amy? When does this stop? When do we actually get to see like 100% power, Amy? Because every tournament, you're just better.
I think it will never stop. I'm just going to keep growing, and that's just my goal. I want to be the best player I can be, so I'm just going to be working hard. And the day I want, I'm going to retire. So.
Oh, okay. I hope that's not anytime soon.
Kariyerinde sürekli daha iyi gidiyorsun. Bir kez daha seni Kore'ye giderken görüyor olacağız. Seul'de görüyor olacağız ve kupayı kazanma fırsatı da buldunuz. Ne zaman senin %100'ünü göreceğiz? Ne zaman potansiyeline ulaşacaksın? Her turnuva daha iyiye, daha aslında güçlüye gitmeye devam ediyorsun dedi. O da yani tabii ki buna devam edeceğim ama bu sonsuza kadar devam edecek. Eğer zaten bunu yapamıyorsam da büyük ihtimalle emekli olmayı düşünürüm dedi. Böyle de ufak bir aslında şakayla karışık cevap vardı.
Next, Mimi, I feel like this is almost like a game between you and I at this point. Do you know how many titles you won up until this point with Petra and G2?
Yeah, right now we made double digits. This is our 10th title with GCC from 2022, so it's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's crazy. That is an insane number. And I always ask you this, and I love your answer every time, because you say that it's always different, right? No tournament, no win is ever exactly the same. So what is different about this title?
Well, I think the biggest difference is the fact that if we didn't win this, we would have not made champs, right? There was actually something on the line this time. And I also think that put in that extra work from everyone and that extra motivation, we all knew that it was all or nothing, and we gave it all.
Tabii seninle çok fazla konuşma fırsatı bulduk. Geçtiğimiz dönemden beri çok fazla turnuvada yer aldım ve hep başarılıydın aslında. İkimiz arasında da bir oyuna döndü. Sana hep aynı soruyu soruyorum ve sen de hep aynı cevap veriyorsun. Bir kez daha sormak istiyorum. Bu turnuvayı, bu finali farklı kılan neydi dedi. Cevap bence çok net ve çok güzel. Eğer bunu kazanamasaydık Champions'a gitme şansımız olmayacaktı. Bizim için çok daha zorlayıcı olacaktı. O yüzden bu anlamda çok özel. Ya hep ya hiç mentalitesiyle yola çıktık ve bugün burada galibiyeti almayı başardık.
Vanya, first of all, I think everyone here wanted to see you win. I know your dad and your friends are in the crowd as well. So what's the support been like? What does it mean to you to win in front of them?
Turkish player here, and it made me like proud, and I just wanted to represent my country very well, and I guess we did it here as a team because like I played normal again and we just won. I don't know, it was easy.
If there's anything you want to say in Turkish, go for it.
Geldiğiniz için teşekkür ederim hepinize. Desteğinizi hepimiz hissettik takımca. I forgot to say something. This win was for GX, so...
Oh, okay.
For GX.
That's cute.
Vanya buradasın, kendi ülkende aslında kendi evindesin. Çok fazla topluluk içinde şu anda izleyicilerde taraftarım var. Ailem burada, onların burada olduğunu biliyoruz. Senin için bu desteği görmek nasıldı, sana nasıl hissettir dedi. Vanya'da bu zaten her zaman çok güzel bir hissiyat. Normal oynadım ve kazandım. Bizim açımızdan çok da güzel bir mücadeleydi. Aynı zamanda şunu da eklemek istiyorum ki bu galibiyet Giant X içindi diye de ufak da bir mesajını vermiş oldum.
Akita, this is your first big, GC trophy. Was it heavy when you lifted it? It was heavy? You guys are all used to it. I feel like you know how heavy it really is. And for you, I think it's also about confidence, right? Because when you're so confident, no one is better than you. You are the best. How does it feel to win it, knowing that you played with full confidence and you played an amazing final?
Obviously, it feels great. I'm happy that I win with my mates. They were really good support for me. They always tell me that I'm the best and just go for your picks.
Are you excited for GCC?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah?
Korea.
Yeah, she's never been before, so this is going to be exciting.
Senin için tabii ki aslında ilk büyük kupa, aynı zamanda ilk sahne deneyimiydi. Nasıl hissettin? Gerçekten çok iyi bir oyuncusun ve favori olarak da gösteriliyordun dedi. Akita'nın da cevabı gerçekten yine aynı şekilde güzel. Bu kadar büyük desteği yanımda görmek benim için çok fazla özgüven sağlıyor. Takımım bana burada, aynı zamanda tabii ki hani koçlarım ve yan taraftaki oyuncular, gidip istediğin gibi pikleyebilirsin, rahat ol, çekinmene hiç gerek yok gibi özgüveni verdiler. Ben de çıktım ve oynadım. Bir kez daha Kore'ye gidecek olmak da tabii Game Changers 3'ün Champions'e gitmek nasıl hissettir diye Yunus'a ekledi. O da tabii ki mükemmel hissettirdi. Çünkü Kore'ye gidiyoruz. Benim açımdan çok heyecanlı diye bitirdim.
There is a reason I saved you till last. You'll find out in a second. But first of all, you win 2 champs with Exit. You won Masters Madrid with Sen, which is insane. And now you've won another title with G2 Gozen in Game Changers. I don't think many people can have the repertoire, you know, the CV you do. So what does this one mean to you?
I mean, this one means a lot, honestly. It's like my first proper project, head coaching. And I mean, my team makes my job so easy, right? So I can just enjoy the process fully. And I'm having some of the most fun I've had in my career, like up to date. And this feels really special because we really did put a lot of work into this and we really wanted to make Korea. So it feels so good.
How does this compare to Madrid?
I mean, honestly, it's on the same level.
Yeah?
Like in terms of accomplishment, it's insane. And the journeys were very similar. It was just a lot of hard work and just a lot of belief in ourselves, and it paid off.
Okay, I'm going to let you translate that because I have another kind of nerdy question for you after this.
Thank you. Özellikle tabii burada çok fazla başarı elde ettin. Öncesinde Champions, Madrid geldin. Şimdi burada Game Changer sahnesinde İstanbul'da yeni bir takımla yeni bir başarı elde ettin. Burası senin için nasıl bir süreçti? Bunu nasıl kıyaslarsın diğer başarılarına göre diye sorduğumda koç tabii bunun çok daha başka olduğunu söyledi. Madrid'e kıyasla özellikle gerçekten tahmin edilemez bir zorluk seviyesinden yine aynı şekilde bahsetti. Burada ilk kez head coach, ana koç olarak çalıştığı için de bunun yerinin bir ayrı olduğunu yine aynı şekilde ekliyor. Sanırım Yunus'un bir sorusu daha varmış. Ondan sonrasında çeviri olacağız.
And lastly, Drew, you're going to be heading to GCC. You will be going to Korea. And the game is going to be very different when you get there. So early doors, what do you think is your biggest win condition? How do you guys tackle the new patch?
We just got to keep playing like goes in place. There's going to be a lot of things thrown at us and we're going to have to change a lot in a very small space of time. It's not going to be easy, but if we just keep playing the brand of VALORANT that we play, like we stand as good a chance as anyone else.
And what brand is that, do you think? What is your identity right now?
I mean, you guys are seeing it. Just a lot of talent, a lot of belief, a lot of firepower. Like we can run over anyone.
Game Changers'a gittiğiniz zaman, Champions'a gittiğiniz zaman orada aslında sizleri neler bekliyor? Nasıl kendi oyununuzu değiştireceksiniz ve adapte edeceksiniz? Oraya nasıl hazırlanacaksınız? Çünkü hani süre baskısı da var aslında, birazcık bundan bahsetti. Koç da burada evet değiştirmemiz gereken şeyler var. Kendi oluşturduğumuz kimliği birazcık daha ortaya koymak istiyoruz dedi. Insu'da sizin kimliğiniz peki ne dediğinde görüyorsun çok fazla yeteneğimiz var, çok fazla çalışan oyuncumuz var. Gerçekten verilen güzel bir emek var. Bunun sonucunu da yine aynı şekilde Game Changers'ta Champions'da almak istiyoruz dedi.
And very quickly, you know I'm going to ask you this. I ask you this every year because you guys win so much. Who are you got your eyes on, GCC? Who do you want to play?
Who do we want to play?
Yeah, who you want to face?
I mean, we always want to play Shopify.
Shopify?
Yeah. They have a new lineup. We have a new lineup.
Okay.
We're ready.
Shopify, everyone?
Shopify.
Shopify. All right. Shopify.
I honestly also want to play Liquid again.
Liquid, okay.
They didn't make it last year, so they seem better.
Her sene size soruyorum kiminle oynamak istersiniz Champions'da? Herkesin cevabı çok net. Shopify, onların yeni bir takım var, bizim yeni bir takımımız var ve biz aslında hazırız diye ufaktan da şöyle bir özgüven mesajı gönderildi. Bir yandan da tekrar Liquid'le yine aynı şekilde Team Liquid'le oynamak isteriz diye de belirttiler.
Well, thank you very much, you guys. Congratulations once again, your Game Changers EMEA 2025 Stage 3 winners and heading to Korea, G2 Gozen.
Ve artık biz bugünün sonuna geliyoruz. Katılan herkese çok teşekkür edelim. Ve artık yavaş yavaş karşılaşmamızın da sonuna geliyor olacağız. Bizden bugünlük bu kadar arkadaşlar. Kore'de, Seul'de görüşmek üzere. Son kez G2 için kocaman bir alkış.
G2 Gozen, your GC EMEA Stage 3 winners. They were looking down the barrel of a year of no G2 and GCC champs, but they said, not this year. We're back for another one. Fortunately for Twisted Mind, this is the end of their Cinderella run. They're in the pumpkin, heading back home. The clock struck midnight, but G2 have done it once again, and they wouldn't allow any other... Honestly, I wouldn't have wanted any other way. the fact that they're able to close it out, I think this is beautiful for them, considering the year that they've had, a little bit of ups and downs, but they're once again back to conquer it all.
Yeah, I think they did it in such a dominant way as well to remind everyone who on earth they are. You know, this is the G2 Gozen that we know and love. We spoke about the roster changes and the issues that they've had this year, but being able to, you know, come in, win out stage 3, which other than last year, they famously used to lose, like we spoke about earlier today, and now they are going to be heading to GCC as that first seed for EMEA.
Yeah, it doesn't feel right not to have G2 Gozen at Game Changers champs. It's, you know, I think a lot of people will be very, very happy to see them on that stage. And of course, it's not over. It is this year for Twisted Minds, but it's not over in terms of their careers. You know, we've seen them sort of bounce back from things like this before. So I'm just hoping coming into 2026 that we see a very similar Twisted Minds come through and them thrive and do very well.
They have been incredible, but that finish line was just a little too far from them to cross. G2 makes it across it, and with that, they're going to be joining the other teams when it comes to GCC from every single region. We heard it here. They want to go up against Shopify Rebellion, the classic EU versus NA rivalry taken down on the server, but we have one slot remaining, and that is America's LCQ.
Yeah, we kind of spoke about it earlier because we were watching it last night, and of course we have the finals of that this evening. So I'm looking forward to seeing if it is going to be MIBR, if it is indeed going to be WADA, hashtag sign WADA. WADA. I can't wait to see who comes out on top.
I mean, I love Juna and I love Adora too as well, subbing in for them. But I do think it's been a long few weeks waiting to get to the point where we know the qualified teams as well for GCC. So this is really nice that we can kind of tie it out tonight, get everybody locked in and get super hyped for champs. I'm very excited.
It's going to be incredible. For those of you at home watching thinking, oh, I would love to be part of that journey, you can now buy your tickets as well. At some point, there's going to be a QR code on the screen and you can scan, there we go. You can scan that, purchase your tickets. Who knows, you might see some celebrities over there, no, some Valorant celebrities. Either way, it should be an incredible time. GCC is always a phenomenal event to be ending the year with. We got KC, we got GX, we got G2. Beautiful.
The top 3, really, you know, their names, I think we've had such a dominant year from the same teams, Giant X and Carmine Corp, that it was absolutely no doubt in our mind that we would see them there. And of course, G2 goes in as well, kind of tying off that holy trinity, I guess you could say, of EMEA. I do think it's a really, really nice way to sort of end EMEA Game Changers.
Yeah, I mean, Game Changers champs, one of the best events of the year that we have here in Valorant, and I think it's going to be amazing. I think the competition, as we said, just keeps rising and rising, and I think that we are definitely sending the kind of best representatives for EMEA to be able to challenge that throne that we won back in 2022, sorry.
Can I quickly also just say, like, this for me is such a wonderful outcome, and I would love to implore sort of Game Changers teams to continue sort of putting time and effort behind their teams, because although Twisted Minds didn't win it out today, I think it does go to show how much hard work and dedication can pay off. And although it is the end of the year for them, they have done so incredibly well, and I hope they're proud of themselves.
The bar keeps rising for Game Changers, and the teams are having to catch up. G2 Gozen was able to do that today. We're going on to the international stage. We're going to want the other teams to be able to do the same. We're in for a great competition internationally, but that's it from us here at EMEA. We are done and dusted. So we're going to be leaving you with the... actually, before we do leave you, I just want to say thank you to both of you. This has been lovely. Being in the studio with you both. Like, so cute, Slay. But we're done and dusted. You don't have to listen to us anymore, because we're going to leave you with the Herman Miller end of game highlights. And then you're going to have to watch America's LCQ to know who we're going to be going up against on the international stage. Take care. Bye.
Action, action, action. Let's up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. I got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep,